Good morning. Welcome to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology's board meeting. Today is April 10th, 2023. The time is now 9 o'clock. So we're going to start with roll call and roll call with the board members, please.
Board Member Douglas here.
Board Member Jeffers here.
Board Member Harris here.
Board Member Bramo.
Member Ditzler here.
Board Member Brian Baltazar.
Board Member O'Brien.
Can we have our deputy AG?
Chrissy Harris for the record.
Okay, we're going to have staff from the South.
Steve McDonald, Executive Director.
Jeannie Huggins, Chief Compliance.
Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist.
Bertha Jensen, Chief Operating Officer.
Dana Lopez, Inspector. Yana Polar, Inspector.
Jen Patrick, Inspector.
Good morning, everyone. We have anyone from the North Office? Roll call, please.
Erin Litterer, Lead Service Specialist.
Caitlin Muley, Service Specialist.
Haley Banks, Inspector.
Good morning. We have another staff member. Good morning, everyone. The mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare to those that obtain cosmetology-related services through the delivery of quality testing, licensing, inspection, and education services that focus on consumer protection. Do we have any comments from the general public? The comments are to be limited to 3 minutes or less. And the item, no action can be taken on the item unless it's on the agenda. So comments should be limited to 3 minutes or less. Do we have any comments before we actually start the meeting this morning?
Hi, yes, this is Countess Courtney. How are you guys doing this morning?
Good morning, how are you?
Good. I hope you all had a wonderful Easter Sunday. I would just like to comment that, again, it is imperative that we have someone experienced and knowledgeable, readily available to the staff for laser safety purposes. It just seems like we really are not bringing our attention to how dangerous these lasers are. And if we are really trying to make sure that the consumer is receiving these treatments safely, we need somebody that is able to consult or at least educate the people involved in making the final decisions and implementing the laws in regards to this laser program. And furthermore, I believe it would not be the most smart thing to do to just move forward with the 75 course before we have our next meeting on the 17th, so we can all discuss this together as a open discussion as a group. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you. Thanks for your comment. Any other comments or concerns or questions before we move forward? This is the time.
I do. I'm Cassandra Soriano. I was just curious about the SB 249. I read how it's involving registered nurses. Does that involve nurses and advanced estheticians, or are they trying to push only nurses that to do laser?
We can't answer that question because it's not on the agenda, but I think that the meeting that's going to be held on April 17th, I would believe is next Monday, we should be able to answer a lot of those questions at that time.
Or they can email compliance.
Yeah, we can assist them if they want to contact us.
Or you can call the staff and they can answer that question for you probably tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next question. Comment.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, so I see a hand raised. Is that Lou?
Yes, it is. Good morning. How's everybody this morning? Okay, so this is just for another
Excuse me,
time.
sir. Excuse
Sorry,
me. We can't understand. I mean, it's not clear. It's like muzzled.
you can't understand me?
No, it's muzzled.
Okay, then I will call in. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll try again later. Can we go to
Okay.
the next question, comment?
Hello, are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, my name's Destiny Wiggins. Are we allowed to just question and comment about about what we're here for?
It could be on, well, not really what you're here for, but any kind of like comment or questions or that you may have that's it could be pertaining, but we can't talk about it because you're already on the agenda to be heard. Your petition will be heard today, am I correct?
I believe so. I'm new. I just graduated esthetician school, so I have no idea how everything works.
Okay, that's okay, not a problem. This is just a comment period before the meeting starts.
Okay, well, I don't know if it matters. My only comment is I think that the state board and the Nevada schools that we are applying for should have, I think, better communication. And I think they need, maybe a meeting should be held with all the directors of the boards of the school for better understanding of what state board requires us to do as a student versus the requirements a school allows us to do. I don't think they're meeting together to help students become better estheticians. In my opinion, as just a new graduating student and having to be dealing with what I'm dealing with as a student and never touched the field, it kind of discourages me as a esthetician to have to be here for what I'm here for. So I guess I would just say maybe just better communication between the board and the schools that we have here, and the rules and regulations should be better understood so it can be portrayed to the students better.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Savannah Thomas. In agreement with what Countess Courtney had previously covered, I think that there should be somebody on the board that's regulating this to the proper law and legislature that it should be for estheticians and laser safety officers who are operating these devices. From working in a medical office, I can tell you that these lasers can have very harsh side effects or dangerous outcomes if somebody's not properly trained and understands the logistics of the laser safety and operating the device on its own. And that there are companies out there or people or schools that are they're not regulated. They don't actually have the proper logistics to teach and or certify these students, and that they actually need somebody regulating them, and they are registered and able to properly teach students, so they're not just going out there and operating these machines and possibly harming somebody to the point at which it's life-changing for them.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas, for your comment. So the next person to comment is you ready, Lou? You have your hand up, right? But you're on mute.
Hello?
Okay, hello.
Okay. I'm getting a lot of feedback, so I'm gonna try to just go my side, but anyways, can you still hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so what I'm asking to be put on the agenda is if we can discuss the possibility of having the schools be doing the written test as well as the practical test. You know, I think that Pearson has been quite disappointing for us here at Euphoria Institute. Personal issues with Pearson being disappointed, and I don't think they're serving our students the way they should be. And so I would just like to have that put on the next board meeting so that we could have that open for discussion. I feel that if you're entrusting us to do the practical, that it would be the same as the written, and it could, expedite students into the field much quicker than the way it currently is.
So you're asking for Pearson to be placed on the agenda or Pearson's?
So
Is it-
I'm asking for the discussion of eliminating Pearson
Oh,
and having the students be tested at the school.
Written.
So right now you could do your practical when you're 100 hours out, so this way, when you graduate, you're good to go. And so I'm just proposing that same thing, only it'd be the written as well.
okay, thank you for your comment. We'll see if we can put it on the agenda possibly. I can't promise you.
Well, nothing hurts but a try, right?
Right.
I don't know if you guys realize the dilemma that Pearson has put us in and the discouragement of the students going for testing. I don't know if you're aware of that, but it is a problem.
I'll check into it before you do. I'll check into it, period. Because I mean, if it's a problem, then we need to check into it.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Any other comments before we start the meeting? No comments from the north?
No comments in Reno at this time.
Okay, awesome. We're gonna go down to agenda item number D, approval of minutes from the previous meeting. Can I get an approval for February 6, 2023 board meetings, please?
Board Member Ditzler, I'll make a motion that we approve the board meetings minutes from February 6, 2023.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number D is felony review, and I am just going to excuse myself from voting, but we're gonna be discussing for discussion or possible action for the felony review.
Madam Chair, Board Member Ditzler, I have the following felony review cases seem to be similar and are asking to be approved for cosmetology courses at the Expertise New Path School. Therefore, I would like to make a motion to approve. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your names, but Stephanie Petrosino, Erica Nguyen, Rosalind Chapman, Maria Sepulveda, Melanie Constanini, Melanie Osh. I'd like to make the motion to approve their application request
Together.
But you had
together.
But you had some other concerns that you wanted to discuss about.
Do I need to discuss that with the students?
No, you can just discuss it now so we can vote on it. We can get it all approved at the same time.
Oh, okay. Also on the, for the future felony review cases that come before us, I've noticed it in our packets that there's, some of these are up to 10, 15 pages. And really all we really need to be looking at is the main page with their picture. It has all of the information of the person. And so it tells their sentence, and we just need the time served and a letter stating their story and future expectations. I don't think we need to go through that whole thing because it gets tedious after a while. And it's just page after page of things that really don't pertain to us. So anyway, I guess I need to include that in my motion.
Yes, I will.
Okay, so I will also include that in my motion to approve the applications and also to give us those documents when we have a felony review.
Can I get a second, please?
Board Member O'Brien, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Any comment from New Path?
No, I just want to say thank you, board. We appreciate you approving our applicants to continue with the new PAC program.
Thank you. Congratulations all. Petitioner number 1 is a Rosaline Talay. I don't want to mispronounce that name.
It's,
Is it
hi,
Ro- Can you
it's-
pronounce your name for me, please?
yes, it's Ronalyn Taligtag.
Rosalind Talatag, AE 707364 for discussion and possible action. Can you raise your right hand, please, to be sworn
Yes.
in?
Good morning.
Morning.
Do you affirm that you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in presenting evidence in this matter?
I do.
Thank you.
So you're here today before the board. Can you would like to speak on your petition that you filed, right?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Ronalyn Taligtag. I was one of the 75-hour laser course provider. During December, I had received a letter from State Board stating that somebody had attended my class and she was not a licensed esthetician. When I had called State Board and asked them who the student was, they had informed me that this student's name is Rana Rabina. I actually know Rana Rabina personally. I was renting a room with her like last year, the whole year last year, and I was holding my 75-hour laser course training at her facility. During my training there, me and her did agree to that she was going to be helping me with the admin work. So she had access to my certification because she was printing them out. She was emailing emailing people that was inquiring about the class. So I left in November and I started training elsewhere. So when December came, that's when I got the letter, which I already had no contact with her whatsoever. I did submit supporting documents with you guys from my medical director stating that she never signed the certification of completion, so she never attended my class. There's also supporting documents, text messages between me and her, with me sending her the certification of completion for students to print out. Also, she did log into my online course, but not as a student, only as an admin. And then also there is a supporting documents because she was going in and out of the room to take photos and videos. And I did inform her to not do that while we're lasering. And
Okay.
that's, yeah.
So I'm still trying to figure out exactly what you're saying. I've read this information. I'm sure that all the board members, and I'm just gonna open it right now for board members.
Okay.
Questions. Any questions? Start with board member Dixler.
Do we have any other than the documents that you were sent to us? Is that it? Okay, because I think our next agenda item is this person we're talking about. So she's stating to me, I think that this basically she gave herself a certification that she did not go to the classes.
Correct.
I understand that part, but there's some more too. I still have some questions. Any other board have any other questions or concerns? Molly, you have any questions or concerns regarding this petitioner?
I did. I was just looking into getting a little bit more information from you about, like, I read through the supporting documents and everything. I just was curious, like, kind of how the relationship started and kind of what your expectations were heard from, because putting her through that course, not having done that, you kind of gave her a lot of access to your course, your business, your livelihood, without her even being like, an employee of yours, or, it just seemed like a kind of a flippant relationship. And I was just wondering if you could give us a little bit more feedback on that point.
Yes. So again, I was renting with Rana for, I want to say, so a year, a little bit more than a year. So we already had that relationship before I started the 75-hour laser course. So when I submitted the 75-hour laser course and basically it was approved, I basically asked her if she was willing to help me with the admin work. So like emailing, again, it's her facility. So I'm sure like on the website, it tells you like my name and then the facility where I was at. So people were going to inquire and email and ask questions regarding the class. So I did ask her if she can basically email students back if I didn't have the time to do so. I was still helping her out with that, but she was also helping me out. Again, she was printing out, so I would have her print out the certification because she did have a printer at the facility. So I would ask her to print out the certifications at her facility or Office Depot, wherever the closest, whatever's convenient for her. So she did have access to my certification of completion. As far as the online course, I did ask her because I was having issues with the photos. So I did ask her to sign in as a student just to see, as you can see on the supporting documents, it was a text message between us two, not her as a student, but just her helping me out. Hey, can you let me know if there's any issues with the photos or anything like that, if there's any discrepancy with logging in. And that's what she did. So those were the only thing that she had access. As far as the photos and videos, again, this was her facility. So she can go in and out whenever as she please. So she did post some of my photos and videos to her social media just to market the class. But at one point I did ask her to please not go in there because she was in there a lot. And so I was like, it's uncomfortable for me, and I'm sure it's uncomfortable for students because she wasn't a part of one of the students. So I did ask her if she was, if she's not if it's okay for her not to be in there. And she did agree. And as far as the certification of completion, again, I wasn't in contact with her in December. So I stopped speaking with her in November. I also have a statement from my medical director stating that she never signed this certification of hers that she submitted, as well as I know I've never signed that. So basically it's a fake certification.
So she took a past certificate then and used those signatures and then just inserted her name onto it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Yes, I did see that letter in there from the medical director saying that she didn't also go through any lists with her name on it. I don't know. For me, this is just a concern because, there's so many of these laser courses popping up, and, it's just a really easy thing to have happened. It was a really bad decision on your on your end. And, as a business owner, I know how that goes. You're trusting and naive and things happen. And, I can relate to that, but this is a pretty big deal to have happen. And, for me, that's just a little bit of a concern. So I'd love to hear more concerns from, everybody else so we can kind of collectively make an agreement. But, I do know that mistakes happen and things like that, and you can't always trust who you work from. But to me, that working relationship is just so not structured that it's just, a big red flag.
And I get that. And, definitely this is a lesson learned. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't take somebody that wasn't licensed and had her took my class. Again, the only thing I did wrong was trusting somebody that I was working with. And that was the only thing I did wrong. So yeah, definitely lesson learned.
Agreed.
How many, I'm sorry,
Go right ahead.
Board Member Ditzler, how many students have you graduated in that class?
I can't remember. I haven't done class in a while, so I want to say maybe like 20. I can't on the top of my head. I'm thinking maybe 20. I can't remember for sure. I was only doing it from October, I think, to December. So probably 20.
Maybe a list could be sent to the board at you've actually graduated. So
I actually did that already. I did submit to, I already submitted it to you guys.
Okay.
Board Member Bramo, I understand because I understand business as well. And when you giving somebody the opportunity to advance themselves and support you in your business, it sounds like it was her establishment, it was your business. But I think that, and we always have the consequences that we suffer when we trust in somebody, and ultimately the decision, ultimately the person that's in charge, you know, that actually is certified to do this particular business is the one that, you know, probably a lot of times suffer. But the questions that I have, the concern, it's mainly a concern, is how many other certificates that are out there. I just, it's hard to believe that it's just that one. It could be possibly, but as a person that had the authority to actually issue a certificate, that's a big deal. They got caught that one time, but sometimes we do things and we don't get caught. So, you know, with those ones that you trained, we don't know how many got certificates that you didn't train.
And yes, and I agree with you. But I think now that you guys are auditing the students, which makes it a lot better because you guys, you know, we have to send in basically the names, and I know you guys were auditing and stuff like that. So I think that makes it a lot better on your end. So you guys know who the students are in the class, and then, you know, and the certifications are legit.
Yeah, but I haven't been given that information. That's the problem. We haven't been given the information of how many people that had legit certifications from your company and who didn't come from your company. We don't know that. All we get right now is the information that you submit as a petitioner.
Right. And I did submit the names, all the students that that had attended my class. I submitted it to, I believe, Lauren. She does have the email. So she has the list of all the names that attended my class that I approved of.
So can I?
Is there a way to confirm that those are the only certificates that were printed though?
Well, for right now, there's probably the only ones printed, but we don't know how many other ones that attended the class and didn't attend the class when we're making a decision today.
Madam President, do you want us, Steve McDonald, the director for the record, you want to put this up or?
We can.
Whatever the pleasure you have, we do have a list of the names that she has submitted. And so we can track to see if someone that comes from her training, from her certification, we can bounce it off compared to the list that we have here.
Okay, so can I ask a question? Let me ask staff a question. Hold on one second. Do we have a record to show that how many individuals with that same certification that have received AE license?
We would have to do some legwork to pull all that documentation up, but any of the laser course providers, we had a pretty good relationship with them. If we saw a certificate that looked odd or different, or even fraudulent, like if somebody maybe changed it, we would reach out to the course providers to confirm. So I don't recall her particular course having any other issues outside of this one particular issue.
Because that other issue, how do we locate that issue? Because that issue was already, this is the same person that was already signing them for everybody else. That's the part I'm confused about.
How we caught this particular issue. We were able to isolate this particular issue because the person that allegedly made the fake certificate, Rana, advised to us that she had taken the course. I believe via email. She reached out to me because she wanted to provide her own course. And then because at that time, there were issues with students taking the courses, individuals that were not actually licensed. And we were trying to ensure that no students were taking the course. They had to actually be licensed. So we actually did fact check a lot of the certs because we were trying to ensure that no students were taking the courses. So that's how we were able to come across the Rana certificate.
Okay.
She effectively told on herself.
And a lot of the course providers will send us a roster of who just completed. So that way, when we do get certificates that are coming through the applications, we can cross-check. So that way, if we get a certificate, but you weren't on this provider's list, then it's.
So what do we do about certificates that's coming in after today?
Well, after today or in the last couple of months, we've been requiring screenshots, like screen grabs for anything that was done online to verify that they actually completed the 45 hours online. And then I believe they're also turning in the like handwritten sign-in sheets for when they're doing their
For
practical
this
hours.
petitioner, Rosaline, to legal, I don't want to mispronounce her name.
It's okay.
Okay, I don't want to mispronounce your name because I'll mess it up.
It's okay.
So just moving forward, I'm just trying to make it where it's going to be, you will still be able to continue to be a provider if the board decides to make that vote today. But I just want to be able to make sure that there's no additional certificates that's out there coming in after the fact that did not complete the course. Because from what I'm understanding, and please let me be clear, because sometimes I'm not so clear, okay, before I speak. So let me just be clear. You tell me if I'm clear, if I'm saying this right. The particular lady that was working with you, that was actually the Rona lady, okay, we're gonna say Rona, actually printing your certificates for you.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Brian Baltazar, maybe moving forward, is there a way that you can maybe change the certificate itself? So that way, if anything reflects the old version, including obviously cross-checking is going to be the most effective. Like if a name pops up that's not on the list that's provided, well, then that's pretty clear as day that that individual is not meant to have a certificate, but maybe just changing the design of the certificate so that way it will pop up as a red flag, anything that's old, that reflects the old version.
Yes, I definitely can do that.
So can you also do this, Board Member Bramo? Can you today, whenever this week with staff, can you just verify that list? And if another certificate comes in, even if that individual took the class prior and haven't tested yet or haven't submitted for documentation for that license, we're probably not going to be able to take it. So if you're going to agree to change the certificate, so moving forward, the only certificates that's going to be accepted is if the board agrees today, the new certificate. So you need to verify that list to make sure that everybody's on there, because we're not going to be able to accept another certificate that looks like the old certificate.
Okay.
So if you have anybody else out there that haven't submitted, their documents or paid their fees to be actually to receive their license, we need you need to let the board staff know that like immediately.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay.
Board Member O'Brien, I would just also like to state that going forward, if the board does agree to continue allowing your laser course to happen, that is just something that you spearhead only. And, going forward, you don't let other people print that, have access to that. As a business owner, there's a lot of legwork, as you know. And up until this point, I'm sure you were doing like a wonderful job, but just delegating out those tasks, like just make sure that it's not, something that can really put you in a bad position with the board going forward. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Yeah. Board Member Douglas.
I wanted to ask, when you said that you guys have a rapport with all the technicians that give classes, is there any way, once they send you guys that list, that the cosmetologist board could put like a seal on it to make it like more secure?
For the providers?
Yes.
We can put, Steve McDonald, for the record, it's whatever the board's pleasure is, we can definitely put a seal at that, if you want to call a seal of approval, that the board has approved this course to try to prevent, some kind of fraud. That's what this is, right? This fraud occurring. We could definitely take a look at that and bring it back before the board.
Right, because if you guys would have put a seal on those applicants, maybe this person got, well, she didn't get it because it was fraudulent. You guys caught it, but if you guys put a seal on something, it'd be like more. To me, it'd be more secure.
Sure. Well, yes, member, I apologize. Is that what the board puts on that prevents fraud now on the licenses is that nice sticker. That's a special sticker that goes on the license,
okay.
so they can't reproduce that. We normally don't put that on certificates. We put
Right,
the actual
right.
issued by the board. The certificate is issued by the
Correct.
provider. And so we typically don't put anything like that on there. What we do have is a list on our website that doesn't get on our website unless we put it on there saying, these are the providers that have been approved to go get that training.
Right.
So we do put that out there on our website, so that people can have access and know and compare prices and whatnot and classes and schedules. So we typically don't put that kind of a big state seal on a certification put in. But
I have another question. Board Member Bramo, I just don't think that the board is in position, and I don't think we want to put ourselves in that position to put a seal on anybody's program. Because there's so many different kind of programs out there, and people offer what they offer. Some offer more, some offer less. I just think as a business owner, the board has given permission to the licensees to offer this advanced course. And I think the board should be able to have the ability to take it away at any given time when it's being misused. So, you know, it's just gonna be a case-by-case basis, Board Member Douglas, I believe. No, that's good. I'm glad you did. That was a good question. Because we do have to figure out, and I think that's kind of like where we are today, is trying to figure out these programs and how they're gonna be operating properly to a standard where, you know, that the board can say, these are good qualified programs on our website. You know, and if you want it, it's whatever the choice is, it's oranges or apples. Prices, however, whatever they're offering, there's so many different, hundreds of different kinds of laser machines. But I just think that as a business owner, as Board Member Molly said, that you have to be able to make a decision about your business and how it's gonna be structured. Because moving forward, we just can't have false certificates. We had a public comment this morning talking about how dangerous, and I, coming from a nurse, and I believe these lasers can do some serious damage. If the individual cannot be able to control this business, then the board has an obligation to the public for health and safety to make sure that they are secure and these procedures are done properly. So I just think we need to take it serious case by case. That I think we agreed that it's gonna be some changes with the certificate moving forward. And boards, inspectors are gonna be out there, and they need to be out there making sure that the public is safe. Because this is just not safe for somebody printing certificates. You know, and I don't know how many certificates that got printed. It's, you know, you just don't know, but we're not gonna go into that. Cause I can be ranting all day about that. Okay.
And this is Jane, for the record, but effective prior, probably in January, we required them to show proof of them being in the course. They don't just turn in a certificate anymore. They turn in a certificate, sign-in sheets, and then a screenshot from their online. So you'd have to fake more than one document for sure. Now, because we double check about 3 different documents.
Good.
Board Member O'Brien, in return to that question, is this a class that would be able to handle those requirements set in place in January? If we were to allow her to continue her laser course, would she be able to meet those requirements?
She would probably just need to be refreshed on that. If I recall correctly, she used Thinkific for your online portion, which we were able to determine doesn't track the hours. So it would just probably be a issue of moving the platform, but we can work with her so she knows what the new requirements
Great.
voted on today would be. For sure.
Great, so she could work with you, I think, get that up to speed and go forward and open that back up to
Because
the
the
public
board's
if we
gonna vote
agree.
on today the new requirements, so.
Yeah.
If you want to add the new requirements in the motion, I can call for a motion. Any other questions or comments by any of the board members? Any other questions or comments from staff? Okay. This seems like it's gonna be a pretty long motion. Everybody got anybody jot down what we want that to look like? Okay, so can I call, Molly, you want to call for the motion?
Okay, this is my first motion, so just bear with me. I'd like to call for a motion for petitioner Ronalyn Tag to be allowed to teach her 75-hour laser course for advanced aesthetics with the stipulation that her certificates are changed, that she communicates with board staff about the past and future students, and those certificates are issued to those students so there's no confusion. And that she works with board staff to get her course up to speed with the requirements for capturing online hours, as well as all the other requirements set forth. But
You also have a deadline for the change certificates when that needs to be submitted.
immediately. Like
Maybe it can be 30 days,
30 days.
or what is your?
As soon as possible.
Okay.
Would like
Maybe like a
48 hours, too much?
Yeah. Can you ask
Maybe
ask her how soon
what's
can she
feasible.
revise certificate?
How quickly could you provide a revised certificate? That's reasonable for you.
I can do today.
Okay, can we do 48 hours? then?
Yeah.
Is that okay? And then I would also like to add in the motion that that revised certificate have a deadline of 48 hours from today.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you guys so much.
That motion?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, good luck, Ms. Roslyn.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye. Petitioner number 2 is Irona Robina AE 2233. Do we have petitioner Rona Robina? She's on mute.
Rona, can you hear us?
She's on mute. I believe she's with a client.
Assistant?
Rona Robina, are you here? We see you on the screen. Can you hear us?
No, we don't see her.
She's there.
It's on the line.
She's up. Oh, you beside her. We can come back to her.
My trailer, and just come back to it.
We can come back to her. We're gonna come back to petitioner number 2. Petitioner number 3 is Betsy Riviera. Betsy Riviera Glam Hair and Makeup Studio for a possible discussion and action. Betsy Riviera Glam Hair and Makeup Studio, are you here?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I wanna, I'm gonna speak a little bit English, but I understand you.
Okay,
What
can
did
you
you say?
excuse me 1 minute? 1 minute,
All right.
Ms. Riviera. We would like to have you to be sworn in, even though we can't see your right hand. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please?
Yes,
Okay, good morning. Your right hand up.
yes,
All right. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence that you present today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? By saying I do?
yes,
Thank you.
Okay, so you filled out, you signed a petition and to come before the board for, can you give us more detail?
yeah, I'm looking for it's the new business on the Boulevard Mall. And then petition is for my license to, I have a problem with the, something with the restaurants. It's not too far, but I wanna to, is to have a time to check the distance is close to the my space.
So you submitted a floor plan. We're looking at the floor plan. So you
Yes.
submitted a floor plan and
This is Board Member Ditzler. Ms. Riviera, do you have what kind of salon are you opening?
It's in the Boulevard Mall.
Okay, what services are you offering?
Cosmetology, just hair.
Okay, do you have a dispensary?
Yes.
But
I have a dispensary, I have the shampoo bowl.
All right, that's all you have? No sinks?
Yes, in the sink, yeah, in my space, but out to the space is the restrooms.
Okay, you're saying that this is 260 feet away from the salon you want to open?
Yeah.
Our laws require to at least within 100 feet. You're almost 3 times that distance.
But it's not too far. To me, it's not too far. You have to, because before I have another salon right there, it's the same distance. That's why I wanted to, if you look it out, it's not too far.
There was another salon.
So, excuse me, Board Member Bramo, I have a question for staff. So this was licensed before the same distance?
Yeah, because they have 1 or 2 years before, I have one salon right there.
I don't know without a doubt that there was a salon in there, but it's possible. She does have a sink in the establishment, just the restroom is located.
That's just a shampoo bowl?
No, she has a dispensary sink and a shampoo bowl, just no restroom.
Yes.
Actual little.
I'm just interested. That's a long ways.
It's the common.
There are several establishments in the Boulevard Mall.
Several
None of them have
cosmetology
restrooms?
establishments?
No, they're all restrooms that are available to the public in the actual mall itself. And some of them are closer than others. She is in a stall.
Most of them have restrooms in the salons inside.
I mean, because excuse me,
They have restrooms inside.
we're just having a conversation, Ms. Betsy, but I'm kind of something, because I've been here for 7 years and I can't remember licensing somebody 300 feet away from a restroom. I just, maybe we did, but I don't remember.
I remember.
Have we ever?
Only, you guys only approve, swap meets.
Right.
You've done that, but not the boulevard.
That's a long ways. If I have to go to the restroom.
Or some closer.
I think we need to, as inspectors, we need to go out there. I would like to see the inspection staff.
Yeah, that's why I need it.
Exactly how far. We don't want to hold you up, Ms. Riviera, but today I'm not comfortable with close to 300 feet away. 300 feet away is a long ways to go to the restroom.
It's not 300, it's less than the 250.
Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me, 260.
Do we want to table?
Yeah.
Do we need a motion to table?
Yeah, I think we're gonna, I know we don't want to hold you up. But I think the inspectors need to go out and take a good walk.
Yeah.
You are to where the restrooms are, and then we can probably, Deputy AG, can we, if the inspectors see that that walk is not that far of a walk, does she have to come back before us, or is this something that staff can do?
I recommend that after the inspectors complete their inspection, that they still come to the board.
Okay.
Because the board needs to get a full assessment as to what the distance is and any of the concerns. that
Okay,
they
I
have.
agree.
So if you wanted to, if any board member is considering tabling this particular agenda item, you just need to specify in your motion to which meeting day.
Because you're passing, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're passing 7 businesses and going down a long hallway.
It's a long ways.
It's a long ways.
Okay, can I get a motion, please?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to hold Bessie Riviera glam hair salon, and what is it, until further notice, until we get it.
Table the.
Oh, we'd like to table, I would like to table it.
To which time, for the July meeting, or is that proper?
The next board meeting?
Yeah, the July board meeting. Okay, so in your motion, you just need to specify that you are moving to table this agenda item until July.
I'm gonna
July board meeting.
table this motion until our July meeting,
Based on inspection.
based on when our inspector goes out and give us the information back and with the results.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Do you understand, Ms. Riviera, what just happened?
Yeah, I understand.
Because we just really have to, the inspectors have to really go out to see the walking distance, because they would have to be able to come back and bring the information to the board.
Okay.
Because looking at the map, it looks like it's a really long ways, because you're passing about 7 or 8 businesses to get to the restroom. So,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, so they're gonna table it to the next board meeting.
Okay. Do you know what date the inspection going in?
We don't know what date. They'll just go there when they're in the area. You don't have to be there.
Ah, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
All right. Thank
All
you
right,
so
thank
much.
you. All righty. Have a nice
All right.
day.
Okay, you too.
Can we go back to petitioner number 2, Rona? Is it Rona Robina, AE 2233? Are you available? We'll move on to petitioner number 4. It's Helen Biong, A7415, Blissful Browse. Are you here today?
Yes, I am.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
It's raised.
Okay, so you'll be sworn in.
Good morning, there you are, we see you.
Oh, there I am. I don't know how. Okay,
All righty, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence that you present today, this testimony, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? By saying
Yeah.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Well, I'm a threader and I have a couple licenses that I needed to renew in person. So the license didn't get renewed was the establishment license, which needs to be changed into the salon license, as I was told by the office personnel, because I offered waxing, even though I have an esthetician license to do so. But time was running out that day. I have to go pick up my daughter. So I went online a couple of days ago. I mean, a couple of days later to renew it online. And so the renew, and so I waited, so the nothing shows up. So a couple of weeks later, the inspector shows up to my establishment and cited me for practice in a locations that is not licensed or authorized by the board. And also cited for practice in a salon without a license and using an advertisement, knowingly it was false and deceptive. So those are the 3 citations that I got, total up to $2,100, which was never received any notification about my confirmation on my renewal. But later to find out that when I made a phone call to the state board office and found out it was sent out via email, but not 1 time, 2 times, or 3 times, but 5 times. And then, but it was sent back to the sender. They said the email was wrong or incorrectly. So, but there wasn't any other forms of notice that was sent out to me also, either. There wasn't any postmail, no phone calls, no text messages. And also my bank statement shows that I have a $25 that was being charged on my bank account and has not been credited back. And the website that was, I spoke to the person on the phone. She told me that she found stuff on my website that was supposed to be, I'm not allowed to offer this type of service. So after I spoke to her, the website was, but that website was created prior to me knowing that because I have an esthetician license also, so I didn't know that I was not allowed to do that type of service. Since then, I spoke to the office at the estate board. I have removed all their services from the website. That is not allowed by the estate board. Sorry. Yeah, that was it. And I can show you this bank statement that is still showing here that there is a $25 that's being charged here. Is there a way to see it?
We can see it. I mean, I believe you about the $25 charge. I don't doubt it was charged $25. I don't doubt that at all.
Can we hear from the staff?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's here. We're gonna hear, are you done or you have more to say to us? Because we're gonna ask to hear from the staff because we want to be able to see what services that you were actually offering in your business and offering something else different. Is that what I'm hearing? You're being charged today, you're being fined today because you have an establishment license to do one particular service, but you were doing some other services inside because you have the license to do it?
Well, yes, I have the esthetician license to perform waxing, but the person that told me I can't, I have to switch it to the salon license to perform waxing.
That is correct.
Okay, so let's just see what we have, okay? Let's just see.
Just give me a
Hold on one second.
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist for the record. This is a threading establishment. So a threading establishment doesn't follow the same requirements as a salon establishment does. In order to add or remove services to any of our establishments, you have to have a new salon application and a new fee. So a threading establishment wouldn't be allowed to offer esthetician services without it being licensed to do so. This is the invoice that she did receive. So she was practicing in a location that was not authorized by the board because it was not licensed to offer aesthetic services. It was a threading establishment only. She was operating a salon without a license because it wasn't licensed to offer aesthetics. And her advertisement, she was advertising for waxing services. This was the photo from the inspection. So it does show right here her waxing and threading. This is the wax pot that was on site at the time that the inspection happened. And then I do have, so she did submit quite a few applications trying to renew her threading establishment. So on this threading establishment application on January 5th, she notated that she does offer other services, which is waxing. This application was refunded that day, and she was told that she needs a new salon application, or she needs to open up an establishment rather. Then she was also sent a direct email letting her know exactly why we're asking her to open up an establishment license to have skin services. She was doing tinting, and then she has a whole menu of waxing that was being advertised online. We did let her know in this email to please submit the salon application and remove the advertisement, as she's in violation of the NRS.
But the email was never received. I would have removed all the services if I received of those emails. You guys sent it out 5 times, and 5 times it was sent back to you guys, and there's no other notification that's being sent out to me. Either a phone call, a mail, a phone call, text messages, none of that was sent out to me, or sent out to notify me. It was just plain emails.
Right. On the first application, on January 5th, she was in person in the office. So she was told verbatim in person that we're refining your application. And then she is correct where she told the staff member, I'm going to do it at home later. And then she did resubmit a second application on January 11th, where she did not list that she was doing the waxing, which is she was still advertising for waxing. So that second renewal was also refunded because the advertisements weren't taken down. So we weren't going to renew a threading establishment license when we knew that she was doing the waxing services.
So my question, Board Member Ramo, question for you, Ms. Riviera. When you were in the board office and you no, she came in the board office in person, right?
Initially,
Yeah, on the 5th, I came in person, and then a week later, I went online and applied online, and I'm waiting for it to my notification or confirmation to be sent out to me, and I received nothing over the mail, no phone calls, no text, nothing was received.
Okay, I just have this question. I didn't get a chance to complete it. So when you were in the board office to renew your application, and you were told that you needed to do a salon establishment because of the different services, at that time, did you go back home? Because it looks like you said you didn't do those services.
Oh, no. That was, I didn't realize that I can't because I have an esthetician license. So I thought I was able to perform waxing.
Actually, Brian Baltazar, so maybe were you not told of what the requirements were when you came in person?
I was in person, yes, she told me, and
Okay, so that was your notification that you needed to apply those changes and you still chose not to?
Well, I did. I stopped all those services. I was.
Okay, I think you answered the question.
Okay, so I think where the board is a little confused is because you say you weren't notified all the other emails, but then you were notified when you were in the board office. They explained to you that because you needed a salon establishment license to offer those the aesthetic services, you still applied for a waxing establishment renewal, right?
No, I couldn't do it because I needed a salon license because the personnel at the in person in the office told me I needed a salon license to perform all that. And my current service is only for waxing and threading. I don't have perform anything else because it's inside the swap meet, so it's a little space. So there's nothing, I don't offer anything else besides threading and waxing of the eyebrows and the face. That's it.
But because you have an esthetician license, it's up to you what services that you want to offer. You can offer them all if you want to.
Yeah, but because it's inside the swap meet, so the space is very limited, and it doesn't have a room. It's just a very small space.
Ms. Helen, this is Board Member Ditzler. I think that the fact that you're offering waxing when your salon is not authorized by the board, but just only to do threading. And so therefore you aren't allowed to do waxing and you're still continuing to do that.
Oh, it. I haven't done since I was told to do, not to do it.
Okay, is your sign still say you do waxing?
I took it all down. You can come back for reinspection, and the website is all taken off. Everything is removed.
Okay, also, Ms. Helen, did you give them your email address?
Correct. I give them the email address, but I received nothing. And it's been the same email address I have for many, I don't know, since I started to apply for licenses. It's the same email.
Can we make sure we have the correct email address? We're gonna just call out do we have our email address handy so we can just make sure? Because it's kind of confusing if you have the same email address, we emailed you 5 times and you didn't receive it. Maybe it went to spam?
No, it's got sent back to the sender, meaning the email address was incorrect, and the state board.
How would she get that notification? If you
How
sent
would-
out the email, how would she get a notification that it was sent back to you?
This is
That doesn't make sense.
So we did, I sent her notifications via email. I copied it directly off of her application and pasted it into the email send line, and it was bounced back. She knows that because I also had a phone conversation with her, reiterating all of the information that was outlined in my email, which is what you see, where you see screenshots of her advertisements that are highlighted. That it wasn't received, but it did bounce.
Do you have her application? That has her email on it?
Yeah, I just redacted it out.
Yes.
But what is on her application is the email address that correspondence was being sent to.
Okay. So I'm wondering why she wasn't receiving the emails.
Right, it was a delivery issue for her Gmail account.
Why is it sent back to the sender 5 times? Not just once, twice, 3. Does she not have my phone number, my address? That, she can mail.
But you said that you did call.
You did.
And that's why she knows. So she's saying that you didn't.
I'm scrolling through. This is
Okay,
being
hold
for
on,
the record.
hold on 1 second, Ms. Riviere. We're gonna let you speak.
It was an issue on her inbox. It says recipient inbox is full.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
So that's beyond our capacity to control, Ms. Wong. If your mailbox is full, there's nothing we can do about that.
Wait, if it's full, why is other emails got, I read.
The attachments are big. It's because the attachments are big, most likely.
I think it's.
I have a question, Board Member O'Brien. I have a question, Board Member O'Brien. What is your goal with this today? Do you have an establishment license? Have we, given you, or do you know which one you want? Are you going to continue doing waxing? Where are we going with this?
Well, if I do waxing, I have to submit the salon license and the floor plan. Now what is it? The restroom is probably about 100 feet. Do I still have to require a sink in my establishment? Because this is a salon. You can walk to this to the restroom really close, or at least my space was very close to the bathroom. So do I still need a sink to apply for my?
If it's within 100 feet, then the staff could actually approve it. But if it's over or past 100 feet, then you would have to come back before the board. So do you know that for sure? It's just 100 feet?
Very close. I can walk there less than 100 feet.
The restroom.
Right, you still have to have a dispensary.
Right. Oh, you don't have a sink inside your establishment at all?
No.
Oh. Well, you would have to get the salon establishment laws. You would have to follow up under those regulations. You would have to get the criteria set for a salon establishment. I can't tell you what all those criteria are right now, but you would have to follow it. And if it exceeds it, then you would have to come back before the board to get approval. So if you're just licensed to do brows and it's a small space, license it as an establishment is going to give you an opportunity to provide more services So maybe, I don't know, economically, it might be better to get a bigger space so you can offer more services, have other people there. I'm not quite sure what the situation is. But once you're licensing it as an establishment, you can do brows, you can do lashes, you can do waxing, you can do all those aesthetic services. So that's going to be up to you, but their space is small and it was licensed without a sink for you to do things in very particular because it's not the same requirements. So it's giving you that opportunity to have your business there at the swap meet with just the services that you're licensed to perform. So I think that's just a business decision you're gonna have to make. So I think the question was by one of the board members, and she can speak that question again, because I'm like at the same place.
Yeah, board member O'Brien, I just want to clarify, January 11th, was it January 11th, the 2nd? You filed that you were not going to do any waxing services or anything other than the threading. Was that your idea going forward? Was you were going to forego the salon establishment? You're just going to do threading?
Yeah, as far as now, because I have to, sort out what is the requirement, salon license versus just the establishment license.
Mhm. Okay, so your goal with this is just to get back to your threading establishment license and to get rid of the wax pot, no waxing in there, no other services. That's what your game plan is for going forward?
Yeah, everything
Okay,
is just
thank you.
to the email and everything was gone. Or I removed.
Yes, yes. And you haven't renewed that license as of today?
Yeah, because there's a still pending of my $25 that's being, what is it? Taken off on my bank account. So if I do go in, what should I do?
I mean, I would communicate with board staff over that and get to the bottom of it. Yeah. If we have time.
Hold on one second, Ms. Fong. Staff is right here. Did we collect the $25 for her establishment? For her to continue?
It's still not credited back to my bank account. It's still $25 taken out. There's a date and let's see, right, highlighted.
We can see it. What is the date on your bill, Ellen?
Can you see it?
Yes.
It's 1/6.
It's January.
I can't. You guys have good eyes. I can't see that.
On January 5th and January 11th, and both were refunded. I can send
Oh
them.
yeah, that one is refunded, but this one is on the 6th posted was on the January 5th, the day that I went in.
Both of them have been.
But have you not got any receipts for February and March?
February, March? No, I didn't go in March. Oh, receipt? Yeah, I have a current one. February? Nothing was on here. I don't know if you can see it.
Okay, I think we have a bigger problem than the $25 here, but we're okay with that. I think right now, Ms. Vaughn, I think the problem is bigger than the $25, because I think we're making a decision about a $2,000 fine. Are we correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Hold on.
Madam President, it's her
I
license.
believe it's her individual threading registration that she is seeing the charge from,
$25.
which is also $25,
Okay.
which occurred on the 5th, January 5th. Yeah, which
So-
has not been refunded.
So let's be clear, board. So the $25, it was for her individual, not her, do they pay for an establishment as well?
Yes, the threading establishment.
And how much for the threading
The two that have
establishment?
been refunded.
Okay,
They're all the same.
so $125 was refunded back and the $125, both of them, so neither one of them been paid.
Her 2 establishment attempts were refunded. Her individual registration was not refunded because it has been successfully issued.
Okay, so now do you understand that?
What do you mean?
The $25 that you're seeing on your statement is the $25 for your establishment, for you personal, your personal threading license.
Yeah.
The $25 that was refunded twice was for your establishment.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
So that charge isn't gonna fall off your statement. You're gonna still see that reflected because that's issued to you as the threader to do the service. Your 2 that fell off were for you to have the establishment. So that's why you're still seeing that reflected on your statement.
Yeah, but I have no license that's being sent out to me. I have not received any license for that charge.
Looks as though she was in the office when she received her individual threader, but give me a moment.
Okay, we're gonna check to make sure that you received your license. We're gonna make sure you receive your license, but are you still working without an establishment license?
I'm still waiting in the mail and nothing received. I received nothing.
I know, but that was for your personal license. Now we're talking about your establishment license that was returned to you.
That is the establishment license. There's no personal license.
That's because they were credited probably right back, so there's no charge.
You were just.
We got the
asking if she's doing
$25. We need to
services,
issue a
right?
license for one of the $25,
Yeah.
whether it be establishment.
She was in the office when she received her individual rudder registration, so it should have been handed to her over the counter.
Yeah,
Yes.
we printed right then and there.
But my bank statement shows that there is a $25 that's been taken out by the state board, Cosmetology, but what's,
Rudder registration.
Okay.
Miss Helen,
Yeah.
did you receive anything when you were at the counter, when you came into the office physically? Were you handed a license? Because that is what that charge on your statement is for. You should have been handed by the teller your license, and that licensed you to do the service. The two charges that you're concerned about falling off, those were already taken off, but that one that you're still seeing reflected on that statement is not going to come off because that's for your physical license for you to take into your salon, someone else's salon, anyone's salon to do threading. The license that you were not given was your establishment license that allows you to have a physical location. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Okay, so that charge is not going to come off of your statement, but we would like to follow up with you and make sure that you do have your physical license that allows you to do that service. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So can we maybe have you reach out to board staff and figure out that conflict since that's not really pertaining to the fines today?
Sure.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome. So then can we get back to the fines for today?
But then we have to get back to the establishment license, board member
Right.
Bramo. So that means we're still working without an establishment license as
Right.
well.
Right. Have you been doing services since January?
Well, I'm still waiting. I assume that because of the $25 charge, I'm waiting for my license to be mailed to me. But I haven't received anything. So
You
I,
haven't done any services since then because you didn't have the license?
yeah.
Sorry.
You can lead her into
This
it.
is Jane for the record. If you would like the inspector that went to the
Yeah.
establishment on January the 25th is available to speak to her inspection findings. But the violation was issued on January the 25th, which would have been after all
Okay.
of the various conversations that she
Okay.
had with
Okay.
various staff.
So right now, Mrs. Wong, we're gonna have the inspector, she's here, that actually came into your establishment so that we can move forward to the next phase of this petition, okay? We've already established that if you don't have your individual license and it didn't get handed to you, then we'll make sure it gets handed to you by tomorrow, if you can come into the office. But then we're gonna still need you to get the establishment taken care of. But right now, the board is going to hear the petition for the actual fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the mail was not received for any of the
Okay.
notifications. So
Okay.
I have,
Okay, we got that part. We understand that. We're doing it.
thank you.
So
Thank
now
you.
we're getting ready to talk about the next phase of the petition. We have our inspector here. Can we swear our inspector in?
State your name for the record.
That's Dana Lopez, Inspector.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence and testimony that you present in this matter today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So go right ahead, Inspector. Can you tell us what you've seen on that, was it 125?
That is correct. It was on
Okay.
125. So as I entered into the swap meet, I was able to visualize, because it's a pretty open space, that the licensee was performing a service as I was, going in. And then when I went in to inspect the area, I did find her wax pot, which was on. So I did take that picture because the wax pot was on with a red light. And she was working on an individual, and I visualized that the advertisement for wax and threading. I did ask if we could talk, off to the side, and I did let her know based on the correspondence with the office team that she would be receiving a citation for the advertisement and offering the waxing services as they were told to be removed. Checked the email. She did state that she didn't receive anything, and I did advise her to go into her email, check her, junk box, and make sure that she did receive those emails. And that was it. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Okay, so what do you have to say now? I'm confused.
Well, I did call the, sorry. Oh, stop. I did call excuse me. Oh, sorry. I did call the office, and the office says that it was being sent out 5 times. I already said that. And it was sent back to sender. So, I mean, there was, and none of the email was received.
Okay, so we got it. The emails weren't received, board. And you, correct me if I'm wrong, were you told not to perform those services when you were inside the office?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from any other board members?
So you admit that you did perform services after you were told not to?
I have not performed it ever since I was told not to.
So wait, okay, now you just contradict. So you were told to not perform services before the the January 25th incident?
Yes.
But you still chose to? Yes or no?
I haven't performed.
Okay, on January 6th, 5th, you came into the office.
Yeah.
You were told then not to perform any of those services.
Because I need a salon license, yes.
Okay, but then in the 25th of January, which is 3 weeks later, inspector found you doing those services. So you did continue doing them.
Well, I was still waiting in the mail, assuming that, the license was being sent out because I already applied online on the 11th. And so I assume it's still in the mail. So I just,
Ms. Vaughn, you know, though, that you were not supposed to be doing any waxing services. And yet you're still continuing doing those.
I haven't done any waxing services since I was told.
Can we hear from the board inspector?
Yeah, I was also going to say on that date of the inspection, I did go in, and when I visualized the waxing, it was told to her that she was not allowed to perform those services. And she said, I'm an esthetician, I'm licensed. And it was explained to her that she was not able to perform that because her establishment is not authorized by the board. Again, and that why she was going to be issued the citation of non-compliance. So
I just want to make sure she understands because
that's why
there's a disconnect. Yeah, but I don't.
Well, it was clearly a disconnect, but I think it was a disconnect possibly on the licensee's part, because when you were told not to, January 5th, let's just be clear, and we have to move on. January 5th, you went into the board staff office, correct?
Yeah.
When you were in the board when you were in the board office, you were told that you have a threader certification. You cannot do waxing. Was you told that?
Yes.
Okay, January 25th, the inspector went out to inspect your space where you were certified to do your threading. And you were told again that you cannot do waxing services, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Which I haven't been doing. It's just left there and I forgot to unplug it. So it haven't been in use.
Okay, can I call for a motion, please?
Board Member Ditzler, I make a motion that we uphold the $2,100 fine.
Board Member O'Brien, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Can she get conversation with board staff on?
Okay,
explicitly what she could do?
Ms. Vaughn, you can reach out to the board staff for any type of maybe payment arrangement or whatever's necessary to get the proper licenses for the proper services that you will be performing in the future. The board has made a decision today to uphold the fine.
So there's no reduction whatsoever?
No.
Wow.
Thank you.
Because there was no communication through the emails. No email, no phone calls whatsoever. So how is that being liable?
You can work with the board office to make payments.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Petitioner number 5, is it June Bearden, license number N9034. June Bearden, are you here today? Petitioner number 9034, N9034, June Bearden. Okay, can I get a motion to uphold that citation, please?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold June Bearden N-9034.
Board Member Harris, I second that.
Let's call it, let's restate that motion.
Board Member Douglas, I would like to uphold June Bearden N-9034 fine for $600.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so I locked myself out. Wait a minute. Can we go back to Rona? Is it Rona?
Hello.
Okay.
I apologize. I couldn't log on earlier. I'm on my laptop now, so I do have the service. Thank you for waiting for me.
Okay, we wanted to wait and hear from you. Okay, so let me go here. It's Rona Robina AE 2233. Can you raise your right hand, please, to be sworn in?
Yes.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence and testimony you provide today in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so you filed a petition to appear before the board. We would like to hear from you.
Yes. Actually, when I first applied, I did email Lauren and Janie to let them know, hey, what are the steps in order for me to teach, because I am going to be graduating soon. They then asked me, who did you take the class from? Send me all the prior documentations. And that's what I did, didn't hear back. So when I actually applied for the licensing, I was told that it got denied because I did take the course prior to my graduation date. And I said that was totally fine. I went ahead and took another class from Carolina, and I was given my certification in January. Now, this is kind of a shocker to me to find out that I was accused of creating fake certifications. I have been an owner of RNS Beauty and Wellness for 2 years now. Prior to this, I've never had any violations. And during the pandemic, or after the pandemic, actually, in 2021, when I was told that I needed to take, I had to go to esthetician school for me to be able to do body sculpting, I did just that. I followed the protocols, graduated in December, and then applied for my advanced esthetician to be able to teach directly after. Now I'm finding out that I'm creating fake certifications, which is something that I would never do. I don't have any background records from police department or anything like that. I hold my name with high regards as a business owner, as well as an esthetician now. And I have the documentation. I actually wanted to appear at the board today, but I had a client. So I did email those supporting documents to you, Lauren, this morning. I have text messages that I'm texting on a group chat with Ronalyn and another instructor named Sarah. Can you make one for this person? I'll send you the full name and date of certification. They reply yes. I never had access to their certification, nor was I able to even edit anything with the medical director. So with the certification, the medical director's signature is just pasted on all certifications. It's not a handwritten signature. So the medical director had nothing to do with a certification or agreeing that I even took a course, as well as I have a copy of my admin responsibilities that I sent to you over. I don't have anything on there that I'm printing out any certifications. I do have on there that I'm printing out all consent forms with their logo and binding all manuals. In addition, I have text messages that shows when to pick up these certifications from Office Depot, which means I had no access to do them myself.
Oh, that was a lot in one time.
It is. I have to take a deep breath for that one. I hope you understand my frustration. I am also a nonprofit organization dealing with women and children, and this is not something that I would do ever. Again, I have no prior violations to this, and I know that a lot of instructors had prior violations before being approved to teach. So for me to have a discrepancy prior to teaching is a little unfair for me because it's not even giving me an opportunity to prove myself as I became an advanced esthetician.
Okay, so do we have the documents that board member Bramo? Do we have the documents that were sent in recently, Lauren?
We're trying to put
Yeah,
them in the slide. She just sent
emailed
them.
them like 2 minutes ago.
Okay, she
So
just emailed them. Okay, I think I have a question for you, Rona.
Yes.
Board member Bramo, so are you the person that actually print those certificates for the graduates?
I do not print any certifications. I pick up the printed certification from Office Depot located on Charleston and Decatur.
So you don't print them at all?
I do not. I do not have access to their Canva to print any certifications.
I have a question.
Go right ahead.
This is board member Jeffers. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. So is it her advanced aesthetics license in question that was falsified or other students?
Her
advanced aesthetic license. So she still has her AE number.
I do, because after I was told that I took the course prior to my graduation date, I needed to take another course. I went ahead and did that with Carolina and received my AE through her. Again, this was a shocker that it was a discrepancy because what I was told over the phone was, oh, you took this course prior to graduation, you would need to retake it again. And I said, totally fine. I took that class with her. And then once I applied with all of the documents they needed with the medical director and the notary and everything that they requested for me to be able to teach, that is when I was told there was a discrepancy with your certification.
Board member Bramo, one question, then I'll let you guys first. Who did you take that course with prior to being licensed?
I took the course with my partner, Halo Beauty, located here at RNS Beauty and Wellness. We were teaching the course with Shayi Morales, who is the Dean of Milan Institute. She was the one who wrote the curriculum. I was the one that was supposed to be doing all admin responsibilities. Joy was supposed to be, or Ronalyn is what you guys have on paper. Ronalyn was supposed to be doing all of the instructing. Later on added Sarah Ferran to do the instructor courses with her.
So let me just be clear, because I'm getting confused.
Okay.
So prior to you graduating from esthetician school, you took this AE course with the same company that you went back and took this AE course with again?
No. The second time I took it with Carolina. The first time I took it with Halo Beauty, who was my partner here at R&S before we had a fallout. I took the course October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The class here ended October 31st with a fallout. And then I was no longer granted the certification, which was fine. So I went ahead and took it with someone else.
Okay, so I need to know that company. Okay.
Rona, who is Samantha Rose Lee? This is Board Member Ditzler, sorry.
Samantha Rose Lee is a medical director, and I sent you over a screenshot showing that I was part of the contract with Ronalyn and Sarah Ferran.
Well, she says here that she did not have you listed, that you did obtain a certificate unlawfully and does not appear in any communication as a student nor appear on any roster of Halo Beauty of Joy.
As a medical director, she does not even know who is taking the course. They asked for her signature prior to starting the class so that they can copy and paste her signature on all certifications. Medical director does not approve any of the students graduating. I haven't seen medical director come to my place since the notary was here at R&S Beauty and Wellness.
Board Member O'Brien, I think for me and maybe some other members of the board, can we get a date timeline? Like when you started aesthetic school, when you took the class, when you graduated, when you took Carolina's class, and what capacity I'm sorry? Oh, can we? Okay.
Yes.
And then sorry, one follow-up question, because we're going to pull that information I just requested up on the screen, so we don't need that just now. But my follow-up question was, what capacity did you take that course in from Halo Beauty? Were you a student? Were you an admin? Were you an administrative assistant? Can you tell us that?
Yes, I was an admin assistant who took the course to understand what was being taught to other students. Although I wasn't teaching myself, I was taught how to use the laser machine, as well as taking the course online, which I also sent proof to Lauren and Janie that it was 100% on the top. That shows that I did take the course.
Were you hands-on with the lasers?
I was hands-on with the laser with Joy, not with the classroom.
Thank you. Board Member Brahma, with Halo Beauty, how many other students besides yourself that was in that class with you?
It was just myself. It was before the class started with everyone else. This was us gathering all the information and doing it as one-on-one.
So do you know anybody else that took their class and they were just they were in esthetician school?
No, I was the only one that was in esthetician school. Sarah Ferran was already an esthetician or cosmetologist, and so was Ronalyn, an esthetician. Shayi Morales is the dean of Milan, and she too is an instructor and esthetician.
So did you register? You were registered as a student? You have proof of registration as a student?
I showed you guys the copy of the 100% course that I took
Okay.
with Halo Beauty.
Let's let the staff show us what they have.
Okay. Give them a moment.
And I can also send that email, Lauren and Janie, was in our previous messages on, I want to say it was December. But I can send you over another screenshot if you need it. I have all the printed materials here. Again, I was hoping to make it there and printed all of the documents.
Okay, go right ahead.
This is messy.
I can, do you want me to go ahead and resend that, or did you want me to flip my camera?
You can just show us in a few minutes. Let's look at this and then we want to see your information too.
This is her evidence.
Okay, this is Lauren Gossage for the record. For Rana Robina, so her initial license date of being a license at just esthetician is January 12th of 2023. Her application to apply for an advanced esthetician license using that certificate was on the same day. So she had taken the course prior, so she paid for her license and then immediately applied for her advanced esthetician license, which she would have had to take the course still. The certificate of completion from Halo Beauty by Joy was on October 4th of 2022. So the laser course was taken 3 months prior to obtaining an active advanced esthetician license. And
You guys sent over an email, October 11th, stating that there were some previous issues with courses and being taught to students. That was on October 11th, in which I've already taken the course then.
right. So Halo Beauty did let us know that she did not take the class. She did submit a second application to apply for an advanced esthetician license using a new certificate from Carolina Skincare that she received on the 14th of January. Well, yeah.
2 days after.
Certificate- Yeah, the certificate of completion from Carolina Skincare said January 13th, 2023. So it was taken 1 day after obtaining her active esthetician license.
And that's a 75-hour course?
Correct.
How do you do 75 hours in 1 day?
I was able to take her course the following, able to take her course the following day. I did the online portion also there at the school during my lunch break. I was able to finish that course immediately. It was a very easy course. Again, I've already learned all of these items, as well as all these items are what I learned just from graduating esthetician school. So it was easy for me to do the exams and review the documents.
Okay, well, Board Member Bramo, before we move any further, I want to go back to Halo Beauty. So Halo Beauty, you took that class as a student in October 2022, am I correct?
Correct.
You were an aesthetic student.
I was.
You
I was
passed
one
the
of
course, you passed the course on the 22nd. You submitted your documents to our state board saying that you have a certificate that you completed October 22nd, 2022. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
October 4th.
Okay, October 4th. You completed the class October 4th, but you submitted the what happened on the 22nd? I'm looking at something that happened on the 22nd.
The 22nd was an email that I sent asking for what information they will need after I graduated, since I've already taken the course.
Okay.
And that is, mhm.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay.
I just
And that's
wanted to
when
try to follow you.
Yes, and that's when I was told that, or I was asked questions, when did you take this course? Send me over a copy of the certificate and the online portion, and that is what I did. And I didn't hear back until I actually had to apply for my license after I paid the fee. That's when I was told, oh, it was denied because you took this course prior to your graduation date.
Okay, so now we're gonna move forward from Halo Beauty. Is Halo Beauty still offering courses?
No, Halo Beauty was petitioner, the first petitioner.
Yeah.
She said she wasn't doing
First
courses.
petitioner of the day.
They were the ones with the change of certificate and.
No, I'm asking a question about Halo Beauty. Is Halo Beauty, I'm asking staff a question. Are they licensed to offer AE classes?
This is Janie for the record. They are licensed for advanced aesthetics. They are not actively providing the 75-hour laser course.
Okay.
But it was petitioner, the first petitioner, the second petitioner of the day, Ronalyn, is Halo Beauty.
Oh, okay.
Ronalyn.
Okay, so that's Halo Beauty.
Correct.
So you did take the class. That's what I was asking you from the very beginning, Rona. I was
Yes.
asking you, the same person that issued you that certificate, was that the same course that you took while you were a student?
Correct. I apologize. I got it mixed up with me after graduation with Carolina.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Okay, you answered that question. So now let me ask you this question. When you took the class the second time and you were able to complete your certificate in 1 day, anybody that can just take their test and pass it, you complete your certificate, you're telling me in the same day?
No, what happened was I actually got enrolled into the class later than everyone else. The class was for Thursday, Friday, and a Saturday. I applied for the course on Thursday, but was late to be able to go into that classroom setting. I was there on Friday and Saturday and took my last hands-on portion on that Monday. When I was given my certificate with Carolina, I was given my certification with the rest of the group, which that is what I submitted, which was on that Friday. I don't know if the date was correct on that paperwork to begin with, but I know that Carolina provided you guys with a new certification with the medical director signature on that one. Because what I was given was just a temporary.
Medical directors don't check what they sign.
Okay, so this is what I board member Bramo, for me. I would like to see the text messages with you being asked to print certificates.
This is what.
Oh, yes, I sent that over to Lauren.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
I can also send it over to you guys again if you'd like. Lauren, that was, oh, yep, there it goes. It is actually on the one with the Sarah's photo, and then right after that. So you can go to the next slide. Let me pull up my copy here as well. So on here, I asked, can you make a certification for Alice? I'll send the full name today, and date of certification can be today, full name, and then the other student is Serenia. I was asking them to create that. There is also a text message that shows it's ready for pickup, and I asked them, let's see how long it was going to take. Let me pull it up here. And I also sent that one on the email today.
Okay, so this text message was at board member Bramo. This text message was asking you to print certificates for people that didn't complete the course?
No, that's not what it is. There's a misunderstanding. That message there that the slide is on, I am in the blue lettering. So there it says, this is a Canva. This is how it was sent to me for me to be able to pick it up at the location.
Okay.
Since that was sent to the Office Depot. There's also another email. Let's see here.
Okay, so what you're saying to us is you don't print the certificates, you pick them up.
Correct.
Okay.
And even in my admin responsibilities, I don't have anything on here to create any certification. All it tells you here is print manuals, print consent forms, bind manuals, create a PowerPoint, upload questions to Kahoot. These are all of my daily tasks. Nothing on here is for me to be able to create or print a certification.
Okay.
I do have a question, Ms. Robina, about the board member Ditzler, about you just received your aesthetics license, correct?
I received it in January.
Okay, and let's say the course was taken. Do you still feel that in less than 6 months, you're qualified to teach classes?
Yes.
Most of the time you have to go through an extensive class. Any of our instructors or anything like that go through 500 to 1,000 hours.
That is not true. Ronalyn has not taken 500 hours course prior to this.
Nor is more than a year's experience.
A year's experience, not with laser. So that contradicts the laser.
But aesthetics? In aesthetics, did she have more than a year's experience?
I would say yes, but if you're asking, are the people that you guys are granting certifications to, look at their prior violations. Are these violations good enough for them to be able to teach a course? Those are the questions that we should be asking.
I would say if they were longer than a year as far as an esthetician before they became an advanced esthetician. Yes.
That requirement was not told to me. Again, what I was told was you can get your AE license once you receive your certification and you have a medical director to sign off on the notary. Those were all the only requirements. They did not once tell me that I needed to take 500 more hours or whatever the case may be.
Board Member O'Brien, along the same thoughts as Board Member Ditzler, kind of with the thought process and going into this. On Lauren, was it January 12th that the aesthetic license or the AE license was petitioned for?
The day we got her petition?
Yes. When she got her license and then tried to switch it to the AE. Was that on the?
Yes, that was on January 12th.
Okay, so prior to January 12th, you stated that you hadn't actually touched a laser in a class capacity. Is that right?
In a classroom, I had one-on-one training with Halo Beauty. I did not actually teach any course myself.
Right, but okay, so you had one-on-one training as a student, as an aesthetic student.
Correct.
With Halo Beauty.
Correct.
Okay, outside of that class.
Correct.
Okay, and then walk me through this. On the 13th, you signed up for a class and you did 2 days of laser with Carolina Skincare. Is that right?
Correct. There,
Okay.
I don't have the date in front of me, but that should be Friday and Saturday. My registration was on that Thursday. I can pull it up on calendar here.
Okay, so we are, you have 2 days of hands-on class that you're saying through Carolina Skincare, but the hours are kind of not really lining up. And then you have
I had
one-on-one course. I'm sorry, just let me finish this so I don't get confused. And then I promise you can respond. And then you have a one-on-one class with Halo Beauty that we have no documentation of, no understanding of, that wasn't even legal for you to take. And you're asking us to grandfather you into offering a laser course to our public when we have licensees and nurses and everybody coming at the board right now about how safe this is actually going to be for our customers, our clients, people in the public. So I hope that you can understand where the board is coming when we're asking you where your thought process is as far as your qualifications for this course.
And that's understandable, but I also have a medical director that is not someone that I just call when there's an issue. My medical director is on hand. That has been a medical director for 4 years, as well as, you're correct. The hours probably doesn't match up to you because it's incorrect. The hours are Friday and Saturday. I took the hands-on course. It's only a 3-day hands-on course. I took the last day on Monday. So prior to that, there's 3 hands-on days. The other days are for you to be able to go through a curriculum and take an exam. I passed that exam, and I also reviewed the curriculum and got 100% on all of my exams in testing.
This board member Gramo. I have. Go right here.
This is Janie for the record. I can probably provide a little clarity on the timeframe for the second course. She was, I believe, told by office staff that we couldn't accept her original certificate that she completed in October. So she immediately provided a second application for grandfathering, which staff immediately flagged that the time could not be validated. So I reached out to Carolina Molina, who is the provider of the second course, who explained to me that she was given a certificate on the 13th, which I believe would have been her first day of class. That she was told not to use that certificate, that they were only given the certificate for the purpose of like the photo for social media, and that she had to complete additional trainings. I believe she went all the way up until the 17th or even January 18th. So essentially, Ms. Ravina submitted an application with a certificate that was not intended to be used for completion. It was for aesthetic purposes, for social media. She obtained that certificate and used it towards her second application before the course was actually completed.
Board Member Bremo, I'm just, I wish we would have heard this petitioner first. It's too late, we didn't. But I would like to bring, table this and bring Halo Beauty back to the board before they can be issued and continue to teach this 75-hour course. I think that everybody that got licensed just like this petitioner that's before us today. I really, really believe that she took this course like all the other participants that received their license, and the hours that they received those license in. It's hard for me personally as a board member to say that everybody didn't go through the same process that she went through. Whether it's 10 hours to be 75 or 12 hours to be 75, I believe that this petitioner taking this course, just like all the other petitioners, took this course and received a 75-hour certification.
Ronald and Tagala, the first one, I think she's still on the
She
call.
is still on the
Wanna
call.
ask her to
Yeah.
unmute?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Hi, I'm on.
okay.
okay, so yeah, we have questions for you.
Okay.
Board Member Bramo. So what I'm having,
We have to re-swear her.
okay, I need you to re-swear in. Be sworn in.
Mrs. Telenovela.
Solemnly affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in this matter.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so Board Member Bramo, my question for you is, can you prove to the board, because what I think what I'm really confused about now after we made that motion, I'm confused about how would a participant without a license take a class to be certified and still a student? That's the first question. The second question is, how does a licensee that's now have an esthetician license can take your course in a matter of 2 days and receive 75 hours to become a licensed AE? Can you explain that to the board, please?
So what Rana was talking about with the whole 2 days, that was not my class. That was Carolina's class. That was separate from my class. According to her, she took my class in October, which is not true. I was still renting with her. We both know, since she's saying that we're partners, we both know that we were not supposed to be taking any students in, and if they're not licensed. She should already know that. So why would I have her?
I have the messages between us and Shai.
I'm so sorry. Excuse me, Rana. I'm still
That
speaking.
says that.
Okay, wait a minute. We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go back and forth. We're gonna let each one of you speak, because the board needs clarity, because this is all confusing. This is all new information for us. So we made a decision earlier, and I would like not for us to have to take that decision back. And then we're facing another decision that needs to be made with this particular petitioner, when we've been shown evidence that this particular petitioner, which is the Rona, okay, I'm gonna talk to Rona right now. Rona is telling us that she received a certification within how many days? With 3 days, not taking a total of 75 hours. You took exams, you say you passed.
Correct. Curriculum portion is supposed to be able to be, it's supposed to be 45 hours long, the curriculum, but I was able to complete that curriculum with Ronald and also with Carolina immediately. Again, I just graduated from school. I know I wouldn't go and receive 100% on all exams in order for me to be able to move on to the next portion, which was the hands-on.
Okay, so let's stay right there. Good for you, because you were good and you were just getting out of school. We're thinking about the ones that not just getting out of school and not getting 100%. Okay, so I understand that portion, but I'm still talking about the time frame that you received that 75-hour certification is a huge concern. Okay, I'm gonna need you just to kind of calm down 1 second so we can talk to Ms. Rosaline.
Okay. So
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead.
Okay. I just want to apologize in advance, because this is very it's too messy, okay? This is very messy. I feel like we're all adults and we shouldn't have to be going through this, and it just doesn't look good. So again, when I did the 75-hour laser course, Rana was with me as an admin, only as an admin. She did not make the certifications, that is correct, but I did give her a copy to print out. Like I would send it to her to print out. So what I'm assuming that she did was she basically took a picture of the certification with my signature and my medical director's signature and basically stapled her name. I don't know what she did, but I know that she had copies of my certifications because she would print them out. Okay. And again, she did log in. I did submit supporting documents to you guys stating that I did have her log in, not as a student, but as an admin, just so she can look at the online course on her end, because I was having issues with the photos, and the text messages between us two were submitted to you guys. And she did do the test, and it did tell her like she got 100%. So she did get that because she did log on just to see, you know, like the photos and stuff were accurate. So that was it. As far as her basically creating the fake, basically creating a fake certification by me, I don't know how she did that, but I know for a fact that she did not take my course. I have October signing sheets that I can present to you guys. I have October, November, and December signing sheets that I can present to you guys. And none of them, she never signed in. She has no supporting documents of her ever signing in as a student. She has never paid me as a student. She has no photos or videos. She has no photos or videos of her doing any hands-on. The text messages actually says, please refrain from going into the classroom while I am doing the training.
Okay, can I stop you right here? I want to stop you. Come on, I'm gonna need you to calm down, okay? But this is for Rosalind. Rosalind? No, I want Rosalind.
It's Ron. Her name is Ron.
Rosalind.
It's okay. You can call me Rosalind. It's probably easier.
Okay, all these
It's okay.
Okay. My question for you, because I'm still, because you're the one that was licensed to teach this course.
Correct, yes.
You're contradicting yourself. Let me tell you what you said, and you're talking to an educator here.
Okay.
You said that she didn't take your course, but she logged in and she took the course because you needed her to.
So what I did was, I'm so sorry. Let me just basically tell you what the situation was. So when I created the online course, somebody told me that, you know, basically I was trying to log into another computer, and then another trainer of mine, Sarah, she was saying like how the photos were blurry. That's what she said. So I said, Rana, can you please log on? I will give you the code to log in as a student, just so you can see like how everything is, like the lettering, the photos, and see if there's any discrepancies. On the text messages, it actually shows you between me and Rana. She was telling me how the photos are blurry, how the wording, like one of the words was like misspelled or whatever it is. And that's all I needed from her. I didn't want.
She did, but okay, let me stop you right there. But she took the course. She took the course and she actually passed it. She did. Whether you want to accept the fact that she didn't take the course at this particular time, but she took the course. She took your course and she passed it.
But she never registered as a student. I was just asking her as an admin.
That was on you. But that was you as the admin person. It was your business. See, what you have to take some responsibility here. It's your business. You own the 75-hour laser course where you were certified to certify these people as for certificates for AE. It's your course. You allowed her to take that course. She took that course, no matter how you wanted her to take it between you and her, because maybe something happened now and you guys maybe fell out or whatever. But she took the course and she passed it.
And you know what? I agree with you. Yes, absolutely. I am going to take responsibility, because the only thing I did was I trusted her. Okay. And then in a day, I told her to go on as an admin and not registered as a student. If I would have known what she was going to do in the future, then yes, absolutely. I think I would have been a little bit hesitant with people, trusting people in my circle. I do understand that now. And it's a learning, as everything is learning when it comes to business. I have learned this is a big mistake that I did, and I will take whatever consequences that I need to take. If that means I'm not able to teach anymore, that's fine, that's okay. But I do want to get on here because I want to make sure to let everybody know that she never took my class. because it's not fair for me to not say anything when she never took my class and then in a day. I only hired her as an admin assistant and she did have a lot of access, I guess, in my business as too much as I should have. Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
but let me just explain this to you as well. Not only did she took your class, she didn't have access to do nothing but print those certificates. She showed us that today.
And I get that,
Where
but
you
you know
asked her to
what?
pick up the certificates from Office Depot. Office Depot printed the certificates. You didn't tell us that.
And I get that, but listen, there's a whole bunch of apps now where you can just take pictures and then you can put your names on there. And then in a day, I have a statement from my medical director stating that she never even approved this signature. I would send my medical director basically names of the students that's going to be attending my class. And she never approved the signature. I never approved the signature. So how can I put her name on there where all the names, my signature and my medical director's signature was not even approved? And
I know
also,
this is all convoluted now because it was even one person that was a director at an institution that allowed a student to take the class. So it's all over the place.
exactly. And then also, and the dates are not matching. Why would I have her attend the class in October when I knew she was a student? I knew she was a student. And then now she submits it in December after I basically moved out of her facility. She submitted that certification in December. I had no contact with her whatsoever. And then also, why would I have her attend my class in October knowing that she was still a student? And then if she really felt like she attended my class, why would she take Carolina's class if she had all the supporting documents?
Because they told me I had to. They said I took the course prior to my graduation and I needed to take another
But if she
course.
has supporting documents, so she took my class, then that should have been enough.
Because you know it's not. Calm down, you guys, but it wasn't. Let us talk. But it wasn't. She did take the class and she was told that she couldn't accept, the staff couldn't accept her certificate. She's correct.
I don't see it that way. I apologize.
I know you don't.
I don't. I guess I get it. I
don't.
get it. I get that, you know, I did make a big mistake by trusting her, but I know for a fact, and what I'm telling you this right now, she did not take my class.
Problem here. I'm having, Board Member Ditzler, I'm having a problem with your nurse practitioner, the certified aesthetic nurse that's not on, is not present during any of these classes.
We weren't informed that she had to be in the class. We just were informed that she had to be in contact. So like if we needed anything, we needed to be able to contact her.
Straighten some things out with that.
Yeah.
So I wasn't aware that she needed to be in there, but yes, but I did, Samantha, which is my medical director, she already knew what was going on. She was aware that, me and Juana had stopped communicating with each other. That she wasn't my admin assistant anymore. So that, again, that signature wasn't approved. So I don't know. That's all the supporting documents is with you guys. It shows everything with the text messages between me and Rana.
Okay, we get that. Excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off. I think right now the board needs to maybe have a conversation. Can you mute both of them, please? I just think it just need to be,
I'd like to go back with her and say, no, she can't do this instructor's course again.
So Dag Harris, for the record, pertaining to petition F1.
The first one, right?
Correct. Because I don't want to
Yeah.
mess up names. So pertaining to petition F1, or agenda item F1.
which one is that?
That's the one.
That's Rosalind.
Ronald.
As the board already voted pertaining to her agenda item, with the new information presented after the board decided, a board member can move to implement corrective action, given that information to call for, in essence, a revote. So that just first needs to be introduced on the table before you can then decide a subsequent motion related to her agenda item and what provisions you want to make on that.
Okay. You understand what happened here, Molly?
Yes. What did you need to call the motion for? What was the terminology?
You just say that you move to implement corrective action pertaining to agenda item F1.
Okay, Board Member O'Brien, I move to make corrective
You can
action.
put them back on.
Corrective action to petitioner F1.
Okay, so did the board want any other suggestions or recommendations
Do
from
we
the
vote on
board
that?
before we
Yes.
move to a recommendation for petitioner Rosalind Teller League, AE 707-364.
I'm gonna second.
I think we have to make a new motion.
Yeah,
We gotta make-
yeah.
Board Member O'Brien, I make a new motion to deny Ronalyn Talatag AE 707-364 and deny her request to allow her to continue teaching the 75-hour laser course.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Rosalind, do you understand what just happened?
Yes, I do. I appreciate, oh, sorry. I wasn't sure if I was on. Yep, I do understand. I appreciate you guys for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it
Um,
permanent or are they able to petition again?
They could petition again.
Okay.
But as of right now, that's the board's directive.
Where are we on petition
F2.
F2?
petitioner
Do we wanna
number
discuss?
2.
Do we need?
Is Rona Robina AE 2233? Can I get a motion, please?
Board Member O'Brien, I'm going to make a motion that petitioner Rona Robina AE 2233 be denied the ability to teach the 75-hour laser course for grandfathering advanced aesthetics.
Can I get a second?
This is Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Robina. You understood what just happened, right?
Yes, and I can repetition. Is there paperwork that I need to fill out that I need to do 500 hours before I can teach, or what are the requirements for that for me to be able to appeal?
Just have to come in with some new information. Am I correct?
I mean, at this point, it
I
sounds
think
like
more
don't use any of
experience,
the certificates that you currently have. That would just be my recommendation. Don't use any of the certificates that you currently have. They're all in question.
Understand that?
Is it
Did you hear
frozen?
the board members speak?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I was saying you probably,
State your name.
Brian Baltazar, board member, you probably don't want to use any of the certificates that you have currently because they're all in question.
So it was in question prior to my approval of advanced aesthetics.
As of right now, because we're basically denying because your certificates are in question. So we're recommending, or I'm recommending that if you do petition again, you probably want to use an entirely new certificate. What you do with that information, whether you go to another course is up to you.
I mean, I would love to take more courses under my belt, and I'll reapply if you guys need me to. But again, the problem has to be fixed here. If you guys require 75 hours of training, then 75 hours of training needs to be all hands-on, because you can't control what happens online. That's 45 hours that's done online. 3 hours hands-on. Is 3 hours hands-on even enough to be able to
No.
be able to get a license? So that's the real question at hand. It really isn't the certification, because everyone is teaching, and everyone is teaching the same curriculum with the same amount of hours. 45 hours.
Excuse me, Ms. Rona, but we're going to be discussing that today.
Okay.
And the board will be voting on a new curriculum, but nobody's teaching a 75-hour course at this time, except the schools.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for
Okay.
that. I will reapply. I appreciate your time today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take a break? Break for we're gonna do a 7-minute break. The time is 11:14. We'll be back in what? 11:21, right? 11:21. Thank you for being patient. We need a break. Time, we're resuming our meeting. The time is 11:23 a.m. Our next petitioner is Kim Acuna, ST 101013983. Petitioner, are you here?
Yeah, Kimberly Aquino.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence and testimony that you provide in this matter today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth by saying I do?
I do.
Thank you.
You filed a petition to appear before the board. You can go right ahead and speak.
Good morning, everybody. I filed the petition. When I did last course, I wasn't aware that we needed an esthetician license. So after a while, I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go to school. So I signed up for school, and then I received what was it? Just basically to stop offering lashes, which I did. I went to school. And then I believe it was in December where I received a notice that I was getting fined because I was posting lashes and facials that I was performing in school. So that's where my misunderstanding is at.
Okay. Can we have compliance team to put up some video so we can see the information that was submitted?
This is Lauren Gossage for the record. For Kimberly Aquino, we first received a complaint in May 12th of 2022 that she was lashing without a license. The first cease and assist was sent out August 10th of 2022. The second cease and assist and citation was sent out December 29th of 2022. She did enroll August of 2022. So this is a social media page that we found when we initially sent out the cease and assist, that she was a double certified lash artist by appointment only. She's also a brand ambassador for Queen Bee Lashes. These are some stories that were on her page. Just so she has a price list. She was also doing ultrasound cavitation, laser lipo, which is advanced aesthetics. She has her policies and procedures. She also has her pricing for a full set of lashes and ultrasonic cavitation, I believe. Maybe this is just lashes. This is a post that was taken on December 29th that has all of her lash supplies in the background. There is a post that was taken on December 29th saying, "Hi, I'm Kim, your lash artist. Life insurance agent, notary, and your friend." And these are additional screenshots that were taken in her stories. So showing that she's posting up her schedule for the remainder of August. Saturday, August 15th, August 14th, 20th, the 21st, the 27th, and 28th. And this is her availability.
Board Member Bramall, I just have a quick question. Where's the information where she said she was posting from her school? Do we have any school information to tell them to come to her school?
No, nothing was being directed to go to school, to go to her school. This is a Mother's Day special that was posted on April 24th of 2022. $75 off of any lash set.
She didn't get the first cease and desist until August, right?
August, exactly.
Okay, so we want to just kind of move from August forward. So August, is that August too or September?
This is July.
Okay.
So this was prior. This post was found on December 7th, or post on December 17th, found on December 29th.
Okay, so you were already enrolled in school at that one, right? Were you in school?
Yes,
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has here, she gave this boss babe some shorties, just woke up her eyes, eyelash extension, lash light for you page freestyle. This one was posted on December 16th, found on December 29th.
That's in school.
Did the schools get the information that when they're posting, they have to post that they're at school?
They
Okay.
And then this was found on March 8th. Her account went private.
Oh,
saying
she
that
still
she's
have
an
her lash
esthetician.
business?
Yeah, esthetician in training. So it has changed a little.
But she is double lash certified. And that's her website, and Instagram.
So the Instagram is still there. It just went private.
Is she
Okay.
currently a licensed esthetician?
She's a student, so she is petitioning her citations because she can't obtain her license.
I just pulled
No,
up her
I'm
account
sorry.
right now. It says she's
She is
licensed.
paid.
I'm sorry.
Pay the violation.
I paid my violation fees because I wanted to get my license, but I did ask if I were to get my license, pay my fees, am I still able to petition to get a refund? I'm trying to do everything accurately and correctly and do a whole salon thing and do that for myself. So that's why I'm here today. If I'm able to get money back, I understand now that I wasn't licensed, I ceased and desisted, I made everything private, I closed everything down, I made myself an LLC business account to start doing things in a business license so I can start doing something. So if it's granted to me, I appreciate it and I understand.
Is she licensed?
Okay, am I correct, to skip board member Bramo, Kimberly? It looks like it was 2 cease and desist. Was it 2 cease and desist or 1?
Yes, there's
One.
only the initial one that is sent out, and then the second one, we do our follow-up investigation. If there's still information that we're able to find, a second cease and desist with a citation is sent out.
So the second cease and desist when she was in school.
Correct.
And she is licensed now, board member Ditzler?
She is.
She is licensed now. When did she get her license?
Let me pull it up.
Just recently.
It was like 2 weeks ago or so. Let me pull my license.
Her initial license date is April 3rd.
A week ago.
We have board members that want to make a comment. Go right ahead.
This is Board Member Douglas. I was just stating that you're just trying to get your $2,000 back?
Yeah, I called because I need to make money so I can apply for all these licenses and salon license and everything. So I called previously before I even came up to the board. I submitted my petition and then I asked them, I'm like, well, I want to get my license. I want to start practicing. I want to start working. So if I paid it and I still came up to the board, well, if I'm granted, will I get refunded? Then they said yes. So I'm like, okay, I want to get my license. I want to get the ball going so I can get everything, but it does cost money to do all this. So I got my license, I did everything, and I'm just, if you guys are willing to reverse it for me, I mean, that'll make me really happy. But I also understand, I was in the wrong. I didn't know. I wasn't even told by the trainings that I needed to be an esthetician until I figured it out and found out. And I'm like, okay, now I have to do all this. My mistake by taking those courses.
Okay, Kimberly, this is Board Member Douglas. I'm sorry to inform you that we're not going to refund your $2,000.
Okay, I was told otherwise in writing.
If you want to make
Yeah.
a motion. You want to make a motion.
Any other questions?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any other questions or comments?
I only want to say one more thing. I did do my due diligence by asking this. I have it in an email saying that, yeah, even if you went up to the board and they agreed to it, then I would get it. So, I mean, I don't feel like it's kind of a joke. I felt like I was coming up here to be honest as well.
Yeah, so we're not laughing with you. This is an insight for us. That has nothing to do with you, so I want to apologize if you're offended. That has nothing to do with you.
Board Member O'Brien, I have a question for you. Is there anything that you can show us, prove to us that the photos taken while you were in school were done in the school setting? Because it wasn't listed in the hashtags. It didn't follow the protocol set forth with your school or the requirements by the board for posting while you are a student. So that's kind of what's in question here.
Okay.
Is there anything that we can get back to that about?
I have a bunch of videos that I did facials and lashes in school. I can send those in, but it doesn't have any of the school name. Like we used to do group facials with some of my friends and stuff. So we're all on there with that curtain that goes all around. So that's the only school setting I have.
Board Member Bramo, do you have anything to match those photos that we have while you were in school? So the photos that was posted in December while you were in school, do you have those ones that you can show us that you were actually in the school setting is what Board Member Molly.
Like in uniform?
Not the new ones, not like bring us the staff videos, because I know students take videos and pictures of things that they're actually doing in school. But what we have here that we've shown on the screen today, do you have anything to show that you were in school when you took those particular videos?
Well, it's the only setting. It doesn't have a name. I used to post the schedule with the school information and everything while I was in school. But I posted that on my personal account, not anything else. That's why I made that private, so it doesn't involve anything anymore. And just once I got licensed, I would use it.
Right.
It's just, Board Member O'Brien, it's just hard because there's nothing to counter what we're seeing, because it looks like you have a business and you're offering services while still in school. So if you have something that could counter that idea and make it, more apparent, like maybe the photo's cropped, do you have like an uncropped photo with a background that shows like this is the school? Anything like that would help your case. But right now it's just looking like it's going to be a difficult thing to reverse, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because everything is always so close up, like it's really
Yeah.
not cropped. It's just like zoomed in.
If it's that same person, Board Member Raymond, if it's that same person zoomed in or not, if you have it and it's the same person in the same setting, then it'll be easier for the board to make a decision. You understand saying, okay, you didn't have a second cease and desist. You were in school. That's what we're trying to come up with. We're trying to say, did you actually take that in school? If we can prove that you're in school, if you can prove that to us, that photo that we have, that we shown in December, that you were in school, then the board can look at things a little bit different.
Can you show me which photo it was again in December? Because there was a bunch of them showed back prior to.
Okay.
Please.
That's one. And that's another one.
I'm trying to get to that on my phone because
Oh, okay, okay.
I have 3 kids and they take over my phone.
That's okay. You don't have to do it today.
Okay. Will it work if I get like the school to send me a schedule with their name and I don't know, something else? Because everything, like honestly, I take close up. So that's the only other thing. I don't know if you want something in writing.
Like something definitive.
Would that be good, Molly, if the school would send something on that date?
I mean, I would think that if we had.
The same picture?
Yes, yeah. We could consider it and be open to it. Obviously, we want to try to work with you, but I don't know that a schedule is going to, because I mean.
Not a schedule, the
yeah.
same picture.
Yeah, a picture. I don't
On
think the
that
schedule would
date
work.
that
Yeah,
she posts.
yeah.
Okay, because yeah, everything is close. Everything is so close up that it doesn't have the school name, and I don't take selfies with like my uniform or anything. The only video I have prior to that facial that I'm looking at right now is the area of the station where I was working at in the classroom, in the clinic. That's all I have. Everything else is like up close. I don't have anything that shows like, hey, this is the school or anything like that. And I honestly, like, I'm not trying to defend myself, but I really wasn't told that I had to post with like esthetician student until after the fact. I was like, oh, damn, now I'm gonna get in trouble.
Right, we don't want you to be in trouble. We have, our director wants to make a comment.
Yes, Madam President, just to clarify on the, when you said our staff said yes, and a refund can be issued, is actually based upon what the board decides, then a refund can be issued. It's based upon what the board does. So it's not an
Yes.
automatic, it's a petition.
Oh, no, yeah, that's what I meant. I knew it wasn't automatic or anything like that. Yeah.
It's the lawyer coming out in me. The other thing is that, I guess to try to see how staff can help you in enforcing what the board would like to do here. Trying to get pictures, trying to get corroborating evidence that would support the photos that we found that you were cited on. How we could try to do that. The next board meeting wouldn't occur until July. So either the board would have to designate staff to look at the evidence and see if we could, and just leave it up to me to make the decision whether to, based upon your direction today, give me that latitude to either waive the fee or not.
I think, Board Member Bramo, I think what Kimberly is saying is she's not sure that those two pictures, that she could actually show the school setting because she doesn't take them with the, with the school environment. She takes them just close up.
Yeah, because it's just basically the eye or the face. It's nothing else. So that's why it doesn't show that it's the school, but the curtain like around the facial part of the client. That's basically it.
Board Member O'Brien, I think with what you have said and kind of the closeness of the photos, if you had something that could counter it, you probably would have come to mind already. So I don't know that it makes sense to delay this decision. I think that we, in my opinion, have kind of the direction we need to go in already in our minds.
I understand, because there's really, like I said, I'm looking at them and there's really nothing but closeness.
Right.
Board Member Ditzler, Ms. Kimberly, I just have a question, maybe a recommendation. What are your plans? Are you planning on going to work in a salon, or are you going to open one yourself?
I'm trying to open one myself where I can help other students because right now I feel like it's so expensive for other students to pay studio spaces. So I'm trying to help out and open a place where it can be affordable for other students so they can start their business and grow as well. So that's the only reason why I'm petitioning it, because I'm not trying to do this for myself. Like, I'm getting emotional because I'm trying to help others because I know I can't afford $1,200 a month to start, and it's unfair. So I'm just trying to help. And if it doesn't work out for petition, I understand.
Okay. Well, my intention wasn't to make you cry, but what I did want to do was make sure that going further, that you do check the laws to make sure that the school, or not the school, but the salon that you're going to open is done in the right way, so you don't have these problems again.
Yeah, I have the printed checklist and everything. I'm going through everything right now to make sure, like, I have a space where I allocated that I want to do stuff in, and now we just got to get it fixed up and ready to go so I can submit the application, and that's it. So that's why I'm like trying to petition this part, because it's costly, and I'm doing it by myself. So,
well, I understand that, and the board understands the what's happened here and that you've made a mistake. And the thing is, you've made probably an expensive mistake, and but you won't do that again.
Oh, heck no.
And we just probably need to bring Board Member Bramo, and I need to do this more myself, just express to the students that when they're posting, the schools need to really, really reiterate to the students that they cannot do it without posting that the work is done at the school's location. So
and that's honestly,
we help you.
That's honestly one of the biggest things that, like, I learned in school. No school is going to be perfect. Absolutely not. And I did not have the best experience in school, but I worked, and excuse my language, I worked my ass off, and I made sure I had so many clients so I can learn, and I was number one in school. So That's why I'm like, okay, if I try this, at least I can get something back to try and get myself going here. But I mean, I understand as well.
I think you will do well because you have that, you seem to appear to have that drive that I think you would do well personally. But I mean, if we could do something to help you, if you could have just shown us that this picture was taken here at school, if it was anything that looked like your school environment, we would have considered doing something else possibly different to assist you. But because it's just showing a photo and we've had so many before you and so many probably gonna come after you.
Yeah, I get it.
Time.
Yeah, the only video I have prior to that client with the facial is of the curtain inside and me just cleaning up the station to get ready. That's all I have.
So if you would have
And then
posted that, if you
her
would have
in the-
posted that, then
her
we
in the
could have helped
same
you. Yeah,
Her in the same area, so that's all I have.
so. Yeah, can I get a motion, please?
Board Member O'Brien, I would like to make a motion to uphold to deny her request for disputing the fines, right?
Or uphold the violations.
Uphold, okay, I'm gonna start over. Board Member O'Brien, I'd like to make a petition or a motion to for petitioner Kimberly Aquino, ST-101013983 to uphold her violations.
This Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck on everything, Kimberly.
I'm sorry,
Thank
can I
you,
have one
guys.
more? Can I say one more thing
Yes,
to Ms.
go right
Kimberly?
ahead. Hold on.
Ms. Kimberly, Board Member O'Brien here. I did want to reach out to you and just express my sympathies for, you getting caught up in taking the lash course without understanding that you had to be licensed, but I do commend you on going to class and getting your license and, you're opening your own spot. And I'm excited to see what you're going to do to help the other potential future lash artists of our community.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Petitioner number 7, Rosaline Kiera Castro, ST-101014340. Kiera Castro, are you available?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hi, can you raise your right hand, please?
Good morning. We solemnly affirm that the evidence and testimony you provide today in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, by saying I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, you filed a petition to appear before the board. You are welcome to go right ahead and speak.
Okay, so I got a citation to cease and desist. I got that letter back in December for practicing nail application in my home. And ever since then, I completely stopped. However, I would say 2 weeks later, I got fined $2,000. One fine was $1,000, and then the second one was also an additional $1,000. However, I don't know if there's any way I can prove that I completely stopped, because there wasn't anything like I could send to you, or I'm just confused on the situation. If there's any explanation as to why I was fined right after I completely stopped the first time I got the notice.
Okay, we're gonna let our compliance team bring up the information that you were cited on.
Okay, this is Lauren Gossage for the record. Kiera Castro, we received a complaint that she was operating out of her home on December 19th, 2022. She received her first cease and desist on December 19th, and a second cease and desist with a citation on January 3rd of 2023. She did enroll in school September 28th of 2022. So it was for operating a salon without a license and practicing without a license. This is the Instagram that we found on December 19th, so that she states that she's a Las Vegas nail technician in North Las Vegas. Direct message her to book. This is just confirming that it is her account, because it directs you back to her nail page. These are highlights that were taken from her nail page, showing colors that were coming soon. she did post a certificate that she was, got a certificate in body sculpting.
Oh, no.
And then another highlight of someone tagging her for nails that she had done. This is a highlight in the pricing that shows that any referrals, they would receive $5 off of their next service. And then this is her open booking availability for the month of November. Her booking policies and information that were in her highlights on her Instagram. This is another one just showing that she performed these services. This was found on December 19th, so it was posted 4 days before we found it. Another one that was posted 7 days prior to December 19th. This one was posted on December 1st. December availability is up. This one was posted in November, and then her account went private. So because the account wasn't removed, when we went to follow up, that's when she received the second cease and desist and citation.
You have anything else you would like to add, Kiara?
Okay, so for the first citation, it stated to completely stop the services, and which I did. However, it didn't say I had to delete my page or anything with that. So that's why I'm kind of confused on why I got fined like a month later.
Board Member Ditzler, you were in school at this time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, the schools usually tell you that you're not supposed to be doing that.
Right, which I completely stopped, but I wasn't informed that I had to delete my page completely.
Did you start school in September of 2022?
Yes, that is correct.
And you had the page up in December?
It was, yeah, it was still up in December.
Remember O'Brien, Kiara, please correct me if I'm wrong. Are you enrolled in aesthetics or cosmetology at this time?
I already graduated. I'm just waiting to get to pick up my license, but I can't because I have the citation on my name.
Aesthetic?
Aesthetics.
Aesthetic, you're just aesthetics license only?
Yes, correct.
So under aesthetics, you're not even allowed to do nails.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So let me get this correct. You're enrolled in school as an esthetician, but you actually practice nails?
I was just practicing as, I was curious on how that would be before I was to enroll into the nail program. And, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed, practicing on my friends, my family. And honestly, I would just take their, I would charge for supplies and products because that is expensive. And I should have been clearer with my wording. I should have said that I was only looking for models and taking, I was taking money for my supplies.
So can you pull up those policies and procedures again? Let me take a look at them.
Excuse me, Madam President, but even if she's taking models and money for supplies, she can't do nails. It's aesthetics that she's enrolled in.
She wasn't enrolled in nails.
Right. I just wanted to see the policies and procedures, because those are booking policies. A 10-minute grace period, or your appointment is gonna be canceled immediately. Okay. Call no show. Okay, Kiara, I don't have anything more to say. I'm just gonna call for a motion.
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to hold Kiera Castro, ST-10101434 fine, $2,000.
Board Member Ditzler, I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Kira.
Thank you.
Okay, this is our last petitioner before we do our executive director's review. We're gonna break for lunch anyway at 12. Petitioner Destiny Wiggins, ST 1010139112. Are you available?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Destiny, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes,
All right, Destiny. That's okay.
it's raised. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
That's okay.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence, testimony you provide today in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth by saying I do?
I do.
Hey, Destiny, you filed a petition to appear. So we would like to hear you.
Okay, well, again, good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Destiny Wiggins. I'm an esthetician, was an esthetician student at Milan Institute in Las Vegas. I enrolled in August. Being in the school, I just noticed that they were going through a lot of transitions and changings with our school director for findings that they found that he wasn't running the school the way he was supposed to be, but it took them months to actually complete changes in their investigations and stuff like that. So I was served, they sent my cease and desist letter to my board of director, Cody. Well, he was the new board of director at the time because in November, I believe he came towards the end of November. So he was only a board of director for about 2-3 weeks. And on December 21st, he came into our classroom. And mind you, I've been in the program from August till December. So December 21st, he came into the classroom. He let everyone know in the classroom, hey, we received cease and desist letters and you guys need to stop services. Prior to that, we never had any conversation. We never had our board of director come speak to us as estheticians and let us know the rules that state board requires. I've never even been interested in anything that had to do with cosmetology, esthetician, or any of that sort until I started school. So I didn't know there was laws and rules and a lot of things that we have to actually pay attention to. So when we started school in phase 1, we were directed to make an Instagram. We were directed to make a Facebook. We were directed to make a Yelp account for reviews. And those were places that we could post and get clientele to come to the school for us to do services because we are responsible for basically our services and learning how to work on other individuals outside of the people that walk in. We are responsible for that. So I was in school for 5 months and I had 2 clients. So, it's stuff like that where things that we're responsible for bringing into the school. So 5 months later in December, like I said, on December 21st, he came into the classroom. He told us about a cease and desist. Right before school was over, I got called into his office and he turned his computer to me and he showed me that he was given 6 different reports were sent to state board and that they sent a cease and desist to me to stop any services outside of school or if I'm running a salon. For 5 months, I had only posted any person that I worked on inside of the school. That's what I posted. When he showed me the evidence, they were cropped pictures of my Instagram. So they were able to delete the background to show that I was in a classroom. He allowed me to present the evidence of the actual videos and pictures that was sent to state board. So he can see that the services were actually done on campus at their school between the hours of me being at school. Nothing was posted from my home or any outside salons. But he told me he was the new director of our school and that I didn't have to worry about anything and that he'll deal with it because he knows people from the board and our school is under a lot of investigations and stuff that they have going on. So he'll deal with it. He never told me I had a chance to petition or anything. So after December 21st, we went on Christmas break. We were on Christmas break for 2 weeks. When I got back January 5th, I had an invoice sent to me stating that I owed you guys $2,000. I was being fined $2,000 for running a salon and doing things outside of my practice. I then again went back to my director and he informed me that there was nothing he can do for me because the board makes the decisions. And he left it at that. He didn't contact we have a board of education who deals with the career department that is supposed to, help us inform things. But I think just because of all the changes and they had our board of director traveling and doing just other things to deal with the school, I don't think she was given enough time to even handle a lot of things that were going on into the school because of so much she had to handle with all the students. So I graduate February 9th. So I only had 3 weeks to talk to our board of director, and I wasn't able to speak to her until after I graduated, and she had no idea about what was going on. So she did go over the evidence, and I told her that this is the stuff that I was shown, and she just directed me like you were informed incorrectly, and she did apologize on behalf of the school, and then she did write me a recommendation letter to inform you guys that I was following the school rules and I was just doing what I was told. And the reports came from other students in our school. And, I think it's just, I honestly, with this situation, I kind of lost faith after graduation. I failed my exam because I lost hope and I felt like I was never going to be good enough to, put stuff out into the world as an esthetician. And I actually fell in love with it at school and I'm great at what I do. Unfortunately, they don't, you don't know that school is kind of a competition. And when you're dealing with a lot of individuals and people, it's jealousy and it's a school and it's one of the, I don't know, the school was the worst part of my whole experience, but I did get through and I graduated. But to just have to deal with someone being able to say, hey, I don't like that person because she's in class and she's doing what she's supposed to do. I don't like her demeanor. Let me just report her to state board because I don't like her. I think that's kind of like unfair. And I don't think I had a chance like with the board. And I know it's now, but it's like, I graduated 2 months ago and I'm not even able to perform what I want to do because, I already wasn't taught the things that I was supposed to teach at school. I believe I was given the short end of the stick. So even with my testing, I'm going up to testing and I'm not knowing what's going on because my school was at the moment, they were not able to teach us as students what the law and state board requires them to teach us because we had no facilitators that were in our classroom. We didn't have a good board of director who was like, hey, this is what our school stands on and this is what you guys have to follow. So I feel like I did get the short end of the stick when it came to this situation.
Okay, Destiny, board member Bramo, I have a question.
Yes.
While you were in school, did you guys learn the Nevada law? Because you have to have so many hours in Nevada law. So did you fill out your curriculum to show that you had Nevada law hours?
The only thing that they teach us with Nevada law is in 3 times within the 6 months, they have us go online and they have us take your Nevada state law test. But that's not until the end. So I didn't take my first Nevada state. I took one in phase 1, but they weren't telling us the importance of these laws. Like, hey, this is what's going to happen. These are your fines. You guys have to follow these rules. These are the websites you need to go on to iterate any information that you guys need. They didn't have us do that. They were just basically sticking to their curriculum and trying to get as many students that they could through phases. And I don't think they focused on the important things like you guys' laws. Like, yes, it's important for us to know what we're doing with other individuals and our practices, but the law is also important. And that was not consistently put upon us.
Can I see some of the pictures from Destiny's social media, please?
This is Lauren Gossage for the record. So we go. We received a complaint on December 20th, 2022. She got her first cease and desist on December 21st of 2022, and her second cease and desist and citation on January 4th of 2023. So this was the original Instagram that was found in December of 2022, saying that she was a certified lash technician. Student book here, license pending. So this is a radio frequency facial found on December 21st of 2022, and it was posted on October 16th.
And those were classes that I took in school. They were actually, the school gave us the information to go take the courses that were available for us to take while we were in school before they changed the law about us being licensed to take certain certifications.
This is a post from her Instagram showing the salon setup and that she'll be taking clients soon. It says Salon Las Vegas Esthetician Life. This is a second picture of that same post.
Okay, I have a question before we move further. Board Member Bremo, when did the AE license go into effect? Because Destiny just said the schools had been taking these classes before, but wasn't the AE last summer?
January 1st of 2021.
January, yeah, 2022.
So why would the school have students taking advanced classes with body sculpturing?
I can't speak to that. Why?
Yeah, they allow people to come in and bring flyers and post flyers and stuff at the school. And that I found it through a flyer at the school.
Okay.
This post was found on December 21st, showing that she passed her state board and officially graduated to the salon floor. Accepting appointments, new customers are welcome, 10% off.
Yeah, and that's a student. I'm actually doing her lashes at school. I have the original video and photos of me in the salon room. And they gave us, Milan gave us cards to give our clients 10% off. And they told us we can post everything, but they never were specific about, hey, you need to hashtag the school. You need to say student. You need to say these certain things. That's why I just put the information in my bio, what I was told by my career director. And they actually went over, they sat us down in a classroom and set these things up with us.
This is the booking website that was found.
Yes. And they had us set up a website, and I believe I don't know if, I'm pretty sure you guys should have it, but it shows closed. When you look at the hours, because I think they screenshotted something with the hours, it shows closed. It was just a website that I set up at the school with my careers director, who actually is no longer employed with Milan anymore. She helped us with these things. These are not things that I did on my own.
Question, Board
Went over
Member Bravo.
pricing.
Once you click on that, was the booking site going directly to the school?
It wasn't. This is Janie Huggins for the record. We were aware that obviously that she was a student. So on the day that we issued the cease and desist notice, I did reach out to the school to clarify on a couple of things to ensure that we weren't citing her for things that might have been occurring at the school. So we specifically asked Milan how these students take payment for the services done on clients. Are services booked through a contact at the school? Are the students able to manage their own books or schedule? And then we got some clarity on what services the school offers on the clinic floor to the public, specifically lash extensions, sugaring, teeth whitening, or vaginals, to basically verify the accuracy of this booking website.
Okay.
The school did reach back out to me. That the response from the director at the time was students are not allowed to take payments from clients. All payments must be made to the front desk. All services must be booked through the front desk, in person or over the phone. They do offer lash extensions, application and fills. They teach sugaring, but they do not offer it as a service. Teeth whitening is not offered, nor are vaginals. And then that is how the school did get involved, because they asked specifically for the student the school, the student's name, which was provided, and then they were included on the cease and desist notice.
Okay.
Yes, but these were things that are done before our new director. So the director you guys spoke to was Cody. He was not the school director for 5 months of me being at the school. So these websites and stuff you guys are showing was done when I was in phase 1 in August. He did not speak to us until December when he became the new director. And
But
he
the
came and
school
he
doesn't offer teeth whitening, do they?
Not according to, this is Janie for the record, not according to the email correspondence from Cody, no.
Okay, so Destiny, I think some of the issue is, and we're trying to understand you, because I do understand when there's a lot of changes with management. I mean, sometimes it's unfortunate the students suffer. But what I'm trying to get to understand here is like some of the services that's on the booking site that the school doesn't offer at all.
No, they don't. But I do have a picture where our teacher had us go up in the classroom. She told us everything that was in our scope of practice and things that us as esthetician could do. They wrote a list of items on the board. I took a picture of those items and I just went and got certified in everything.
Okay.
And I did this, like I said, I did this when before the director changed, before they let us know, like, hey, you guys can do these services, but you cannot perform them. But I've never performed outside of school. I did go get certified in a lot of things while in school because they said we can get certified. You just cannot participate in doing these things. And on this website where all these offers, yes, I am posting things as I'm getting certified in them because they said we can get prepared to start services after we graduate. And on my website, there's an about me that they took a picture of, and it tells you guys I'm not licensed esthetician. I am pending. These are services I will be offering after licensing. I had all of that on there. It shows that my hours, it shows because they set it up with us and said we can just set everything up. There was never anything performed, but we were told to set these things up, and I did these things on Milan's campus. These are not things that I did at home while just lingering around making my own website. I did these on their campus.
Destiny, I think we understand that. I think we're looking at the screen, so we all understand that. But like what we don't understand is that, okay, we do understand that there was change in management. I get that part. I'm following you with that. But I think what we're trying to follow you with is that there were services that the school said that their students are not allowed to offer at their school that's on the booking site.
Yes, because our instructor wrote on the board all the services that we are as estheticians can perform even outside of things that the school offers. And I have that picture of the whiteboard with all these services, and it's teeth whitening, teeth gemming, body cavitation. Then they let us know we need an advance for this. I have the picture. It's a list of stuff that they wrote on the whiteboard in the classroom telling us you guys can do these things. And then now I know that you have to be licensed. You just have to be licensed to perform these things. But it was informed to us by the director. Like I said, if I need to send the picture right now, I have the picture showing that I'm in the classroom taking these pictures of things that my instructor is telling us we can perform as estheticians, even if it's not listed on the web, like listed on like when you go on the board's website and they show you like, hey, we can't do lasering, we can do this, we can do that. They did go over those things, but they also added extra services that we're allowed to perform as long as you get certification and licensed in.
I have, Board Member Ditzler, I have a question. I don't know if it's for the board members or for Destiny, but as far as when you're building these posts, is it on your post or is it on the school post?
No, when the school has the career educator come in the classroom and they help us set up Instagrams to give services for the schools. But like I said, I had to learn on my own, like, hey, they don't tell us like when you post this picture, make sure you hashtag Milan. Make sure you say you're a student. They didn't direct us on those things. They just said, post what you guys can and get us clientele. It's like we're being used, but not used correctly. And I was just doing what I was told I was able to do, as long as I showed that I didn't have a license, I was a student, or like on my website, it couldn't show that I was open for business, but that's why they had me post closed. in my time slot. But they just said, we're just getting you prepared for the future.
Board Member O'Brien, the website that we saw a couple slides back, was that something that was set up during career fair as well, or what was the intended purpose of that website?
Are you asking me?
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
That was the booking website that Miss Cherie, which was my my career director, helped me set up. She set us up 3 different accounts: Instagram, Facebook, and a website for our business.
Okay, did the links on the website go to anything when clicked upon?
They got it from my Instagram. So when you click on it, it opens up another web page, but they submitted another picture and it shows about me. And in that about me, it tells them, hello, my name's Destiny. I'm an esthetician student at Milan. And there was 6 different reports that were submitted. So I don't know if that was in a different report, but even the pictures you guys are showing me, there was more pictures to what my board of directors showed me.
Board Member Ditzler, how did the customer know to go to the school? It's not on your sites.
Okay, so in some of the captions, it tells that I'm a Milan student. They just picked what they wanted to, so it looks like I was doing services, not like a student. It was planned, and I have text messages of proof showing that this report was planned by students in the classroom.
Okay.
They cropped and showed you guys what they wanted to show you. Like that, I did those lashes in the classroom. That's a student named Daisy. I did these things at school. That's the salon. I'm actually at school.
How to crop your Instagram?
Board Member O'Brien, a question for staff. Were you able to click on the links, and did the link take you anywhere?
We clicked on the booking website link, which took us to the actual booking website, and that's how we procured these images. We weren't sent these images, we found these ourselves. So I'm slightly confused about what she's referring to. It's not, we were.
I'm referring to what Mr. Cody showed me from his screen when he showed me the reports and who reported me. And he provided those things to me.
I see. So we didn't provide anything but beyond that initial email question.
Yeah, and they did an investigation on me at school to make sure that what I'm telling you guys was accurate. And that's why my Board of Education director, she wrote a letter, because I did prove that this is not services or anything that I did outside of school. And I had to prove that. And I did prove it to them.
Destiny, Board Member Bramo, do you understand that what we have is not what your school have? What we have is what our compliance chief and our team went and discovered on their own without your school. So
but my concern is that I did have what you guys are requiring on the page, but and I understand the investigator, but it's there. It was on the page, and I even deleted it. When on December 21st, when my director gave me that cease and desist, I deleted everything in his office. I've never did anything. I've never performed outside of school. And at the end of the day, this is a website that I sat at Milan with their careers director and was directed to do. It's not something I just did on my own. I was directed to do these things.
But I think we all understand that part, because we know schools can direct you to set up, because they want you to learn how to start marketing yourself so that you can market yourself to be profitable once you're licensed. But I think the issue is that what the second cease and desist also, but the biggest issue is that when you click on the link, it leads you to your information, not the schools. So
because that's what they have me do. If I would have known, they didn't tell me to link anything with Milan. They had us set up our own. I'm not the only student.
So it was a client books with you, because I'm a new client, and if I was to see your website, I like the way you do lashes. I think you do an excellent job. So I click on that, it's gonna go to you. Are you gonna tell me to go to the school and pay the school, or not? Because it seems like I have to pay?
No, you go to the school, because that is what is on my page. There's stuff missing. Like that's what's on my page. It shows that I'm a Milan student. If you called me, all my clients have been done at school. I don't even know how to do a lot of stuff. So everything was done at school. When people if they did inbox me or wrote on my wall, they know, you have to come to Milan. I'm a student at Milan. These are our hours. You can call and talk to the front desk. Yeah, they told us that we have to verbally direct these things to individuals. And I was just kind of doing what I was told. And any client that I've ever touched on record, everything is at the school. I've never been able to do any, I never did anyone outside of school ever.
You get comments from clients.
And when asked to delete, I deleted it.
Not that I pulled, no.
There was a
lot of comments, and it's like a couple where to send the picture. Yeah.
Board Member O'Brien, you said that these are cropped photos. Do you have other photos that show the background of the school setting that you could send to us?
Yeah, I can just send you what I have. Like, it's just like in the videos you show, because I'm doing lashes and stuff, so you can see the floor. The floors are blue with white paint on them. The walls, I can just send you what I have. I definitely can. And even of those individuals in the video, I have video of those individuals in the salon room at Milan with me.
President, do you have videos of you actually doing the services on the pictures that we have here?
Yeah, I have pictures. I have pictures of the day that I was certified to do lashes, anything. Yeah, all my videos are in the school.
Destiny, those pictures that we actually have that are showing on the screen that we've showed you that we have, do you have video of you performing those services on those specific individuals? That one's not going to tell us much, but this one may.
Yes, that one, that's Daisy. She's a student at Milan, and I did her lashes at school. The other one is Angie. She's a student at Milan. I did her lashes at school with Miss Kim, which was my supervisor, my educator, with her supervision, being in there with us. And I have videos of like after of me recording them, and but in the videos you can see the backgrounds of the school. Like if you were to go into the school and look in the salon and match those videos to my videos to the salon, they definitely match.
This is Board Member Douglas. Daisy, I want to know, how come you didn't respond to the first cease and desist letter?
I never got it. You guys didn't send anything to me. You sent it to the school. You sent it to Cody, which is our director. I never received anything personally. And he talked to us 2 weeks, the day that I was leaving for break, that's the day he talked to me and put me in the office. And he told me, and I believed him, because he made me feel so sure that he was in control of everything. And he knows his school is not a good school at the moment and he's going to fix it. So I didn't think to call, or I've never even seen the cease and desist letter. He just pulled me into his office. He showed me the reports. I was able to actually see what students in my class that reported me, what they said. And he showed me 6 different reports. So it's not even just this one you guys are showing me. He showed me other information.
Okay, so I think that we will really hear from the.
And my board of educator, I already graduated when I was able to speak to her, but she was very informative that the whole situation was handled incorrectly. And as a student, I was not supposed to go through all the stuff that I went through. And she did apologize for me having to go through those things. And then she wasn't even informed to help me with those things. And that's why she wrote the letter. After she did an investigation with me to find out, she looked at my videos and stuff, and she wrote, I sent it over, but she wrote the letter to tell you guys, yeah, Miss Wiggins was instructed to make this website. She was instructed to do this on Instagram. So the school is backing me up, because I really, really didn't do anything. And I just, like it's emotional. You try not to make it emotional, but I love what I do, and I want to get out there and do what I do.
Destiny, Board Member Bramer, we want you to stay emotional. We want you to stay excited, but we really can't take anything from the school. I mean, no offense to the school, but we can't take any of their information, because if the school is going to allow the students to make Instagrams and create social media, the schools have to be able to follow the state board policies and procedures for us to be able to back the school. So even if one of my students was before us, I would have to say the same thing, because we know the schools know the laws. Even if they're not teaching it to the students, they know the laws. It's not a new law. It's been on the.
Yeah, and that's why it's kind of heart-wrenching, because, you know, I'm gonna respect whatever decision that you guys make. I'm gonna be honest, I don't have $2,000 to give anybody. So my license, I will not be getting if you guys do not make the decision to dismiss it. I just gave 6 months of my life and almost $14,000 in school fees. I had everything is gone. My time is gone. My money is gone. And I'm going to be honest, at the moment, my license will be gone because I gave everything to school so I can better my future. And to not have, I mean, I don't know, I guess in the future, maybe the board will have, you know, better, I mean, I don't know, maybe the board is good, but, you know, it's like third party. The schools have the third party information to give us. Maybe the board can, you know, when people are gonna start new classes, go up to the school and say, hey, make sure these kids know these things, because we signed paperwork stating that the schools are supposed to help us and teach us things, and I wasn't given those things. And I know that's something that I'll take up with the school. But like I said, I'm okay with whatever decisions you guys make. At odds, I take the loss, and it's unfortunate. But all I know is I know I'm telling the truth, I
think we believe you. I believe that you're telling the truth about you didn't get the law. And that's unfortunate, because it's the school's responsibility, because it's in the curriculum. But I mean, it's not the board's responsibility to go to the schools to make sure that the schools are teaching Nevada law. It's the school's responsibility, because they signed the contract with the student, is to give them what the board recommends that they give them, far as the curriculum being followed. Now, yes, you're right, it's the responsibility of the school to do what they are contracted to do, but we can't oversee that the school's teaching the law, because if we were to talk to the schools, they will tell us yes.
As we can see. And that's understanding.
Madam President, there are, Board Member O'Brien here, there are 2 Instagrams. One is, so sorry, I don't mean to butcher it, but it's the, is that Malana?
Big Mama SD, Milana, no, that's gone. I don't have that Instagram.
But the Big Mama SD is still up, and it's still actively being posted to it. And in addition, no changes have been made. There's no Milan student, Milan school, book through the school. There's no.
There are. That's my personal. So my accounts were linked.
So there's confusion. That there is a business under Big Mama SD.
So both my accounts were linked at the time. Big Mama SD is my private account. That has nothing on it. When I sat in the office and my board of director told me to delete it, I deleted that. But I do my page that they had us create at school is Milana Aesthetics. Big Mom, that's my personal page, and there's nothing on there at all. Those, like I said, these were pictures and stuff that was done before I knew anything about anything. But there's no consistent post on my Big Mama SC page. I do not have it at all. And that is my personal account. And there's no services being offered. Like I said, it was linked. They were linked, and they told us, you don't post your stuff on your personal account, make a business account. So when I was informed about that, I disconnected the 2. And I deleted one and kept the one that I was able to do, that the school could review and go over.
So are you aware that there's look like services on the Big Mama SD?
Yes, because they were linked to my business page. So I wasn't offering, I'm offering what the school, like I said, it's the school. It's nothing outside.
But Destiny, but you're no longer in school. When did you graduate?
I just graduated February 9th. All this is done while I was in school, not after school.
Okay, so this is not on your Big Mama SD on March 23rd, there's a post?
For this post that you're looking at right now?
Oh.
That's not from anything from March.
No, the one that we're looking at we have your other page pulled up.
No, for my Big Mama Esty, no, there's nothing there from anything in March.
Okay, I don't have any more to discuss. I have mixed feelings about the Nevada law being taught. But I mean, you know.
In their handbook when they go into school, like.
That they're given, well, they can go on the website too.
And it's all in there.
Most schools just go on the website, but the schools need, it's their responsibility to teach the students the law. I think it's at least 25 hours of law. That's in the curriculum, right?
And now present, they're given the law book too, the yellow book. They're given that as well. Students are.
No, we're not. I'm okay. I'm sorry.
Plus they go online. They go online.
We're
now.
not giving the law book for our subject.
They don't really give it to them. They can go on the line, but if the school's teaching it, the school's is the one that's creating the law exams and the questions, and they should go over it at least once a month at least.
And they don't. They just send us to your guys' website and they tell us to take a test so they can give us a grade and keep it pushing.
Board member.
And that's not even done until we're 3-4 months into school. So we're not even taught your laws off the bat, which we should be. We should have been taught that.
This is Board Member Ditzler. Do you not think it's any of your due diligence to check into something that you are going to be doing as a profession?
Yes, but when I did do my due diligence and realized how important it was already too late, because I was informed by a teacher who wasn't my teacher, who came in and was more concerned because she was concerned about what's going on the campus. And she's like, something's wrong. So she actually did, I think, outside of her scope and what she's supposed to do, and came into the classroom and said, hey, were you guys taught this information? If not, I'm here to tell you, but I was already 3 weeks away from graduation. And I don't think that was fair.
I don't have anything, any other discussion for Destiny?
No, I have, no, whatever decisions made, we have to accept them. There's not really more options, and I understand.
Can somebody make a motion? I'm either way. I mean, I'm confused about the school issue. That's my only biggest issue. And it's gonna always be when it come down to that, so.
And I'm sorry, my last comments, I feel, and I understand you guys say you guys don't listen to the school, but if a board of director of education is able to write a letter for me and state that the findings that you guys are finding is incorrect, I think that should definitely be taken into consideration, because I don't think they will sacrifice their job for anything. And this is a big thing to say, hey, yeah,
Destiny, you know what?
Just my opinion.
I know, and if you can convince me of that, I mean, that would be good, but people jeopardize their jobs all the time. But what I'm saying, I'm not saying that about your school director, I'm just saying that your school director is not the compliance for the state board. So the board we have guidance that we have to follow, and our guidance is not just looking at a letter, our guidance is taking the information from our chief and their team and bring that before us, and then that's how we make a decision.
And that's understandable.
Right, that we can't make it just because somebody writes us a letter. We have to make it based on the evidence that's presented before us. Does that make sense?
It does. It makes complete sense. Yeah, it makes, I guess.
Yeah, because I can understand the board of director is saying that, you know, they give you guys permission to do that, and I get that part. But then also the board of directors, you know, when they're given the information, you know, no matter who the board of director is, no matter what school it is, they should give the students the guidelines to create social media as well.
And yeah, and once, like I said, it's something I'm going to take up with my school too, because maybe they shouldn't advise us to do anything, you know, and it's more like promotion. They use us, and it's unfair.
But it's good guidance though. It's not bad guidance. It's good guidance to create social media to help build yourself, build your clients, learn to market yourself, but there's steps to it. There's
Yeah,
involved with it.
And
So
yeah,
that's all.
maybe in the future, maybe the board should have like a meeting where, like a class where there, maybe a requirement should be for students to go to the state board and have someone from the state board iterate this information to us before we're even able to give the school our money or register. I don't know, maybe something better to help future students, you know? Maybe it should be a requirement, because if I sign off on paperwork from the board stating that I know that you guys told me what to do, then it's more like, okay, now if you did it, it's your fault.
Because what happens, Destiny, all we know is that you comply with everything that the school has in the state curriculum, which is including the law. So we don't have a clue that you didn't get the law until you're telling us now, because it's a part of the regulation.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can't monitor it all. We can only listen to the evidence that was presented before us. And today, that the evidence that's presented to the board, it actually is presenting that you were performing services and the school was not connected to the school in any kind of way.
But I did tell you guys, I have the proof of the videos of me in the salon, but you didn't ask me to send them or anything. So that's why I never sent them. I have those videos. Those are screenshots. Not screenshots, sorry, because that's from what I saw at the school, but even the evidence you guys have, like I said, I have the original videos and pictures showing you that I was in a salon at a school in Nevada.
But we have additional evidence that was presented before us, and we have to go on that.
That's fine.
Right, I mean, you have that portion, but then we have the additional evidence that was just presented with us with the additional.
Yeah, and even with that, like I said, even with that evidence, all I have is the about me, which told people that I was a student. I'm not accepting clients. I don't have hours, but that's not the evidence that you guys have.
We have the second page. We have the second Instagram that's still showing lashes, and it doesn't look like it's in the school because it looks like you had already graduated.
No, the pictures you're talking about. I was in school. I have those pictures and videos. I was never outside of school. I never touched a person. I have the proof.
Unfortunately, Madam President, you don't have it in front of you.
Right.
For evidence.
Well, you guys didn't ask me to send it to you. I could have sent it right now the whole time, we were communicating. I could have sent that proof to you guys.
If you're coming before the board, you should present all the evidence that you have.
Do you want to table
in your
this when she
favor?
present her new evidence?
I didn't know. I didn't even get the cease and desist letter from you guys.
I don't know.
I didn't even know to appeal. That's why my appeal came so late, because I wasn't informed anything.
Okay, Destiny, this is what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to make a motion today.
Okay.
There's nothing gonna be wrong with you. Everything's gonna be right if you have the additional information that you can come back to present before the board.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
That's fair. Can I get a motion, please?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to table this.
No. I'm gonna make a motion to.
Okay. This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold petitioner Destiny Wiggins, ST-1010139112.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So Destiny, you can appeal this, you can re-petition, but you need to re-petition with some additional information other than what we've seen today.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Can we break? For lunch. I'm like, yes, okay. 1 o'clock. You gonna say 1 o'clock?
Okay.
Okay, we're taking a break. We're taking it. The time is 12:38. We're gonna come back at 10 minutes after 1.
Yeah, keep going. We had an audience, now we don't.
Okay, we're back. Welcome to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology Board meeting. The time is 1:10 p.m. We are now at the Executive Director's Review. Director, what's this open meeting law waiver? What's that?
Just allows.
I don't think we're gonna do that, are we?
Oh, we're not gonna do that?
It's just saying that he is waiving the service requirements, knowing that his performance will be discussed.
Oh,
That's all.
So you read, what is it?
It's just standard that we have to put in there when we're
Yeah.
reviewing in their character.
I'll put it in front of
So you're
the agenda.
you're reserving the right to,
Well, he waived the service requirements, whether it's five
he's waiving the
days
service
personal service for 21 days.
okay, so he didn't have to, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's standard, even though I think I got noticed a long time ago.
So we can-
I was gonna be on the agenda.
Okay. So you're waiving the requirement.
Service.
Okay, so the staff surveys, the executive director was surveyed by the staff. And board members, did you guys have the opportunity to review all the surveys?
Did good.
Yeah.
I took and put it into a form, this board member Ditzler, to where we could understand it better without having to look at each and every one of them. I mean, each and every one of them needed to be looked at, but I just took and highlighted the things that, as far as for all 8 questions, what the actual results were. Are you okay with me reading them out?
Yeah, I mean, if you can,
Okay.
anybody have any questions or you want to follow along
Is
with?
that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, question 1, do you feel the executive director has expressed a clear plan or goal for the agency? Out of that, there was 5 yeses, 4 nos, and 1 I don't know. So there is actually 10. Is that the amount of staff members we have is 10?
At the time of the survey, yes.
Okay.
Well, no. That not everyone completed the survey. I believe it was sent out to 12 employees at the time. 1 person is no longer with us.
Okay, okay.
Didn't complete it.
Okay, all right. Number two, based on your observation and personal experiences, what value does the executive director provide to the staff? In other words, how does the executive director improve your workday? And please explain in detail. Now, I've highlighted because some of them were really similar, and there's improved communication, which that we really like, an open door policy, and approachable. Those were the 3 items that, came clear. Number 3, how likely is the executive director to provide realistic solutions to staff problems as they arise? Evidently, it was on a score from 1 to 10, and it averaged out to be 7 out of 10. I would say this was positive. In what ways, number 4, what ways has the executive director contributed to the agency's daily operations? Now, the 3 that come to mind here that came up was that he does ask questions, daily appearance, and not much improvement on the day-to-day processes themselves. That's probably debatable, I'm sure. Number 5, I feel confident in the board's future success under the executive director's leadership. Again, average was 7 out of 10.
Number 6, would you recommend the executive director change anything about his approach to management? If so, please explain. This is where we kind of go down just a little bit because it's still extra long conversations, more direct with less past positions and places of work, gossip about past staff. Number 7, what activities, behaviors, feedback, or coaching would you like to see more or less of from the executive director? Please explain in detail. The top 3 are there where praise is appreciated, but repeated praise comes across as insincere. Less chit chat and willing to take feedback, good or bad. Number 8, does the executive director clearly communicate changes, updates, and other vital information to all staff and board members? 8 said yes, 2 said they didn't know. Okay.
So at this time, if any of the board members have any questions or anything they want to add before we allow the executive director to speak? Any questions? Okay, go right ahead.
All right.
You might want to answer to some of those for the record.
For the record,
You want that?
Donald, yes, please. So just one quick question. When were the surveys done?
Looks like February, the middle of February.
There was some done in March.
March
I
8th.
think March 8th is the closeout date of it, it's the last date.
Right. The last one was March 8th.
So, first of all, I want to say thank you, board members and definitely staff that I work with daily for this opportunity to work with you all and providing public health and safety to the cosmetology industry. It is my honor, and I said again, my pleasure to work with each and every one of you, especially the staff I work with daily on a day-to-day basis. I have a happy stress, as you say, and I hope that things that the board has noticed that the stress levels have tempered over the last month and a half. As I always tell the staff, and I really want them to enjoy their job and not for me to provide extra stress to them. We all have lives outside of work, but yet we spend a lot of time together. So I'm the same way. I want to, come here, work hard, do the best I can, and then go home to my family, right? I think that's what we all want to do. But it's been the last month and a half, really been wonderful working with the executive team and the rest of our colleagues, as we say. We have a lot going on. It's a very busy agency. Through some attrition, yes, some of the tasks and duties have been absorbed because that's just the way it's done. When people leave, everybody steps up to the plate and assumes someone's task, and 2 weeks get replacements in. So I am very happy. I think the future looks great. The board, I think I've gotten definitely a partnership with the board. You are my bosses, and my job is to respond to your questions, to your inquiries, and also to keep you in the loop on issues that are pertinent to the agency, and especially you as a board member in your role as board members. My job also is to keep the staff in the loop and involved. So every other month I do have all staff meetings so they know what I've been up to, what I'm doing, and where we're headed. This based on the report that's in the board packet. We've had a lot of legislature issues, a lot of bills out there that impact us. I've done my best to keep you in the loop on those issues and our analysis. We've changed the way we do agendas, where we actually provide more information to you, and that staff to you. Our job is to provide recommendations to you. We do the legwork, the research, and provide it to you. We are your staff. So we dealt with the governor's office, as you're all aware about the executive orders that have come out. As part of the process, we have to hold another hearing, and of course, providing reports to the governor's office regarding our regulations. Along with that, we got an exemption on our regulation that was set back in August of last year. It was all the regulations were frozen. We're going to have a hearing, actually a workshop, not actually a board meeting or a hearing, just a workshop on Monday to go over our regs that we had sent many months ago, but we had to get an exemption, had to convince the general counsel of the governor's office. So quite proud of that our staff and I were able to do that. Because it takes a lot to convince the governor's office to do something, right? Especially a new governor. Operations, we're still doing a fantastic job. We're at full staff almost. We have been able to hire wonderful inspectors, and we hired another front staff person down here. So now that we actually have almost a full complement of staff in the regulatory area and also customer service area. So we're very proud of that. We still have one more inspector to hire up north, and then we'll be fully staffed in those areas. So I believe that I've been informed by staff that we were wanting to do that since June of last year. And so that's one of the promises that I made to staff is that, hey, we're gonna get you some help. You guys don't hopefully want to work too hard. We're gonna get some more bodies in here. And so that way everybody's not being overworked. Outreach, my last item here. I've got to 9 schools. I'll continue to meet with the industry. We meet with, when I put my business cards out there, please call me, email me to the industry itself and to our customers. I said, I am available. So I've gone to all the schools. I've met with, stakeholders, individual stakeholders, and just to let people know that it is in partnership. Without licensees, we don't exist. So whatever we can do, at least definitely from our part, we want to be there and to see if we can accommodate that. And if something definitely is more takes more substance, we bring it before the board and the board makes a decision. That's how I believe how things should work. And with that, I'll leave it to the board to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, I have some. Do you have some?
I just, Board Member Bramo, if you would like to, I would like for you to go through and maybe answer a little bit more to the evaluations. There were some topics that that was previously discussed. And I wanted to just make sure, with the full board today, that you could maybe elaborate a little bit more on some of the evaluations that was given to us.
Sure.
Especially from probably number 6, number 7. Maybe just hear a little bit more of your clear goals so that we can, feel comfortable and start understanding that the direction that we're heading is the direction and the goal of the entire board as well. That's question number 1. And then there were some questions 6, 7, and 6 and 7 I would like for you to probably kind of respond to so that we can see how things can possibly benefit and move forward in the positive direction.
Sure. Question number 1, where it asks about have I expressed a clear path or goal for the agency? This is based upon 3 months of work. I've actually been here almost 5 months. So I believe the first step was to get settled and to figure out what everyone was doing, making an assessment, and that takes a little time. It's kind of hard to do within 3 months. But now that we actually have almost a full complement, I can start making a better assessment, complement of staff operations. That's the first thing you look at. The other thing that's going along with this is that a law may change. We're also shepherding a bill through the legislature right now that could change the way we deal with estheticians and advanced estheticians, as well as we clean up the whole statute, not just that section. So we've gotten rid of duplication and things like that, and that, as well as redundancies. So where I see the agency going, once we get fully staffed, which I think we're almost there, is that we can actually start enforcing the law and being more consumer advocacy and being out there in the public, doing more outreach as I've had conversations with some of the board members about doing more education. The things that we see and inspected from our compliance area are areas that we should be telling the community that, hey, we see unlicensed activity with students that was talked about today. We've seen that, and those are some of the things that I have talked about with some of the schools that I have, spoken to. And I'm actually going to speak to a school in the next week, another school, about that, because they're going to allow me to speak to their students. So those are kind of things that I see us doing, getting more involved in the community, which has been expressed to me by some of the board members. And we'll have a strategic planning session in July. That'll be the plan, because that's where the agency will be going in the next year, fiscal year. So once that's done, then I think we'll have a clear picture of where we're headed. But with the attrition and some of the transition that's happened, it was somewhat difficult to get a feel for how things were working. And now that now that I had the opportunity to get a better feel of how things are working, where I'm actually in positions and doing actual jobs, I think I get a better feel for things.
Okay.
Number 6.
Okay, number 6.
Number 6. Okay. So on the extra long conversations, I apologize. I have been an adjunct professor, so I tend to teach too much. I definitely shorten because I don't have the time to really have long conversations anyway. Early on in my tenure, my conversations were to get to know people, because they didn't know me and I didn't know them. And I wanted to let them know where I came from, my past, my experiences, and also what they have. That's the only way that I could get to know them, not just their knowledge in their positions, but also as a human being, as a person. You got to get to know that person because you're going to be working a lot of hours with them, and they're going to help both of us together, going to help the agency move forward. I don't know everything. I have not walked in their shoes, but the key is to find out what their talents are. What do they have that I can tap into to help me, right? So those kind of conversations were early on. Necessarily don't have those now because I think I've gotten pretty to know a lot of the people in the agency and who I can rely on and what talents that they have that will help me get there. So I definitely enjoy that. But that was really early on. We don't have those kind of conversations now because we're just too busy and focused on the job. I have too many other tasks to do now. And so definitely that shortened up. Last past positions and places of work, that's where I came from. Everybody always talks about, hey, this is where I came from. If I have experienced something that if I've already experienced something like setting up a brand new IT system, which I talked about in my interview, I have done that. I have no reason to lie or not tell you the truth. This is what I experienced. So that way, we hopefully won't fall in those same pitfalls when we are creating our own brand new system. Those are the kind of experiences that I bring to the table. And I hope that I can use those so that way we don't waste time on something that we could have avoided. So it actually helps the agency where I have those past experiences and I can tap in and I can call other agency heads because I still know some of them. They're still in state government. I called the DIR administrators the other day. I can call her because she took my place over there at DIR as the deputy. I can tap into that resource. So I try to use those as just explanations of why I'm thinking the way I'm thinking, because I may have already experienced it. My dad used to say this to me, life experiences. You can have all the education, common sense, but if you haven't lived the whole spectrum of life, my dad passed away at 88 years old. There's no way I'm going to know what my dad knows. He passed away at 88. He had lived life. I haven't, not as much as he did. So that's what I bring to the table. I bring that kind of perspective, respect experience, that kind of thing. That's about past staff. I don't know if people thought it was gossip, but I was trying to learn other what other people, I listen to them. I let people talk, I let them speak. Just because I listen doesn't mean I act on that. So I will always let people give me insight from their different perspective of what is said and what's not said. Doesn't mean I necessarily agree with what they're saying. Just because I listen doesn't mean that I actually agree. Anything on that question?
I think I just wanted to maybe share a recommendation. Like with that, now that we have all kind of settled down and everybody kind of knows the personality of one another, I think just kind of moving forward, because legislation is here and it's been a lot of work, and we appreciate you and your ability to be able to get out there and maneuver, because that was huge when it came down to me. You know, one of my things that was dear to me when we interviewed you is that I knew that you could move politically, which will kind of help and shake hands with the agency as well to get some things passed. You know, that was, I really appreciate that. But now that we're kind of comfortable with one another, I think the long conversations, and it's just only because I come back from the hair industry type of environment where we do a lot of unnecessary, just having a good time and just talk. But then we can kind of also delay a person in getting what they need done if I have my superior person, you know, holding a conversation that's an extended long conversation, when it could be a 5-minute conversation and it turns into a 30-minute conversation. Now I still have to move and catch up with my work. If we can just kind of like maybe, you know, like can tailor some things. I'm not saying not keep the same environment, but as a leader, even with myself, even with my staff, sometimes I'll chit chat with them, but I have so much work that needs to be done that I expect them to get a certain amount of work done too, because I don't want to be the one that's working all the time and they're not. So if we can kind of like tailor some of that, and then especially I try as a person is not to talk about what happened with my employees that used to work with me that don't work with me anymore. I mean, they're working somewhere else now, and that's fine, and it is what it is, and we just kind of move on. I think that as a leader, we have to kind of have that kind of a personality about ourselves. And I kind of understand you, Director McDonald, because your personality is a bubbly, cheerful personality, and that's the kind of personality you have. But when you're in a workplace, it's a different kind of role that we have to kind of like tailor some of those things that we know we like, and that's who we are, you know, to be able to make sure that the team is able to work and able to focus on what they need to focus on. And then there's less things, just keeping down some just unnecessary chit chat going on that could cause somebody else to feel a certain kind of way. Because if you're talking a lot to me, then I'm gonna feel like you're talking a lot about her, and then she's gonna feel like you're talking a lot about her, and it just kind of goes back and forth. And I think that with the focus area that the board and that you have, you know, that vision, I want you to be able to expand our agency to where we're the best agency in the state. You know, cosmetology is a huge industry. We have 15,000 licensees out there, and we're strong. And we want to be able to say we're a strong board, we're a strong agency, and that's all that matters. So, any other comment on that question?
I have some other comments.
Okay, but can we get to number 7?
Absolutely.
Okay.
8. Did we do 7? No, we did.
Okay, we did 7. 8 is
No,
pretty
We
solid.
did 6.
It was
Yeah, we did
question
6.
6.
Yeah, but
So
we're
8.
moving to 7 now. I think
7.
question 6 was, I said what I had to say
Yeah.
about question 6. Question 7, there were some kind of like concerns too similar to 6.
Yes, they do cross over. I guess the praise part, I guess when I say thank you or when I do praise the staff, it really is genuine. And it does come from the heart because I do appreciate what everyone, and especially over the last month and a half, almost 2 months have done here. Because of the transition that has occurred, I know that everyone is working extremely hard and putting the time into their job and is focused during the day, either out in the field or inside, because I'm working 7 days a week. So I know that if I'm working 7 days a week, I'm sure that they are too, that they're working very hard. And that's why I try to show my appreciation by saying, thank you. And it really does come from the bottom of my heart, because I've been here, I'm working my 5th month now. And I've never seen a more dedicated staff to an industry, especially the bulk of the staff here is licensed in the industry. And so they got to have an appreciation and a love for it in order for you to do it. It's a skill that I've always been like some people, like as lawyers, we kind of look our nose down at the doctors do too, look our nose down at other industries. You gotta have a little vanity. But I can tell you, in meeting with so many folks, still have a lot more people to learn from and meet, that I do appreciate the talent that is in this industry. You've got to have talent and a passion to do it. I don't have that talent, definitely not. You don't want me to get your eyebrows or your eyelashes. So, or just something like that. But I am very appreciative of the industry that I'm in, and that there's all kinds of stakeholders here out in the public, of course, our citizens, our tourists that use the services, as well as the board members, and as well as my colleagues here at as board staff. So I will try to tone down my praise, but it really is from the heart, because I know the last month and a half, 2 months have been really, really hard. But my job as a leader is to lead and to be the cheerleader, and it is to come in with a smiley face, because I know they don't need me to be walking in the door with a bad, sad face. I know they're coming in and working hard and dealing with the public. They are the face of the public a lot. They deal with them daily. So I recognize that. And so I do appreciate that. That's where it comes from.
Okay, I don't have any other than that. I think we kind of, what I had to say was pretty much,
I think he's covered everything that really was, anything on there that needed to be covered, in my opinion. I do have a couple things I'd like to say. Board Member Ditzler, for the record. I do want to tell you, I'm going to compliment, I do appreciate the fact of the different Senate bills and Assembly bills that you have. I know I've called you after hours to find out what is going on. And that meant a lot to me personally, because a lot of these things, I didn't understand what was going on. And you explained how those things were happening, and keeping us informed is, as far as on these bills, it's been really good. I guess I have a couple things that I do have, questions on, or ask that they be, like in the director's report itself. I was kind of concerned about the outreach thing, and it's just a heading at this point. Because to me, the outreach would be like when we go out to different places like we did before with have a booth and those kind of things, reaching out to the public. Community relations is what I consider that what you've been doing as far as getting with the schools, the legislators, and the things that have to do with cosmetology. And if anything, I would ask that you would title it as community relations instead of outreach. I see that we've got a chief accountant hired. And I do want to know what we're doing about the human resources company. Have we done any contracts? Have we done anything?
Yes, we've done some research. I have reached out to some of them already. looking at what services that they provide. So far, they're not able to provide the in-person, conversation from an employee. Everything's in writing. It's more so to protect both parties. That's why everything's in writing. So it would be, of course, an outside contractor, but most of the time they will not take your phone call. Everything would have to be documented. Say they had a complaint about me, and it would have to be written. So that way they would communicate back to them in writing, and then it would go to the board president for processing. So we're still working out those kind of logistics. I did talk about benefits. Some of the contractors small contractors that we have contacted, they're not necessarily want to provide that kind of service because they have to learn Nevada benefits, PERS, the health benefits, things of that nature. They don't necessarily want to do that. And so I'm still looking for other companies that are willing to do that. Otherwise, right now, it would have to be done on the inside, meaning me or an executive assistant or somebody I could assign that to be an expert at those two functions to be able to provide that information to an employee. Hey, if I want to go from HMO to PPO, or I want to change from the employer-employee paid versus employer-paid retirement, or I want to talk about the 457B deferred comp. I mean, those staff has those kind of questions. That has never been fielded before in the past. A lot of people don't know that they have these.
Does the state not have any agencies that do that?
Yeah, it's under the state HR, the Division of Human Resource Management. I have talked to the agency head there. They're getting me numbers of what it would cost to do that. They have not gotten to me.
Okay.
So I have reached out to the state.
Okay, I have a question about that. Okay, so we hired a chief operating, was it a chief accountant? So what is it that the chief accountant's job description, and shouldn't it pertain to some of their PERS and all that other stuff that deals with finance?
No, actually, the original chief accountant, the predecessor to her, was hired as an accountant. He took on these roles over the 9 years that he was here because he was assigned them. He was assigned IT, he was assigned HR. And what was told to me is that because he said he was the most competent person here. So I was like, that necessarily in my mind didn't make much sense because HR is a separate function. He's a person that does that 100% of the time. IT, you could probably get away with it, even though IT, as we know, is a comprehensive project itself too. So this chief accountant that's hired is going to focus only on the finances, on financial statements, on cash flows, on making sure that our bills are paid, which I'm doing all that right now.
And that's including the PERS and all that, right?
Yeah, but that's just paying the bills to PERS. See how PERS works is that we take money out, depending on what kind of retirement plan you're on. We actually get an invoice from PERS and we submit them a bill. Whereas if you work as a state agency under that, it's automatically taken out. See, so we actually are paying a bill, an invoice that comes in. Same as with the employee benefits, health insurance. We actually get a bill from the Public Employees Benefits Program. We take the money out, their portion, the employee's portion, and then the agency pays the other portion, and we pay the bill. See, so that's what the chief accountant's supposed to do is pay bills, pay our credit card bills, power bills, things like that. Do our statements, make sure.
So that doesn't seem like I don't mean to cut you off, but that doesn't seem like a 40-hour, 35-hour-a-week job.
It was before. I'm just basing it upon past history from the person that was in there before.
But the person that was in there did the PERS, did all the HR, did the IT. So if this person is the chief accountant, a chief financial, I'm trying to find the terminology that you put in here. But the chief accountant, it seems like a chief accountant would have multiple whatever I'm trying to say. Job duties. Like job duties that deal with the finances, far as when you were saying HR, they're gonna deal with PERS and all this kind of insurance and all that. seem like that would be the chief accountant's job. They're paying the bills, they're already doing that. So why couldn't we just get an HR to handle like the employment, anything to deal with the employment?
Right, onboarding and things of that nature. What I've been informed by my staff that I work with is that that position, even though it was under this other position, was never fully, it wasn't done as well as it could have been done because the person couldn't provide the type of energy or time to doing it well. When you hire a person that only does this, then they're going to only do that and do it well. Whereas the last person had 3 major functions under him. So he couldn't devote all of the energy that you need. So people didn't feel very comfortable going to him because he's too busy. People didn't feel comfortable approaching him. Maybe it's because of personality. Don't know. I wasn't here. But I know that I believe that if we take the focus and have it done by a professional that does this, then you're gonna get the professional type of service.
I totally agree with that. I do agree with allowing somebody to do what their position is, but now I'm kind of questioning the amount of time, the hours just to do the financials and because I have the opportunity to look at those statements and those budgets that come through, and it just doesn't appear to me that that's a 40-hour-a-week position. It seems like that person, even though the person we had was doing accounting, was doing IT, and was doing HR all at one time. Okay, that was a 40-hour position. I think it was a lot. But just to hire somebody to do chief accountant for 48 hours, what's going to happen when it's all reconciled in 2 weeks? What happens the next 2 weeks?
It's going to take a little longer to reconcile.
No, I'm just saying, I'm saying like monthly.
Yes. What we can do is I can leave the IT portion because I'm also doing that as well. I supervise the IT guy now. That was still under that same position. And that's typical sometimes to have IT under the chief accountant, CFO, that type. The chief accountant is part of the executive team along with the chief compliance officer and the chief operating officer that was here, and also the lead specialist of North in Reno. So that's the executive team. So we can definitely leave the information technology function overseeing it.
What if they don't know what to oversee? We've already hired that person, right?
Already. Yeah.
I would think that the accountant need to do the PERS and those things, okay? Because before our last accountant, that's what she did. She did handle the PERS and she handled the accounting, okay? I don't remember an other HR person. She wasn't HR, but that's the only thing that I think we're concerned about is separating just that part of it so the staff all the way around can feel comfortable if they have a problem. They have some place to go so that we don't have to hire anybody that has to do all of the different things that you're talking about that has to do with the PERS and the retirement and all of that stuff. Or insurance, that should be able, the accountant should be able to handle that.
Yeah.
Normally they take care of everything to do with finances.
I can train on that. I will become an expert.
Right. And it's the chief accountant position.
Yes.
Chief accountant is like the chief of the compliance.
Yeah.
Well, my question would be, what is the difference between what a CFO would do and a chief accountant? Because in my mind, those are two different positions where an accountant is more specialized and a chief financial officer has more, would encompass more things like you guys are describing. So to me, they're two vastly different positions.
Between the two, I found that, of course, cost is one. We were able to hire more bodies. I told you before if we go to the budget, hire more bodies with the inspectors to get them fully staffed, staying within the budget. And I think that that's where the resources should have been focused, because we've been, underfilled in those areas. So I was able to hire someone that is a controller at the Seven Hills Hospital that deals with a lot more revenue streams, a lot more federal regulations that we deal with. So I believe that we've hired a person that can definitely handle the job. Because we only have certain streams of revenue here, it's not very much. And our budget's very small compared to what hospitals deal with. So I think that she can take on these extra things. Her name is Josephine. Take on the extra role of becoming an expert for her perspective. But staff will go to on PERS related questions. I agree with you. This chief accountant was doing what the CFO was doing here. It just was a different title because he was originally hired as a chief accountant.
Because I think with the chief accountant, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this one, but I'm just thinking with the chief accountant can handle anything to do with finances and not have the time to do the research. Because once all the accounts is reconciled, all the payroll is submitted, all those things are done, probably within that 1 week, that's like an extra so many days time frame that they just like cashing out every day, finding out what money's coming in and what money's going out.
And also possibly definitely looking at the operations of that department, streamlining it, because I know a lot of things that you all know about some of the areas that could be improved.
Related to the chief accountant, because I know that with the last individual in the role, there was an extensive time frame where I was involved in the whole audit process. So is that also something that's time consuming related to that role as well? That Ms. Josephine?
Absolutely. Yes, that's part of the chief accountant's job is to handle the audit or independent audit that happens every year. That has started to come online. We've been in contact with our accountant. So first of all, she'll be reconciling all of the monthly reports and then getting their audit request, what documents they need to provide as they start doing testing. So yes, that definitely is part of the job.
Okay. And I just only have one other question related, given the roadblocks with trying to fulfill the goal outside HR role, is it possible to then at least for future agenda item if the board is interested to provide a report or any update on that?
Sure. Absolutely. In July.
I just would like to possibly by July have an HR company already ready to be contracted with.
Absolutely.
Because I just think that with an outside HR, we won't run into some of the issues that we've had in the past.
Yeah.
With the HR being in-house. I just don't want me personally to see an HR person building a relationship or a friendship with an employee, just the things that kind of like have some red flags with me, that we want to outside, somebody that's neutral, somebody on the outside that the staff could go to and you can go to as well.
Not that we haven't considered the alternative of having someone in-house, just after weighing all of the options, that's the route that we believe would be best suited.
I have a report to you in July.
Okay. Any other board members have any questions?
I do. I do. Have you interviewed or put out applications for the administrative assistant that we asked you to do?
Yes, I do have the position description. I have not put it out yet. I have the description, the draft of it on my desk. I just haven't gone through the draft to fix those things that I haven't adjusted.
I think that would help you a lot. You wouldn't have to be worried about letters going out, things being done, as you have somebody assist you.
And thank you for the support. Thank you. So you can executive assistant.
This is something I'd like to see. I don't know how the other board members would feel, and I'd like to hear their comments on it, is when you're emailing us, I noticed that you are blind copying each and every one of us. I think that it should be carbon copied except for the president, unless it's just a personal thing or something that you're going through different, like if I ask you a question and you come back and answer. Because then that way we can see how everybody's responding.
I think that's, yeah.
We
that's-
previously advised under the OML standpoint to keep it as a blind copy because what we wanted, our aim is in order to avoid any allegation that board members are, in essence, creating a constructive quorum by forwarding each other messages.
Well, it would only be from him. I mean, as far as we would see what everybody's what their correspondence were and going, because the thing is.
What the past ED did was he would send out the emails, but he would only blind copy just to one person, but it was only emails not asking the question, not for the board members to respond.
Like the bills, the Senate bills and stuff. So, and I think that seeing some of their responses would help me understand, and I wouldn't have to call you after business hours.
I don't mind you calling me.
My only concern would just be because sometimes if you get everybody else's opinion, even if you're not talking, you can kind of get an idea of, okay, this is what we're willing to do. If it's not including upcoming or what we anticipate to be agenda items.
Oh, no, I don't, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like what we've been, because we haven't done any agenda items in that case. It's all been done through.
Can you expand on that, Balthazar?
On what?
The email, like when you sit on a lot of different boards.
I mean, well, it's different because, we have open meeting laws that we have to abide by. A nonprofit doesn't have that. To this extreme. So I don't know. I mean, it was always the advice of our council to not have that because then your opinion can be influenced by seeing what others are going to say. And I have been chastised for sending an email to everyone before. So this is very different. Like if it were a nonprofit, I would say, yeah, do it. But because I don't want to have to submit emails again and have something like really messy.
You mean like
in there?
Well, see, that's-
Exactly. So it's like,
and
we need to be protected.
And that's the other thing too. Maybe it's overprotection on our end when we give the advice, because if somebody asserts an allegation that I know board members are talking together, conflicting with each other, and they say, I want a public records request with your emails, because your emails are public records.
Right.
That is enough. Yes, last year.
Exactly.
But that is enough for them to assume that, okay, what else are you guys possibly talking about? And so because we know that that's not what's intended.
I didn't think about it like that. I was just thinking when board member Dixler was mentioning it to me, I was just thinking when he was sending, when we get the legislative stuff, when we were getting the legislative stuff, not anything to deal with any agenda items.
No, or conversations between board members should not happen.
No.
No.
I mean, I get CC'd as well. So regardless of what comes in, I'm ready to defend, given the fact that, I don't see any of that, OML violation stuff going on. But it's just a precaution. I would just say for our director to just, exercise his best judgment.
Okay,
Well, that's good advice. One attorney.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I was just thinking on that because there's so much legislative stuff, and then there's questions like, okay, when are we going to be heard? And things like that. So, I mean, that's all I was thinking of, because I don't want to have to give up my emails again.
Exactly. I was ready to jump off the board.
Emails I had to give up. But I get that part.
Yeah, so I apologize. So just the emails I send you are basically this bill sitting out here. Here's an overview of it. We are reviewing it. We give you more information because it's our job to go through the 118 pages of bills most of the time.
But I think board member
It's more
Dixler
like,
was saying, she would
okay.
ask me, what does this mean? She would call me
Well,
up
and we
and-
have aesthetics and we have nail techs, and then the public. And so helping us understand what those mean, that's all I'm asking, is those are the emails that, that I think that way it's kind of.
For her to have a better understanding, but I guess she can always.
I mean, the beauty about what being CC'd on it is that ultimately we would argue content and say that if somebody were to allege that, you know, oh, you guys are somehow circumventing, no, I can be able to defend on the basis of, no, this is what was asked. It was just a question pertaining to this topic, and that could quickly be dispelled. So it's just a precautionary measure.
I mean, and you can always tell us, I mean, if we do move in that direction of being CC'd, you can always email us and be like, dead this conversation, call each other instead. So.
Right.
No, don't do
But I
that.
haven't seen
because then
anything crazy. But that's the thing, I haven't seen. you
It
know.
hasn't been any crazy
Yeah,
ones. It's just been like when board member Dixler have questions, and if she don't get clarification, and
Then I
the
have
first
to call
person she
this-
can get in contact with, she want clarification. So she's texting me, are you busy?
On Friday, Saturday.
I think the beauty about it is we know the job that we signed up for, so.
Okay, so I don't think if there's any other questions or concern, well, was any other questions?
I was just kind of gonna go by the survey of the executive director's performance, that another survey be completed by the board staff in 60 days. I think that you really, you are getting your feet on the ground, and I think that 60 days from this meeting, and then the board members will review and evaluate the survey and the executive director at the July meeting.
And then I wanted to be able to kind of wrap this up. I want to be able to get a vote to remove the executive director from the probational period.
Oh, yes.
Before we do, do you have any updates on like our relationship with the lobbyist, and has that improved since we've initially spoken?
Oh, absolutely. We've been working very well. Matter of fact, the lobbyist has been instrumental in opening the doors to a lot of legislators and getting to meet them. I'll be going in just a couple weeks to start meeting the first week of May to start the effort in the assembly. Of course, it's a bigger body, 42 members, so it's going to be a little bit more work, meeting a lot more people. But the relationship has improved. They've gotten their feet settled too, on how this legislative session is running. And things pop up as in anything. You get surprised, but as soon as they're aware that, they send it to us immediately. Or we hear of something, we send them something, saying, hey, keep on the radar, it's on the radar. But they have contacts. I think they've been very good so far.
And just for a point of clarification, that bill that Senator Daniate ended up killing, we only came across that because of you, correct? Where he emailed that to you. Otherwise, we would have never known about that. So that's not obviously anyone's fault here, but those kinds of situations where we didn't even know this was in the process, or did we?
I'm sorry. Sorry. It was on our radar. It was a list. It was a bill that was on our list, but it only pertained to barbers. So we weren't really paying attention to it. It was the BDR, the amendment that we never saw that President Vanderbilt got. That's what we didn't see, which tied us together with him. It's the amendment that we never saw. We saw the bill, but it only pertained to barbers. So that's why it wasn't high on our radar. It was on the list, but it was like, okay, it's barber.
But I want to just echo with what Baltazar, board member Baltazar was saying, and I appreciate you because he knew the players too. And he was very instrumental in attending those meetings when I was out of town, making sure. But from the very beginning, it probably was pertaining to barbers, but it was rewritten and added cosmetology to it. And if we wouldn't have, and that was going to be heard when it was going to be a BDR. It was in the amended BDR that added cosmetology to that. So if we didn't have, that's something that our lobbyists, I feel personally, should have really been on top of. Because that's a bill that could have affected our whole agency. Our agency could have been, until he decided to drop that bill, they were requesting that the Board of Cosmetology and Barbering go up under Business and Industry. So that was huge. That was a huge impact on our industry, our agency. So that's something that our lobbyists probably should have.
Very much, actually, because I knew the lobbyists personally, they did echo that they didn't even know who to contact because they didn't know who our lobbyist was.
Yeah.
So, there was obviously some disconnect in visibility. And so that's my concern. This is something that could have, again, gotten out of hand and we would have totally missed it, but fortunately, you were on top of it.
Yeah. So we would like to see our lobbyists.
Who's our lobbyists?
Griffin?
Griffin Company.
Any other questions or comments or concerns? So I would like to get a motion with all those things added.
Just related to, I just need one regarding the probation, and I think there was a talk about a survey.
Okay, we could split them up. Okay, the first motion I would like to see is for the executive director, Stephen McDonald, to be removed from probation.
I'll make a motion that we take Executive Director McDonald off of probation.
That's it.
That's it.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So do you get a certificate or?
No.
Oh, no more certificates, never mind.
This too, because I wanted to be able to look at that page.
Okay, I've got just something to consider here.
Okay.
When, in November 16th, when we brought you up aboard, we put you at a grade 55, step 2, which was 132 for 441.84. There's been a cost of living raise in that time for that same step, grade and step, and it's taken it up to 133,757.28. That's a difference of $1,315.44 at this time, and I think that we should leave it at that. That's, I guess it's
Are you
open
trying
for
to say
discussion.
he doesn't get a raise?
Well, he's actually getting a cost of living raise.
Okay, so is he get a raise after his 90 days?
I don't know that we said we would give him a raise at 90 days, but
What's the next
Remember, I
step?
said he was getting a raise.
here's the next step.
Let's hear the next step.
The next step is 5503, which would be 140, 167.44. But I would like to make sure that all of the things that we've discussed are implemented. That's, I mean, we haven't got to that point yet. And I mean, it can change in July. That's why I was just kind of wanting to say things, and that's why I requested a 60-day survey. That way, everything should be in place.
Let
And
me ask this question, Deputy AG, what does it look like? Okay, the next step is, okay, so with the next step raise, because I think we talked about during the hiring process when executive director was hired, that we would take a look at the pay in 90 days. Is that what we talked about?
That's what I heard.
Down, to be frank, I would have to go back and look at the minutes, but if we're going off of what's generally standard and routine, when a person is off probation, there is a recognizable pay afterwards. And also given the fact that until more folks are put into place, Director McDonald is still expected to hold those multiple hats. Also, what should be factored in is the prior pay listed was also with the understanding that a deputy director would be assisting him in some things, and we know that that's also not the case as well, that he's primarily holding in that role and that a deputy director role is not going to be hired at this time. So I think it is important for the board to engage in discussion on what basically right now, there's still the understanding on the recommendations and the changes and the rooms for improvement, especially regarding leadership style that Director McDonald is expected to do, but also with what you guys deem to be fair, reflected to what his job duties are right now.
I agree.
I don't have a problem either way. This is a suggestion mainly. But I wanted to make sure that everybody was on the same page as far as what the steps were, where we were, and where we're going.
Okay, and I understand that. I appreciate that. I just feel like at this time, because we're not gonna put a deputy director in place, and we're just gonna be hiring an executive assistant in the place of in place of a deputy director. Legislation is probably gonna be over with in around 1st of June. So there's going to be a lot of more office duties and a lot of more requirements of our executive director. So I don't have a problem with the next step. I just want to hear some other comments from any other board members.
It would bring it up to a 55-3.
He's at
grade. It's a grade 55.
The 2 now.
Step 3, and right now he's at a 55, step 2.
Down to Simon, I mean, anybody want to?
I feel he earned it. I feel this, the staff survey proved it. Because if that's the case, the staff survey proved it when they got rid of Gary.
But that's not the issue at this point.
I understand, but I think he deserves it.
Right now, well, you can't compare him from apples. That's apples and oranges, because he's totally different from Gary.
And that's true. But Gary was getting those raises.
Board Member O'Brien, I think that our Doug made a lot of good points about the different hats that are being worn and the effort and game plan put into place. So I think that it does warrant a sizable or a noticeable increase. I can definitely respect where Board Member Ditzler is going and her idea behind it, but I do think that with the different hats being worn, it makes sense to award that pay structure.
And just to be certain, but then is that listed at the $140,167.44?
Yeah, the other one that he was hired with, that was a 2021. And this one is.
Any other comments, Baltazar?
I don't have any
Any
comments.
Well,
Board Member Harris?
Board Member Harris. Well, yeah, because you've been in position now, how many months?
Work on my 5th month.
Okay, so this is the 5th month, and when we hired him in, we said we were gonna sizably give him his increase when he's done the job. And to me, he's done it. Like you said, he's wearing multiple hats already. He had a lot of people to leave. He's been dealing with the day-to-day issues, keeping us abreast, being transparent. So I don't see why he wouldn't go to 55. Would you say 3?
Go 55-3. He was at 55-2.
Okay, so I don't have those numbers you have, but I understand he needs a raise at this time. That's how I feel as well.
Okay, up to, you okay with the 55-3?
Okay, I need to get a motion. So we're gonna put something, we're gonna do the 55-3 increase, and then you might as well tie in the 60-day just of staff survey.
Well, I want to make sure that
everything's
the board is in agreement with the survey. So I would like a separate motion if possible.
Okay.
A separate motion on the table.
But can I say something about the surveys this time? The surveys were done very well, but I would like to see them done a little bit different. You remember how we did them before on that kind of showed that scale?
Right.
Then that way we don't have to kind of like read through.
Open-ended questions.
This was a good one this time. But we can come up with some different open-ended questions. And
Well,
can we put it on a scale?
Putting it on a.
It was
pie
challenging
chart.
to put it on a pie chart.
Well,
when
that's
there
what I
were
mean.
so
Pie
many
chart.
different questions being
Yeah.
asked, so we can perhaps if you prefer it that way, we can do less open-ended questions, maybe just a few, or maybe a comment section. And then
Because
you
we
can
know,
read all
we know the
comments.
improvement areas we would like to see modified. Okay,
And we'll work with we can work with the board if everyone would like to see it before it goes out, we could send it for everyone to review.
yes.
And for the record, I don't see these surveys, so I just haven't seen them.
You have now.
Okay, so can I get a motion on the 60-day survey?
Board Member Ditzler, I'll make a motion that we, in 60 days, that we have another board staff survey of the executive director to be evaluated at the July 10th meeting.
Can I get a
This is
second?
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to approve the step 3 raise for executive Stephen McDonald, please?
Board Member Ditzler, I'll make a motion that we give the executive director, Donald, a step raise from to 55.3.
Based on additional.
Based on additional what?
Job duties.
Job duties. Well, we're not gonna take it away from him, so he's.
Based on the additional job duties that he's
Okay.
actually having to perform.
Okay.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Whew, that's all right. Anything you have to say, Executive Director McDonald?
You could have advocated for your raise, but that's okay.
Thank you for recognizing the work I'm doing and that I will continue to do and continue to do better. And I'm looking forward to working with you even more to help our agency achieve its goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your efforts.
Okay. So I think this is everybody's been patiently waiting for.
Oh, Lord.
The agenda item number 8.
It's a long one today.
The 75-hour laser course requirements for discussion and possible action. Can we hear a little bit more from the compliance team? And I want us to take in consideration when we're actually when we're actually voting on this today, can we just like really take a good look at some of the things that's been said over the last couple of months and things that we've heard at every last meeting? Can we have our compliance?
To Jane.
Okay.
Yes. The laser course, initially, when we started to regulate it, not even regulate it, there are no regulations for the laser course. It's a little blip in the bill that is also just a little advisor's note in our law book. So we tried to keep it very basic, bare bones, to try not to overstep, because we weren't given too much guidance by the legislation. So initially, we were requiring that it was done in a licensed establishment, whether it was a school or a salon, and taught by someone who was licensed to do so, whether it was a exempt healthcare professional or one of our licensed advanced estheticians. Because it is a laser course, it had to be done on some sort of a laser, but beyond that, we don't have the purview or jurisdiction to say what brand or type of laser. So we were only asking what the machine was to ensure it was a laser as opposed to an IPL device or another type of device. There was a lot of confusion in the beginning about this. A lot of people wanted to teach body contouring in this laser course. So we had to verify that they were using a laser in the laser course. Because traditionally laser services are considered non-ablative and our law requires supervision for non-ablative services, we require that they had a healthcare professional in place. There's a form that they would sign, a notarized form that they would sign that says that they were in a collaboration agreement. When it became available for them to take portions online, we didn't have a method of recommending to those individuals offering online courses. So we were reviewing the curriculum, not the platform. After we started to receive complaints or comments had been made that they took portions of the online course, they completed the 45 hours within 3 hours or less. We then continually audited the laser course to ensure there was compliance, because ultimately it is like a regular school in the sense that it's a minimum hour requirement. You may not like the content of the course, you may not like the course itself, you may not like your school or the content or the quality of your ed, but you still have to punch in and punch out for your 75 hours, your 600, your 1,000, your Cosmo. Everything in this industry is hour related. So we did go through and try to verify with the various courses that they were calculating and logging those hours. So there were updates around January, I would say, where we started to ensure that they were hitting those online hours, which now they are required to show like a screenshot or transcripts that show the online component was actually met, their time cards essentially, as well as sign-in sheets. And then as far as the quality of the course, that's, I think, why we might be here today. So we've written this for the board based on some of the other states that grant licensure through a laser course, like Arizona and Texas. They do different courses that are like 88 hours or 120 hours and then X amount of procedures. So we've kind of blended some of that together, in addition with the curriculum that we've seen in Nevada's laser courses. We've tried to pull together as much of that as possible to ensure that the future licensees are getting something that will prevent injuries on the public. Any questions?
I do have a question because Jennifer, board member Jennifer, she was talking about her hybrid class she's taking. She took 45 hours already. Is she going to have to do something different?
We've worked with every laser course and their participants to ensure that if they took what we could have verified to our ability, we would grant them licensure. I think part of the problem is with this particular laser course are the participants and the providers themselves aren't necessarily taking it as seriously as it is. If you're signing up to provide this laser course, you are providing a 75-hour laser course. So that is 75 hours from start to finish, not handing a student a book and saying, read this for 45 hours and entrusting that. There has to be checks and balances. There has to be a commitment to that 75 hours. And you'll have to wait, I think, until public comment.
Well, one of my questions, and I know why we're trying to tailor this hybrid class, because we kind of even heard today, I mean, that the hours that you can actually take online is not equivalent to the amount of hours that's actually required. You could do this 75 hours or 45 hours in two.
And we did work
In one day, you
we
can.
did work with the laser course providers when we discovered that was happening. We worked pretty hard to find them or share information amongst this group of what courses or what platforms, I should say, can actually clock those hours. A lot of them were using one particular platform that was not able to do that. So when that became a problem and we told them that they had, when we reiterated that it had to be 45 hours, we suggested switching platforms or reducing the hours themselves. The board granted them the ability to do 45 hours, which if that couldn't be done successfully, no one told you it had to be 45. It could be up to 45. So it would be easier for them to monitor students actually clocking maybe 20 hours or something to that effect, then reduce the hours or go all in person. Now, that's just an option.
I'm just kind of thinking now that since it's an issue and there's no way that they're able to create platforms, and if they are able to create a platform, that platform should be approved. But if they're not able to create the type of platform that's necessary to track the amount of hours, then they don't get to do a hybrid class. It shouldn't be approved. I mean, because if you're gonna invest in charging a participant from $2,500 to $5,000, $6,000, you would have to be able to make sure that as a business person, you have the proper equipment and the proper platform that you have created, or however they IT, what is it, technical guy go in and create this big platform for you to track the hours. You know, when a person logs on and they complete whatever assignments, that's worth so many hours, and then they complete the next, but it should take that time. If it's an 8-hour or a 5-hour course, how do you do a 5-hour course in an hour? I mean, if it's not enough material for you to be able to go through and participate in to get 5 hours. So I think that's some of the biggest problems, and we
Shouldn't
This
it
is
be an
terrible.
actual 5 hours?
We work with.
go right ahead.
Board Member Bryant, the other issue that I am coming to as well is just the checks and balances of the online learning. This class is so short in comparison to our other licenses and everything that we have in place to kind of ensure that whatever we do hybrid, like online learning, is checked and considered in person at some point, whether it be a test or just communication with the instructors, or touching base on it in class too. I personally went through a hybrid situation, and whatever was on the online portion really never got touched upon again. So it's really up to the student to do their due diligence. But we can see, as I believe we saw today with some of the petitions, it's not a matter of mastering, understanding, and really absorbing the information. It's just a matter of completing the hour requirement to get through it so that you can get that IAE license and be on your way to either starting to teach somebody or doing the service yourself. And both, in my opinion, are extremely dangerous situations if we can't properly document the hybrid hours and ensure that they're actually being done.
I just verified to Member Dishler's question. It is an hour for hour. So if it's 5 hours, it's supposed to be 5 hours. It's not, do it, you get 5 hours.
I read real fast, so,
Yeah.
that kind of.
Which I feel like happened with petitioner number 2 today. That's exactly what she had said, because she had already taken the online class through Halo Beauty. She sped through the online portion of the Carolina skincare. It's basically her words, what she said. That shouldn't be okay. That's not the requirement. The requirement is to do the entire course. But if we're already seeing it, I mean, I don't know. I just think it's
up to the board
issue.
if they're going to continue with the hybrid.
It just sounds like there wasn't enough material maybe in the Carolina course to even take her to the full 75. I don't know.
I just echo, I'm not in the AE, but I know safety, in public health. That it's too dangerous, and I've had laser procedures done just so that I can understand this lasering a little bit more. It's serious if you don't know the proper techniques. You can really cause a lot of damage to that person, body-wise, and probably not just physically, mentally too. So I just have a huge concern with this online and how we're able to actually track it to where. But then I don't want to also see pop-up shops in person, and then we do a 2-hour weekend course for 75 hours, and that's done. Because we've heard that too.
Yeah, to go right along with what you're saying, to me, the online portion, again, coming back to it, it's 75 hours. Like, you can't teach 75 hours in person. You have to dedicate 20 hours online. Like, to me, it just sounds like a speed thing, a turnover thing. It doesn't really ensure that the safety is being considered. And when you also take into consideration, unfortunately, a petitioner today came to light again, You know, it says taught inside of an establishment or school licensed to offer advanced aesthetics. It doesn't say how much experience that instructor has to have. So you're just adding on, like, in my opinion, safety concern after safety concern.
I agree with that, because it reminds me of like, what's that, YouTube. You can go on YouTube and learn how to do it.
And my whole idea, you know, from the very beginning, requesting that we can do some online, is that because if people couldn't just afford to be able to have to go into an establishment and pay, you know, large dollar amounts, and you needed some options. And now we see that not even the options that for online or in person, to me, is really working out to the benefit of the public. I mean, we have some brick and mortar places that's allowing people that don't have online platform, that's allowing people 2-3 days of study and issuing 75-hour certificates.
Yeah.
But like you were saying earlier, when you're in school, you're clocking hour for hour. If it's 600 hours, you're clocking 600 hours. If it's 900-hour program, you're clocking 900 hours. But a 75-hour course in 2 days, it doesn't equate. I mean,
It's
it's
not
just.
mathematically possible.
Well, a 75-hour class on a 9-to-6 schedule is 6 days.
Yeah.
So it would be
The
1 week of your
math.
time to come in for 1 week, 6 days, that you could dedicate to something that you're gonna call your craft, spend thousands of dollars on, see thousands of clients over your career, and gain invaluable information that you can intake in 6 days. I just don't see the need for hybrid, in my opinion. I think 6 days of your time, like anybody with a full-time job, a business owner, you can carve that out and just dedicate to your craft. If it's going to come at the risk of not being able to really control that and track that. And if we can track that and it's proven to be tracked, then
You said that
okay,
very,
but-
very well. I'm gonna tell you, you said that very well.
Very well said.
Do you have any concerns?
I would like to see, as part of the decision and the motion, that whoever provides this course has a set outcome if they do not follow the guidelines. I think a part of the problem with this course is that the providers themselves aren't necessarily, you know, they'll provide us with whatever information we want, but it doesn't necessarily make it accurate. I've heard things about different laser courses from different participants that weren't what the provider themselves told board staff. Right. So that's a challenge, dealing with essentially them being dishonest to us.
Okay, Board Member Bramo, I got a kind of good resolution for that. Because I know they sell those time clocks. They sell them like at, because if you're doing business, you're doing business all the way around. They have these time clocks where they can clock in and out. You can buy them from Office Depot, or you can probably get them online at Amazon. So what if we put something in place where if you have a program that they're clocking in and it's being an issue, and the hours have to be submitted just like if they were a student in the cosmetology school. Then that way we have hour for hour that they practice these
Yeah, no.
procedures. And it's a written curriculum, like if there's a curriculum of 15 hours of laser safety, 10 hours of safety and sanitation, 15 hours. And every day they go for their program, because it might take some 2 weeks to get there. Might not take 6 days, it might take me 2 weeks. It might take me 3 weeks, but that's okay, because I'm gonna make thousands and thousands of dollars and keep thousands of people healthy. So if we put something in place where they have like a curriculum that they have to follow, and they have the sheet, and they clock it in and out, and at the end of the program, their time cards are submitted, copies of them are downloaded to State Board along with their curriculum sheet and signed off.
Is that just to add it, Deputy Attorney General, Christy Harris for the record, this meeting so long. But is that similar to, for the schools when they're substantiating their time cards, are they submitting documentation similar to that?
The laser course providers had been submitting some sort of documentation. I guess what I'm trying to hit upon is there needs to be some sort of recourse should that not be accurate.
Checks and balances.
Um,
We don't have checks and balances.
Yeah.
That's gonna come next.
Perfect. Yeah, as of right now, I believe for the online portion, they're turning in a log that cannot be manipulated, meaning, for the online portion, there's a couple of platforms that literally clock the hours, similar to how Milady does it. Like, as the instructor you go through, there's a handful of them. So, whoever uses their various platforms,
So if you don't
turn
have a
that into
platform that
staff,
you can't track hours,
then we won't
then we
accept
can't
it.
accept it.
Correct.
I'm okay with that.
And then for the hands-on portion, at this time, they were all typically doing like sign in and out sheets. They're providing that basically in groups, like when they complete a class, they're sending it to me and a staff member. So they can verify all of
But what
that.
we've seen today and what we've seen in the last couple of months is not the same equal amount of hours. That's what Board Member Molly is saying, that we're seeing a lot of two-day classes getting 75-hour certifications.
Right.
How can you get a certification for 75 hours in 2 days?
Because they were doing the 45 hours in 12 minutes. I did it myself. I asked all of the providers to send me a login and I clicked through every slide, and then Lauren and I guessed through the quizzes because there was nothing to stop them. So if a student wanted to sit and actually learn and take the time to do what they're supposed to do, they would sit and probably watch 45 hours worth of content videos. It was all there. It was probably 45 hours worth.
Right.
But can you tell me that anyone in this industry is going to sit in front of a computer for 45 hours and not click through? And some of the tests were able for you to Google the answers or just guess through them. And if you didn't get it right on the first time, you could just keep doing it until you did get it right.
Or you go to the next one without
Right.
passing.
And so at some point, we told them that this was no longer acceptable, but it had to be something that we could see the hours. So there's a couple of platforms that were able to literally, like Milady, check their hours. So they were actively in the platform, looking at content, doing whatever they needed to do for X amount of hours. So they review that now. I do agree with Board Member O'Brien that 45 hours is probably a lot for something that they don't apparently touch on.
No, I would love to reduce the hours. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, for me, I think the hours, I think the more hands-on, we've seen that. I think we should even put something in place for its experience in the industry.
Milady, on theirs too, if you're not, so instead of just turning it on and walking away, you're not actively on it for like, isn't it 5 minutes or something like that, then it automatically kicks you off.
Yeah.
We use that platform.
But I can't, so some of them allow you to continue on even if you fail the quiz, like.
Yeah, because it's just, I mean, it's content that anyone can put up. They upload videos or little lessons, and then it's like a quiz, and if you don't do it, then you keep moving back and forth.
It's
So,
no better
yeah,
than a slideshow.
it's yes, essentially, yeah.
Oh my
Okay, so
goodness.
so now I'm asking the board a question. So teaching this class, because we're seeing that, because this is really profitable, because I'm saying profitable, I don't know what it is, but it sounds like it to me. It sounds like a good word.
Good word.
Okay, so shouldn't there be some experience tied to this? Should you be able to just graduate from school and then go out and now you're instructing people for thousands of dollars?
No, you shouldn't, because you have no real life experience on how to handle adverse situations with a client. Yeah, you have a medical director, but there's a stipulation they don't have to be on site.
But you're only learning the basics in aesthetics and in all of the fields. You're only learning the basics and not actually knowing, you don't really know what's going to happen when you slap that laser.
And this
on.
gives you the umbrella to do anything, even something that your course that you took didn't even cover. So you might have no experience. And yes, I'd love to think that all of our licensees are, upstanding citizens that would go through training and do all of that. But we also know that sometimes, something looks appealing and we think we can do it. We had situations already come before us where, we have people, nurses and medical professionals, laser technicians coming through, explaining to us, yelling at us how dangerous this industry is. And we have the option of literally going and getting your AE license and asking to also be allowed to teach it. There needs to be experience required for teaching.
We're gonna add it today. And having some experience in the industry as an esthetician for a period of time.
In order to be the
I
instructor.
think they were all trying to beat the clock because they only had a certain amount of time.
Yeah,
to
I think the
grandfather in.
grandfather,
And So
yeah.
I think that's kind of what, everything kind of got
Yeah.
shuffled around.
But I think there has to be a middle ground. We have to be able, we can be able to make this available to licensees and make sure that there's an abundance of classes, but also have stipulations on how to offer that and keep the public safe. Like, we are able to merge those two into happy marriage. It doesn't have to be one or the other. And honestly, in my opinion, if it is going to be one or the other, it should be keeping the public safe. You know, if that's going to come down to it, then we just say no salons, nobody. We just put it in the schools where we know it's going to be a little bit safer environment. It's a little bit more controlled.
I agree.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Darn.
I'm sorry.
I can't,
I reviewed my
from what
notes.
I've heard over the last 7-8 months, the things that I've heard, I have to agree.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Board Member Harris, I'm thinking maybe 2 years of experience, just like in real estate. In order to be a broker, you gotta do 2 years.
What was that?
You gotta do 2 years, right? In order to be a broker, you gotta be 2 years, you gotta do real estate for 2 years. Yeah, you're dealing with a laser. I wouldn't want nobody to burn me.
No.
Yeah, that's.
And if they're licensed, they feel that they've already, been, you know, they know what they're doing.
I have my
Right, exactly.
Board Member Bryant, do we have stipulations for like our instructors already? Like, what is their requirements? Is there something that we can mirror off of that?
So here's,
Sorry.
A provisional instructor can go through the program with less hours if they're able to document 1 year's worth of work experience. They document that through a notarized affidavit or through their taxes if they listed like whatever the occupation was, nail
Oh, you
technologist.
should be an AE for a year
An affidavit.
Well,
before you can teach it.
oh, and then grandfathering would likely be over in that time.
That's okay. We're talking about moving forward between now and October, because everybody's placed on hold as we stand right now, right?
Or we can require that they've been licensed in Nevada.
Right, as an esthetician.
Or a cosmetologist, it's also
Right.
available to cosmetologists.
so here's the only, I guess, thing that I want to bring up to the board to consider is the question of whether or not, in respect to if a person can become an instructor, if the board is not possibly exceeding its authority in order to require a black and white requirement in order to be an instructor. I think a safe thing to consider is if it's one of which we're, after review by the executive team and the executive director, if they're kind of unsure if this person should be able to, you know, work as an instructor, if you might want to then make that determination to evaluate certain experience, maybe in a board meeting, only because I don't see outward the express authority related to the 75-hour course where you guys get to dictate a cutoff point related to how much experience is required in order to be an instructor.
Well, I think.
Well, we have that in place already. We really do with our instructors and, because if they've have experience, then they only have to do 500 hours to become an instructor. And it's in our law books. And then if they've just out of school, then they have to do 1,000 hours.
That's a law.
So you just want it, so I just want that, if that's gonna be incorporated, for that to be expressed, that what particular law that you're kind of referencing in as basically defining what the experience is. Because I don't want it if somebody, you know, if the public is reviewing and they're saying, well, what do you mean by experience? I think it's important for that to be clear cut, what you guys are referencing and the particular authority that allows you to put that.
I got you.
What about, say, like, say if you worked on 50 people, that's some experience instead of just working on 3.
It doesn't matter once you get the license. Board Member Bramo, See, I think that's some of the issue is that we are actually issuing license to individuals that's working on handheld machines, if any type of laser, it doesn't matter what type. And I think that's what some of the problem is coming in because you're being trained maybe on this handheld laser where you have the advantage or the opportunity to use another laser or another piece of equipment that you had no training on, or you just got training on because you have the license. And I think that some of the issue is that if you don't have the experience, but you have a license. You know, we kind of seeing that, we're seeing that a lot, you know, like you were an esthetician or you were a cosmetologist, or then you're specializing in AE when you did hair. But now, you know, you want to be able to work in this facility and somebody's training you, but you have a license to be able to do it without the experience.
Right.
So, I mean, it's just coming down to, we just have to make a decision. And I'm just asking board, that we make a decision for the safety of the public at this time. I really, you know, never ever want anybody to not be able to make an earnest living. But this has truly gotten out of hand.
I think that, you know, we do have instructor requirements by law that says, you know, how you can teach a aesthetic student, a nail technology student, hair design student, and cosmetology student. If we're going to take on this licensure, we should also have the same standard for AE. It should be an umbrella. I think the unique thing that we have going on here is that it's a license that we are issuing outside of a school though. And I think that, you know, that's kind of where we're running into a lot of these problems. So if we're still going to offer it in the salons, I think we should consider trying to take that umbrella licensure requirement and putting it on AE, even though it is in a salon environment and not the school.
Again,
Again,
we have to create a AE provisional license when it's not going to be necessary after October.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we just don't do this.
Problem. October,
Maybe we just pause this till October.
it expires.
Be done.
Let's just drag our feet until October.
We're gonna table this.
What we don't want to do is start issuing instructors licenses.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
But honestly, it's getting to that point where the concern for the safety is like, how do we nip it in the bud? And it does have to do with who is teaching it too.
Well, everybody wants on board.
And because it's a money grab, it is. The classes are at least thousands of dollars to take it, and it's super quick turnover. You can essentially do a class, you know, every 3 to 4 weeks. It's not about the safety, it's about money. It's the same thing that happened with the lash industry back in the day with all these classes, and we saw what happened with that.
Yeah. Okay, so let's kind of like bring our focus to this. I'm gonna just kind of say what I feel right now. And this is really getting to be kind of hectic because we just have to make some good decisions. We just have to make the best decision. It might not be the best decision for all, but we just have to make a decision that if we are going to continue to allow individual businesses, establishments to offer this AE license, that we need to put some experience with the individual that's actually teaching the course. We need to make sure that, for me, that the hybrid classes, I'm in totally agreement that no more than 20 hours can be done online. And I just think that with the experience, with the curriculum, if they don't have a curriculum and it's not submitted and approved by the staff after, you know, we make that vote today, if that's what we're gonna vote on, that they can no longer teach it. I think it's just simple. They have a couple months left to teach it. I don't think anybody should be issued a provisional, because then they'll be in the schools with the provisional AE license, teaching in the schools, and they're not teachers. and haven't been trained in the school. They've been trained in establishments.
I feel like
So-
there's gonna be a mad dash for more people trying to cram through as that date approaches. I feel like we're gonna get more of these types of cases, not less. I mean, I'm kind of inclined to agree with Board Member O'Brien and defer to the schools and have it almost fully done in person. Like just me as someone, if I were to go to get a service and obviously I'm not licensed, like that's terrifying. I'd rather have surgery than have someone use a laser on my face.
Can I just hear from my inspectors? Can I hear from the inspectors of what they're kind of seeing while they're out there?
That sounded positive.
Okay, I'll speak first. I'm a former inspector. As a newer inspector, we are going to places and everyone has everything they should have. Last week, we were in a nail shop and they had body contouring machines. Personally speaking, this is before I started working here, I was treated with lasers and was burned. I was burned on my face. And when I went back to the establishment, I had to let them know I was burned. And it was just, oh, sorry. I didn't know it was before I was working here. So I'm just speaking from personal experience. We see things that should not be in some of these establishments. It's wrong.
I agree.
I second that. I see a lot of cosmos and nail salons maybe having, laser machine, and we're like, but they went through the course and have them in the back there.
Even if they're nail techs?
Nail tech,
Yeah.
nail salon has a Cosmo. It's a Cosmo that's offering skin and nail. And has an AE license and added it on to their establishment.
Yeah.
And I came across this, I'm telling you with me, and I came across it last week. And it was, do you have these machines?
Are they being written up or?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what my recommendation is gonna be today. July's next board meeting, August, September, October. I would like to table this.
What's gonna
When does
happen
that
at your
happen?
meeting next week?
When in the July meeting, then we can make a decision, give the staff an opportunity to be able to see if there's any more complaints, any more license with certificates with discrepancies. Until the board can, this is a serious public safety issue right now. I think what we're facing, just the record alone.
Are you having a town hall meeting or something next week on this? On this?
Town hall is with the new regulations for AE.
Oh. Okay.
Let's just see what Christie recommends.
So that means no one gets a license until
Yeah, for
then?
the next 3 months technically, because technically they're
Can we-
unable to do so right now. And that can also open up some litigation.
I was gonna,
Because when you have a license, you technically have a property right, and they can make an argument that this board as a state actor is infringing on that property right. Just something for the board to think about.
those are most protected property rights. I said, and those are like really important issues, like when people are trying to protect their property rights, they go to town.
They have a license and it's defensible at this juncture with what was received and okay, we want to sit and figure this out. See what guidelines we put in place for a curriculum. I think that if a designated curriculum is approved on by motion, I think that gives a lot of direction, for those who are not offering those educational courses within the school in order to move forward. But it's just something to think about the possible legal ramifications associated with that.
I know, but I know I've always wanted some, I'm just trying to figure out the best. And right now, I don't think the board has really been able to wrap our minds around all the establishments. I don't think that nobody intended for us to pop up as many establishments as, I think that we were thinking that we were gonna get us a certain amount of individuals that wanted to have an AE license in that short period of time. I don't think we even could imagine the position that we were put in to help create something to be able to help licensees be able to afford to take their licensing to the next level. And then what we really didn't get a chance to think it through, but I'm okay with saying, okay, we can put these things in place. And
They can be modified at a later time, correct? If we decide that this, if we go ahead and approve this today.
no, we got an improvement on the platform. Board Member Bramer, we need a platform approved that will make sure that these 20 hours online. And that if that platform is not used, and then they won't be able to accept the hybrid hours unless that platform is utilized.
President Steve McDonald, for the record, we can put a cap on the amount of students to make sure that the students are getting more personal attention, more safety.
I like that.
I like that.
Okay.
Put a little cap on there. That
Like
way,
per
5
class.
per classes, just like we do with other classes. Right?
Okay, so how many, let me ask you this question, I like that. How many participants that's in a normal, how many certificates that you receive from like a company at one time?
We've seen classes of 10 probably or more. When we originally started to speak on the regulations for this, I believe the board liked the idea of in a school, there would be a ratio. Remember, does that sound familiar? And I believe it was 1 instructor to 5 students-ish. Does that sound familiar? So we could impose a similar cap. So one AE laser course instructor to 5 students or whatever number you like. Because some of these courses do have multiple instructors, so they can still accommodate the licensees that are interested in this, but maybe that will help ensure that they're getting the knowledge that they need, that it's done safely, if that.
Okay, so I like the cap on the students, the participant cap, and then I also would like to see a better, I guess a more accurate in-person hours, online and in person. So if the platform doesn't track the hours for hybrid
It will not
learning.
be accepted.
Okay, will not be accepted. Okay, I'm good with that. I like that. You guys agree? Okay, and then with the, what about the in-person hours? How do we, because we've heard a lot about the 2-day classes and they receiving 75-hour courses, even if it's in person. So how do we track the in-person hours?
At this time, typically through sign-in out sheets, but we can, I don't think we've had many issues with the in-person hours, with them signing in and out. It was more, I would say, in fairness, it was the online.
Okay, so but now that we have like a curriculum, we'll be able to see how many hours in safety and sanitation, because we didn't have that before. We'll see how many hours in laser safety. We didn't have that before.
So would you like them to turn in the sign-in and out sheets that say the day and time that they were there, or do you want it to have more of a breakdown on there?
Yeah, like
I would like
Like
for
how the old time cards used to be.
I
Is that what you're
would
envisioning?
like to see a more of a breakdown of what they learned in those hours
Okay.
to make sure that they covered everything that's in that curriculum. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I like that. And that way it keeps everybody happy. But then at the same time, we're giving some structure. At least this is the structure that we can give at this particular time to keep that community safe.
So balancing both interests.
Can I take some comments before we vote? We have a comment here. Do we have a comment?
Hello?
I just had a question.
Okay.
My name is Gigi.
Okay, come on.
Come up so we can hear you on the record.
Yeah, come right up front.
Hi, my name is Gigi Green and I am.
Right, you have a seat. No, you can sit there.
Oh,
Thank you for being patient too as well.
oh, no, no worries. And I just had a question because you had up there with the laser course, the rules and curriculum. And I wanted to know, is that available to, us, the users, or where is that, where can I find that?
It's, right now, it's on our website under the supporting documents, but
Okay.
we can, once it's approved, we can place it on our website somewhere. We can discuss during this vote where it will be.
Okay. And I guess my other question, just in listening to you in reference to becoming an instructor, you had kind of played with the idea of if you were an AE possibly for a year, you would, does that mean that you would you could be grandfathered into being an instructor, or how does that work as well?
No, for an instructor, you have to go to school, clock a minimum hour requirement, test out and receive it's a separate license.
It's a separate license. But you're still thinking about if you are an AE, making that as one of your requirements possibly as well.
I don't think.
Yes, no, or
No, not for the purposes of this laser course. An
okay,
instructor's license is really only valid in a school of cosmetology. So
okay,
anyone with any base license, whether it's an AE, a nail technologist, cosmetologist, can go through a school of cosmetology, complete 500 or 700 hours, and then go test out to become a licensed instructor. It does license you to teach students, but that license is only valid in a school of cosmetology, not necessarily in a salon.
Not in a salon.
Right. So it doesn't pertain to this laser course specifically.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, come on up. Just state your name too.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being patient.
Thank you. My name is Dara Rivera, and I'm currently offering the 75-hour laser course. So it's not of a question, it's more like a suggestion because I've had the opportunity to speak with a lot of instructors and a lot of students. Number one of the concerns that a lot of people have, and Jamie mentioned it earlier, at the beginning of the course, when we were teaching it, there was no regulation as far as keeping track of the time, the hours. So yes, absolutely. Most people, like we mentioned before, wanted to go ahead, take the class, didn't even read it because at the end of the day, they don't want to take this class because they don't want to do anything with lasers. They just want their advanced aesthetics license. So I believe January was when they went ahead and made those regulations where they require you to show 45 hours. So personally, it was a very stressful time because it was really hard to find a curriculum, or not a curriculum, a portal. So it was told to us, you have to have a portal and you have to meet these requirements, but it wasn't giving to us like, hey, maybe use this portal or, so I personally struggled for about a week and a half before I found a portal that worked perfectly for me. And that portal is perfect because you can't just let it run, leave, and come back. You have to actively be reading on there. One of the things that I do with every single student that's ready to enroll is I let them know you're taking an advanced aesthetics license, or you're getting a course. And in order to get your license, you have to be able to read because it is scary. You're working with lasers. So when you tell your students this, you kind of scare them and they kind of get the concept that they have to go ahead and sit down, read, go through everything, understand everything. Because the other thing that I did with my course is I blocked it. So you couldn't move on to the next course or to the next session until you met a certain amount of time on that. So they were not like, let's say you purchased the course today and had access to day 1, you weren't allowed to move on to day 3, day 4, day 5 until you completed a certain amount of time, which is great with this portal. The other thing is after every lesson, they had to write a summary of what they learned. And it was usually between like 500 to 750 word. So it wasn't something they could go back and copy and paste because I literally read everything. And at the end of the training, their portal shows 45 hours. Some of them even, I had one in my last class that had like 92 hours on there because she was going back, she was reading, she actually wanted to learn the lasers of it. So maybe my suggestion is, I understand where it gets a little frustrating and it's a little scary when it comes to working with lasers, but maybe have a portal that you guys recommend, or you guys could build a curriculum that you want us to teach. Because if you think about it, one, people don't want to take an advanced aesthetics license or a laser class. Most of the students don't want a laser class. They're only doing it because they have to get the license in order to offer LED or body contouring. So if the laser portion is the problem, maybe change it
a little bit, maybe not require it to just be laser and have something else within it, because it can get boring for them, because they're gonna leave, they already spent all this money, and now they're gonna have to go and do something that they don't want to do, you know what I mean? So I do suggest that maybe consider maybe adding something else within the advanced aesthetics course, or I know what a lot of instructors will do is they'll go ahead and offer the advanced aesthetics course. After they complete the 75 hours, they'll offer dermaplaning or microdermabrasion, maybe have it be part of it. So it's a little more engaging. It's a lot more for the student to learn, and it's something that they're going to be able to offer in their field. So I don't know, I just thought it was something, the other thing is, in order to offer lasers in your salon, you have to have a medical director. Medical director is about $1,200 to $1,000 a month. As a starting esthetician, they can't afford $2,000 a month. So ultimately, they're just giving everyone their money, and they're not able to use that service unless they're working at like a med spa, and at that, they're not using my Sigma machine. So they're gonna have to learn that machine. You know what I mean? So it gets a little, I'm looking at it as a point of view from the student, because like one of the girls, I think her name was Kimberly, had mentioned is everyone at a esthetician school has no idea what to do. They don't teach us that at school. They just kind of help us get our license and call it a day. But when you want to go ahead and become a solo esthetician, when you have this entrepreneur mentality, you're on your own. You know what I mean? So maybe be a little more, like have a little bit more empathy or sympathy towards the students, and think about it that way. Maybe require certain schools that are going to be teaching the class to offer it at a lower rate. Because some of the schools have the capacity to teach this class, but they're charging $5,000 to $7,000. A student right out of school can't afford $7,000. So that was just kind of my.
Thank you for your comment.
Sorry, I talked fast.
I did have a question, because I like your analogy and the whole. Thank you for giving us that information, sharing. So with the curriculum that you saw that we were going to potentially approve, would that work with a company such as yours that have online training?
I believe so, but that's still, like, for instance, I'm thinking about like 15 hours of laser safety. It's not going to take 15 hours to learn laser safety. You can learn laser safety in like 5 hours, because there's so much that it will cover. I don't know if that makes sense. But I feel like, as for myself, I'm a hands-on learner. So maybe have it be, like you mentioned, 20 hours online, break it down a little different, and then the hands-on portion a little longer, because most people are visual learners. They have to try it. You're going to have to work with different kinds of skin, different kind of Fitzpatrick. So I do think that maybe not entirely all in person or all online, but kind of split it in half.
More hands-on.
Yeah, because every single person that takes hands-on training actually enjoys it. Because when you're doing it online, you're just kind of like, usually on my day one, what I have them do is I go over the scope of practice, and then we go over the acknowledgement and responsibility, so they know what's going on. And then we do hands-on. Usually people love the hands-on, and we have different kinds of skin, Fitzpatrick, different case, like I call them case studies. And everybody, I mean, I haven't had a bad experience yet. I mean, I'm pretty sure I will in the future. But I think just maybe modifying a little bit, just because, again, a lot of these students have kids, they don't have time to attend, which is why it's so convenient to do the hybrid, because people are already taking time out of their day. They might have kids, and now they're losing money from not taking clients those days they're attending a class. And on top of that, they spent money on this class. So I just.
President, we left it up to the provider to decide how much of the 20 hours would be online. So if they wanted to mix and match that, it was up to the provider, but the cap is 20 hours online total. So it's really up to the provider to decide how they want to teach them.
Got it.
Do you think?
Sorry?
Nice.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
So
that.
the curriculum that we have, that's total of 75?
It's
30,
called
30, 60,
learning.
75.
Learning.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly, but it's learning words.
So
yeah,
worlds.
Oh, yeah, learning worlds. Yes, my accent.
Curriculum can be done online.
Right. and
So
they
where's the
include-
hands-on amount? Let me see how many, what we have for
There's
hands-on.
30 hours in one or
are you
more of the
done?
following
Yeah.
hands-on procedures. So you should be spending 30 hours on this in a procedure.
Yeah.
And then any of those other topics could be blended
Yeah.
in person or,
Yeah.
you know, there's theory. on
Yeah.
that.
No.
And they can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you agree with a lot of the hours? How long have you been teaching?
So, and this is another thing that's a little confusing because prior to the change on January 2021, you didn't have to be an esthetician to do laser. So you could have done laser under a medical director. So what's happening is a lot of people that have had experience with lasers, because I've done laser prior to becoming an esthetician. So just to kind of give you a little bit of my background, I'm a permanent makeup artist. So I specialize in permanent makeup. I took a laser course because I wanted to remove people's eyebrows because a lot of the time they were coming in and they had botched eyebrows. So I took a laser course in 2020, right? It was during pandemic. So I took a class in 2020 for laser. When the whole changes went into effect, you guys didn't take my certification because it wasn't within the schooling or providers. So I took a class with the provider. And then after that, I decided to teach it because I had prior experience with the laser. So there is instructors that don't have an advanced aesthetics license up until the change, you know what I mean? Because, and yeah, exactly. So for instance, for me, I used to do body contouring prior in 2019, prior to it even being regulated. So then I can promise you, there's so many people that I talk to and students that are enrolling in school right now, and they don't even know that they have to have an advanced aesthetics license to use an LED, which is another frustrating thing because I don't know if the schooling just wants to take all the.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Just for the record, this is Janie Huggins. The intent of our current law change is to make that so an esthetician has LED. So anyone that comes to
Oh,
the
cool.
laser course
Nice.
that just wants to do LED or skin scrubbers, they do not need the advanced aesthetics.
Okay, that makes
You need to be here.
Okay. Like, cause I think that's what gets everyone because a basic facial has LED. So then now they're having to become an advanced esthetician with that background. So, I'm sorry, what was your question?
You answered it already.
Okay, sorry. I'm like, obviously I'd love to talk, so I'm gonna go back. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
People that have their experience.
More public.
I talk about blue and canvas.
Okay, so we have two more comments before the board decides to take a vote. Is that you, Lou?
Hi, Countess Courtney. Thank you guys so much for taking the public's comment on this. I would have.
hear me?
Go ahead, Lou, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
But there's two on there now.
Countess Corley?
I can wait until Miss Lou goes because I know it's difficult for her to. Okay, so thank you again for taking public comment. I would have to resonate with some of the thoughts of there needing to be experience behind anyone who is providing this type of course. I think 2 years would be a great place to start. And I would like to acknowledge the fact that we are trying to implement an education that you would normally get in a school with providers that are not licensed instructors just because of the scenario at hand. I understand that instructors are only active in their license holding when they're at an actual school, but I would only advocate for some of these licensed instructors to step up to the plate and get out of the school environment and become the actual instructors for this 75 course because they have the knowledge and they have the experience of classroom management, also, you know, the one-on-one coaching that the students may need to get them to actually grasp these difficult concepts. And, you know, in most cases, yes, they definitely do have the 500-hour experience under their belt. And again, I am aware the reason why this requirement is not in play is because the 75-hour program is done outside of schools. So thank you guys for allowing me to comment.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you say your name,
Oh,
please?
yay. Okay. This is Lou Suarez from Euphoria Institute. I'm not a fan of the 75-hour course because I think that, as you guys have all stated here today, it's caused nothing but confusion. I'm also not a fan, and if anybody knows me, I am a fan of online learning, but I think in this instance, a 75-hour course with any amount of it being online is a tall order. So it's just my opinion, but I would prefer to eliminate the 75-hour course. And I agree with Brian that it should really be left to the schools. And I think we should move to the 300-hour course because there's what you're trying to accomplish. It's clear to me can't be accomplished in a 75-hour course. If we're concerned about the safety of our community, the safety of the practitioner, it really is not, it's not conducive to that. I think originally the 75-hour course was put in for those, like the young lady just stated, that did have experience doing laser, and it is now morphed into just something to get because it's only 75 hours. It's up in October. I think it should be up now. It's just my opinion, and thanks for listening.
Thank you. Well, we wish we could follow through with you, Lou, but we have an AG here that's informing us of what we can do and what we cannot do.
Lucky you.
Catching the bullet for us.
Hi, Gilda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Hilda.
Hi. Okay, I just wanted to comment on everyone has had great input and everything, and you know, a lot of minds work better together. But I do agree on a few of the that maybe it should be someone like that has more of experience in teaching, because it is very hard to come up with a curriculum, to know classroom management, to be able to teach someone. So someone that has experience in being an instructor. I know I'm an instructor, and I did the 500-hour course. And to my opinion, when having that experience, it is a challenge to teach other people, even if it's at an establishment or at a school. So my suggestion is, yes, I would suggest that you guys put that people have experience. And then also a lot of the students don't only want to do lasers. So they would like to learn other things, as in body sculpting, or they don't even, you know, they want to do maybe just body sculpting or cavitation, or, you know, all of the other things that are under the advanced license, but they have to take the laser course. I also believe that suggesting that it be all on in person as opposed to online, because it's better to track it, to track the hours and the hours that they actually put in, and they're actually learning what the course is supposed to entail. That's just my suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take one more comment.
Hi, this is Savannah Thomas. I just wanted to state to make sure that if you're going to incorporate this in schools, make sure the school that is teaching the laser, that they're actually following through and showing them different aesthetic devices. I know that the school that I went to at the time, they had an aesthetic device that was not specifically, I would say, classified as a common laser, such as like YAG, Spectra, IPL. And in the course, we were said that we were going to use it multiple times. We, as students, were only able to use it one time for an hour and a half. But when you're doing the whole tour of the school, they said, oh, you get to use it multiple times throughout your course. So I just want to make sure that if a school is actually going to teach that and your guys are going to let it be regulated by certain schools, that they are actually letting the students do more hands-on than just like one machine, one time, and that's it. And then I know for like laser safety that they should be laser safety officers as well, depending on the machines that they're going to use. I know that the aesthetics license covers like dermaplaning as well, for example. I think that that should be separate. But when they're specifically operating these lasers, anything above a FITS 3, you have to be super careful on the levels that you're using because you can burn them. You can cause life-changing damage. And I think that what was previously stated is you can learn laser safety really quick. You can, but you also don't know how to operate specific devices, what can happen, and all the safety that should come with each device that you could come across. Yes, when you purchase a device, you'll have somebody come out and train you, but a lot of estheticians themselves aren't going to be purchasing these devices. They're already going to be in established places if this esthetician gets hired at that office, and they won't have done that training. So I think that they should also be laser safety officers as well to learn that aspect.
Say that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't think we have any other comments. I don't have any.
Motion fast release.
Okay, so
This is painful.
we did say we were at an experience, right?
Yes. What would you like to see added as far as experience? How much and what type of experience?
Well, since there's so many different lasers, I think you need to have some kind of experience when you're teaching any particular laser.
Specific?
Yeah, what credentials
Right,
would they need to turn in for us to verify?
Please, come on, help me. These are our specialists over here.
It's not necessarily realistic to tell them that they have to have been a licensed advanced esthetician for X amount of time because we haven't had that available to them, right? And since you haven't likely put that on your taxes the way you might have for a provisional, that kind of goes out the window as well.
For anyone who had experience, who did go through the esthetician program to get that license, who wasn't an esthetician prior, and now they're a new esthetician, but they are not new to having to perform.
So you should be an
lasers.
esthetician with experience.
It's difficult to say, because what if they're an esthetician who just got their license, but they were doing
What if
lasers
they
for
were
15
right
years
and they
prior
went
to
to
this?
aesthetic school just to get this license to be in compliance? So
Right,
it can be tricky.
yeah.
Sounds like a quagmire. I don't
Well,
know.
couldn't you have something that requires one or the other? In other words, if you have laser experience and you become an esthetician so you can use that here, could that not count as becoming an AE? And then,
Yes.
then
yes.
if you become an esthetician here with no laser experience, you need to have 6 months to a year experience as an esthetician.
Yeah, so we can require that they've been a licensed esthetician for a year, whether it's in Nevada or another state.
I think to be teaching that you need to show certification that you've been trained on lasers.
Just a laser certification for any company?
Probably more, X amount of certificates. So we want to say 30 hours or 60 hours of certificates. But I think I'm not saying to be licensed, I'm saying to teach it.
Okay.
So if you're teaching laser, you gotta have some kind of laser experience, right?
Yes.
So you want quantity of lasers? Is that what I'm hearing?
What would you want somebody working on you with?
Actually,
that
I'm
they're
not gonna go
experienced.
get
You're a
laser
public
done.
representative.
I'm not getting any lasers done right now.
So we can look for a minimum requirement for them to have been licensed and then proof beyond that, that they have some sort of previous training
Certification.
in lasers
Yes.
or not necessarily in a course, but similar to how the work experience goes, right? Like if they worked underneath someone similar to the work.
Well, wouldn't it be if, okay, let's say you're an esthetician, but you haven't had any lasers. So we're saying you need to go 6 months to a year to become the AE for lasers. Okay, but to teach it, then I think you need an X amount more. That way you use the lasers at X amount of time, therefore you can teach it. I don't think anybody fresh out of school should be able to go and teach lasers when they've just become an esthetician and a certification, a 75-hour certification.
Well, unless they had previous experience.
Right.
Prior to this being regulated.
Yeah.
Right.
If they can show prior experience in laser, and we should probably set a certain amount of experience in laser, then if they have the AE license, they should be able to teach it. But to become a licensed AE, you can just be graduating from esthetician school and go through the 75-hour course. But we're giving somebody permission to teach a course with no experience. That's the problem here.
Right.
Is there another problem tag?
Just always understand, and I'll say this, and I leave it to the authority of the board. You know me, I always move with what's my authority? What's my authority? Is there an express statute? Is there an express rec? I don't know if we necessarily have one on point related to the experience issue. And with that, I'll test that.
I think we got enough case study to prove it. I think we have enough minutes. I think we have enough documentation to be able to prove that the individuals that teach in laser need to have some experience.
Yes, I believe so.
I think we've had enough cases before us in the last year. I think we've had, for this short period of time that's left to October, in order to teach laser, you have to have some kind of laser experience. You can't teach laser without it.
Yeah, do we want to dictate a specific amount of hours?
I
Or just
think
prior
that should be, I
experience?
think that should be up to staff.
Okay. And can we take hours and or procedures? Because some states, if they were coming from another state, did it by procedure, not necessarily by hour, but that means that they did X amount of laser tightening procedures or laser hair removal or tattoo removal.
How
So
did
they've
they
done it.
prove that? I mean, do they
They
have?
sign off on it to get a license in many states, yeah. So if they can verify that,
Well, that's what I'm asking. How did they verify it?
I've seen it done through sign off sheets, different logs. It depends on where.
The experts that actually, right? Is it the experts that actually do the laser training? Is the ones that sign off on the actual procedures being done? Am I right, Janie?
Yes. Somebody else is signing off on it typically. Prior to a lot of this happening, because this license type is so new, it was usually an RN, APRN, somebody that was in the medical field that could purchase those lasers, run those lasers, and then teach somebody else how to use them.
Those are some of the ones that was teaching those classes. We got 2 witnesses in here that got burned, so that's good enough. You got
I
burned.
believe people have comments. I don't know if you want to hear any more of them.
They can speak during the public comment portion.
Okay, we're gonna let you guys speak during the public comment. I think we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna call for a vote. We're gonna call it qualifications. We're gonna do amount of students. We're gonna do experience. We're gonna do curriculum. And then we're gonna do course approval of online.
And then it should also be clarified what specific authority executive staff is gonna
And the
be.
staff will have the experience.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm not doing this.
Excuse me, can I ask a question? This is Lou from Euphoria. How is this going to affect those that are already licensed to teach this course?
It's already in, we can't. do anything
The
about
one
that.
that's licensed to teach this course after this vote, if they're not in the school, then they would have to follow the new guidelines, because all the courses has been.
No,
put on
I
hold.
get that, but those that we already have teachers that are licensed to teach the aesthetic course. So is this going to be retro? Like, I just want to understand.
No. No. you're
No,
talking
okay,
about-
that's fine.
You're talking about they're licensed already in the school to teach it?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, we're talking about, this is for, the establishments, and then the schools have you have your own set curriculum, right?
Right.
Already?
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Still need to follow the same curriculum and the same hour breakdown, no?
Yeah, okay, so Lou, did you hear that?
No, I didn't. What did she say?
Okay, the schools would have to follow the same curriculum and the same breakdown for the 75-hour course.
Yeah, we're not interested in that. So I just wanted to make sure about the instructor teaching. We're way past that. Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This meeting.
Okay. All right,
I have
so
an hour
we
and a
got
half
it
drive.
understood. Are we gonna call for the motion? You wanna call for the motion, right?
Yeah, you call for the motion.
What do I say?
It's gonna be the year, so it's gonna be the amount of students.
How many students?
You guys said you said one A instructor per 5 instructors.
The same for the schools.
One instructor per 5 students.
Yeah. Then we're saying,
Hours are not tracked and they're not accepted.
That's
already
in there.
Which one is not?
The ratio is not in there.
Okay, he has that down.
And then whatever they want for experience.
experience.
No,
What sort of experience?
Right, exactly.
Any previous?
Laser experience, but
So in that motion would need to be experience to be approved based on determination by staff. As delegated by the board.
Can I say approved experience by the board?
Yeah, approved experience. by-
Excuse me, board members, this is Cassandra Soriano. I just had a quick comment. When you guys talk about laser experience, when you guys mentioned laser experience, are you talking about the brand of lasers that are being used? Because there's a lot of different lasers. Or are you talking about like the experience based off of laser hair removal services, IPLs, vascular? Those are the ones that I think you guys need to put into consideration as well, and not just like, like really set the term of like what kind of laser brands that are out there, and also what kind of laser services that can be provided from the instructor, if that makes any sense.
yes, thank you, Cassandra. The staff have it already documented of what they're gonna be requesting.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just, whenever you guys said laser experience, I was like, I hope they also are referring to the brands and the type of services and all that. Okay.
Right, I just said laser service.
This feels like a setup.
But they have it all under control of what type of laser experience.
I have a quick question.
Okay, thank you.
So as far as, just to clarify, because I feel like you have to be here. Come on. Yes, I don't know how we're gonna get up.
No, you have to.
It'll help Brian with this motion.
All right, so just to clarify, so if you work at a school, let's say Euphoria, kind of like how she mentioned, and any instructor who has the PIL license, is that what it is? Okay, they have the PIL license, but they have no laser experience. They still have to train the laser, correct?
They have to train them, the licensed instructor.
How is that? Okay, got it. Okay, got it. Because in my mind, I'm kind of confused because it's technically the same thing, even though they have the teaching experience and they have their license to teach. how is that different from teaching
Because
the?
if they're PIL and they're gonna be trained as an AE instructor, they have to be trained under AE instructor.
Got it, perfect. That's
Yes.
all I needed to know.
Yes.
Sorry.
Anything else?
Oh, see that?
So Brian, for your motion, depending on approval, so if you're going to approve that it will be approved to, let me get it. It will be a motion to approve the curriculum recommended by board staff with the following two amendments.
My bad hand.
And then you list out those two amendments.
We covered the ratio,
1 to 5.
we covered the experience. The
Approved
experience has
experience
to
by
be
board staff.
experience in laser. And the board staff have the recommended type of experience in laser that you're gonna be looking for.
Okay,
Okay, go for it.
all right.
I would like to make a motion.
Are you making it or is it?
Brian,
You can make the motion as
I'm
well.
calling for the motion, I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
All righty.
Calling for a motion for agenda item number 8, laser course rules and curriculum.
Brian Baltazar, I would like to motion to approve agenda item H. Approve curriculum recommended by board staff with the following amendments: a ratio of 1 instructor per 5 students, and approved experience by board staff for any instructor.
Can you make sure that we state that that's for establishments and schools?
And that will be for establishments and schools.
Can I get a
Board Member
second?
Ditzler, I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
May I get an escort to my car?
Okay, so agenda item number I is the budget for discussion and possible action, budget fiscal year 2024.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is a status quo budget. Staff is not asking for any more resources. We're staying, the revenues will stay the same except for the board fine income, which does not come to the board. It actually goes to the state treasurer's office. Those are fines that are assessed. We believe that that number will go up because we actually have more inspectors now, which we're happy to have fully staffed. The other number that's for the expenditures, that's the highlight here, is the contract services for the exams. That will go up to about 300,000 from 200,000 in the current year. That's because we are having more people take Pearson View. The exams are going up. People are getting taking more exams. So those are the only numbers that actually went up in this budget. That's why your budget's a little higher, but it doesn't really pass to the board at all. Part of it goes to the state treasurer's office, and the other goes to paying Pearson View for the exams. So board staff operationally is not asking for any more resources beyond what was provided this current fiscal year. That's it in a nutshell.
Board Member Bramer, I have a couple questions. When I was looking through this budget, I'm a little confused about the total of personnel expenses versus the total travel in-state versus the travel or the out-of-state. I see that, but there's like some duplicate, I want to say duplicate numbers down from total operating expenses for 2023 versus 2024. And then when it got to the total personnel expenses versus the travel in-state expense, I'm gonna give you for an example, like with the mileage. The mileage is $6,000, but we have rental cars for $18,000. Who has rent-a-cars? Tell me about the rent-a-cars.
The rental cars are for usually myself that go up, or even for board staff, for actually the board members, if they need a car to get from one place to another. It all depends on that board member. If they want to use Uber and we reimburse them, it would all depend on what works well for that board member. But usually the rental cars are for the executive director. I don't have a fleet car when I go up, or I have to drive to Carson City and then back, back down to Reno, back up to Reno, excuse me, and fly back. So that's basically that expense.
Okay, I think we need to do some modification with the rent-a-car. I would like to see the 6,000, so the 6,000 in mileage is that for inspectors?
No, that is for, because inspectors usually have a fleet car. It's for staff, for board members that use their cars, such as one board member drives in and out from Pahrump. It's for anybody that uses their personal car or board business, like myself.
I know I'm not gonna get $6,000.
No, and neither will I. So, but all, when it says mileage, it's for all. It covers the board members using their personal car for
Board purposes.
and for board staff that use their personal car.
And then we have like airfare and $600. It seems like to be very minimal for airfare. I just see a lot of duplications. I would like to just kind of see revised. I know we had some issues with us not having our chief financial officer, but this looks like, to me, it's a duplication. And I would kind of really like to see progression for 2024. I don't think we have enough expenses in for 2023. To be totally honest with you.
Fiscal year coming up.
I mean, what do you think, Executive Director? I just see, when you take a good look at this budget, you're looking at what I'm looking at and what all the board members are looking at, you tell us.
Sure. It was based upon what was presented this current fiscal year that was approved back in April of last year. So the numbers were transferred because I didn't need any extra money. Now, of course, this is what the chief financial officer had submitted prior year. So I look at the numbers, extrapolated them, and you're right, airfare is going to be more than $600, but you have other line items in that category that get offset. So based upon not knowing exactly how much travel, I'm presuming that he just put the number at 600 and then left the rest in the other line items, and then it would cover it. Because we weren't sure how many trips would be needed, and things like that.
So in other words, the 27,000 will cover anything needed in that.
Yes, Member Dixon.
Okay.
So that's how he explained it to me. He said, hey, look, I don't know what the actual numbers will be, but it will cover it within this category. So that's the way he did the budget before. And that's why you see the numbers are exactly the same.
That's why I was wondering.
Yes, he said it covers it in the whole category. He just didn't put the exact numbers of what he could extrapolate.
But it covers in every single category?
Well, there's, in other words, what he's saying is he's got
No, I
27,000 to
understand
work
that. I'm
with.
going above that.
Oh,
I'm looking at the expenditures. They're all the same in every single category?
Yeah, the only number that went up was the exams, because that's the one thing that I did look at closely, that the exams are going up in number, because I see the bills that are being paid every month. So I calculated it out to be 300,000 projected for this coming fiscal year, because it was at 200,000 the current fiscal year. Okay. Of course, you won't know exactly that number until the end of the fiscal year. And the income will go up as well. Board fines will go up because we're doing more.
So that's the only anticipated change you see?
Yes. That's
Not
what I'm
even
saying.
with salaries, we still have to hire more people, or we already have the salaries to where you would like to see them?
The salaries are actually where I'd like to see them, because because of the attrition that's happened, we saved a lot of money because they were highly paid individuals and their benefits were very high.
So it gives you room.
We were able to hire more inspectors and those kind of places, the resources went through those areas, and it covers all of it.
Okay. Okay, I have one question on here because I'm trying to figure out how that the balance forward from previous year, the fund balance is identical to the balance forward to next year's fund balance.
It's based upon the estimate that was done. this
Yeah, it's a
current
duplicate
fiscal year.
budget.
I mean, it's a budget,
Yeah.
projected. I can't tell you what our fund balance is gonna be because investments, we don't know.
Right.
The interest rates, things like that. So being conservative, I left it the same.
Once you get your new chief financial officer, you don't have to worry about crunching numbers.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I left it the same because you gotta be conservative. You don't know what the interest rate's gonna be.
Yeah,
We have investments, we don't know how much money's gonna come in. So I made it a net zero.
yeah.
I left it the same.
I mean, I'm good with that because I didn't know where it came from.
Sure.
I just looked at it and it was like the same and I'm like, okay, was this what we already had? And then you just increased the one category?
And the one item, the one line.
Yeah, just kept it conservative.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I stayed within definitely the salaries. Those are the ones that usually go up. I kept it within the budget. that
because
was
of the
given to me.
transition.
Yes, because of the transition. We had savings.
Uh-huh.
Okay with that.
Okay, can we get a motion to approve the budget for
Board member,
2024?
Board Member Harris, I would like to approve the budget for fiscal year 2024.
Board member Douglas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any final comments? This is the end of our meeting. Do we have any comments from the general public? If so, no action can be taken on the matter unless it's on the published agenda. All comments need to be limited to 3 minutes or less.
Here she come.
Okay.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Once again, my name is Gigi Green, and thank you for taking my comment. I'd just like to comment on possibly tabling bringing chemical peels, especially superficial peels, back to the scope for estheticians.
That'll be at the meeting on next week?
Yep.
Okay.
Is that for next week?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep, meeting next week here is the town hall.
I saw that too.
Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Any other comments from any of our viewers in the north and online Zoom? No comments. Thank you guys for your patience today. It's been a hefty, long meeting, but we got through it. The last section is comments from board members for discussion only.
I have a couple of comments. A couple things that I would like to see. I would like to see a board survey from the staff. I'd like to know how they feel, what we're doing. And also a board retreat.
Okay.
What, I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? I think that we ought to, you know, if there's a problem with this, we need to know what we can do to help them.
That's
And I don't mind going under the gun.
If there's a problem with what? I'll review questions.
with the board.
I don't know if that was super well received.
Everybody. Same time frame.
Well, do we need to put them on a, I didn't know if we needed to put them on agenda. I thought this was just comments.
It's just comments.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We're just talking about it right now.
No, I didn't think it would be implemented, okay? I gotta work on myself here a little.
Comments from the staff. We haven't had a chance to hear from you guys. Any comments?
I'm
gonna say,
It's been a great day and a great meeting.
Thank you.
Yes,
Oh,
thank you
thank
guys.
Yes.
I'd like to thank Mr. McDonald. He's the only executive director who ever went out with me in the field. He went with us. He went with us. So he got to actually see what we run into, and he got us new phones.
Okay, yeah.
So he got to see what we were working, like, we gotta do this stuff, so. I just want to kudos to him for that, because that was really big.
Yes.
I know he was not comfortable, because I made him work.
After being on the board the first time, when I went to work in the office, that was one thing that I said to the director, that each of the board members should work a week in the office just to see what takes
I would
place.
love that, actually.
That way
Send me
you
to
would
the
know what
That's
they've, we would know what you guys go through.
Put me in the field there. I'd rather work than do the survey.
Because if you go see what an inspection, like your whole everything will change.
Oh, yes,
It's
let's
real.
do that.
I mean, you ask Janie and Lauren, I was on them all the time. I made, Lauren, we gonna do this, and we aggressive, I mean, different personalities, dogs that want to attack you, I mean, everything.
Can we blog it?
Roxy's
Well,
place.
I mean,
And you
I like that idea.
do you talk to her, or do you just automatically give her a violation?
It just depends.
Oh, okay,
It's always case by case.
okay.
And like I always tell, I always say this because I'm like, old school. But like I always tell them, I might see something January the 16th. She sees something in August the 17th. And they'll say, well, that inspector didn't say that. Well, I always say, that's why we have 6 eyes instead of 2. Now I can really say we have, more eyes.
Right.
Because what I see in January, she might not see in August. So they might not get a citation in January, they get one in August.
Right.
It's an in the moment kind of job. It is in the moment kind of job. It's very aggressive. You gotta be an aggressive person too, but you also gotta be calm too. And I'm both.
Well, I just want to say thank you, staff. Thank you, board, for all your hard work and all your commitment. This has been an awesome meeting. You guys do a great job.
You do a really great
You
job.
really do.
Really good.
So thank you.
Yes, we have a great team. We're very,
You do.
very happy.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to say too about, it came up about the chatting, and I've actually enjoyed getting to know him. Somebody who works in the field and didn't have an open door previously and didn't even know who he was. When I got hired on the board. I was one that I was like, who's the guy in the office? He never said, I didn't know. I didn't.
So we're just trying to find a balance.
I really have enjoyed, as somebody who's worked on the field, just getting to know and having an open door, being able to communicate.
It's important to be in the office and available to your staff. That's the part that we really appreciate about you, because you're there and you're hands-on. We talked about that hands-on. And I knew that being a hands-on person is gonna take you far. That's
We feel like a
important.
team.
Yeah, because if you see the boss working, everybody gonna work.
Yeah, we work on Fridays. We work on Fridays, and he's in the office on Fridays.
Yeah, I talked to him on Friday.
Oh, so I have another day to call you.
That's important. Okay, well, we had a wonderful meeting. Anything from you, Deputy AG?
I just need a motion to adjourn.
I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Yeah. You gotta match the email. You gotta-